Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Roll Down, the TFT esports podcast where we talk about everything from the grassroots to the pro scene, from the couch to the crown. I am Gangly, and here with me once more is my favorite EMEA caster and yours, Impetuous Panda. Happy to have you here. How you doing, Panda?
Doing great. It was an exciting week one that we just got to experience with a new patch, a completely different patch, almost a mid-set, I would say, for set 16. And honestly, I'm just waiting to see how it gets refined even further for week two and how the true best of the best find even more interesting lines and just flexible ways to play TFT.
In this episode, we're going to walk through a little bit of what happened in week one of regionals for the EMEA region. But first, let's quickly talk about week two coming up. You can see on the screen in front of you, there are three different regional finals happening on this schedule. CN has their own system that they kind of operate off of, but Americas and EMEA and APAC, all three of those regions will have week two of their regional finals kicking off this Friday. If you're watching this, you're actually probably watching it in the countdown where we are waiting for the games to start. But these are happening at 1 p.m. Pacific for America, 4 p.m. CET for EMEA, and 6 p.m. SGT for APAC. So if you can, go ahead and watch all three of those. I actually kind of love it. I wake up early in the morning, watch a little bit of APAC, wait for EMEA to start. And funny enough, I actually find the Americas one is the least convenient one for me to watch. I'm like, in heart, I'm full on EMEA because some weekends I feel like I watch that way more. Anyway, let's move on.
You're an edge case. You're the most non-degen hour person of all time.
Yeah, you may be right there. Let's quickly talk about what happened in week one of EMEA. Coming out of week one, we now have tier 1 locked for set 17. And one thing that stood out to me, of course, I watched a lot of the Americas as well, but compared to the Americas, we had a pretty reasonable, retention rate of the players from the TFT Pro Circuit who kept their spots, right? In the play-ins, we had Clamu and Lekoko, and then in that week one, round of 48, we had Horo X, Volta, Pipo Glad, Zyko, and Coined all keeping their slot. Anything really stand out to you about the players who either got promoted or relegated coming out of week one?
I think the biggest relegation was Revan, a player who obviously is a TPC winner in Shirima Cup, the very start of the set, has already qualified attack round, the first Spanish player to ever do it off of that, but then didn't really have the best TPCs after, found himself in week one, was in a really good position after the first day of week one, but on day two, he didn't top four a single game. He just started slowly bleeding out more and more. I think the pressure started mounting in a way that's hard to escape as a competitor, even if your mental is very good, and he ended up bombing out and getting relegated. That is not the worst news ever in his position because there's a chance that if he makes top 8 final day at Tac Crown, he can salvage his spot in TPC and the 32nd best player will get eliminated in EMEA, which would be a crazy turn of events.
Yeah, it is wild because for pretty much everyone else in the tournament, you're kind of sitting pretty, right? Like or for every other region, I should say, you're sitting pretty where if you made top 32, you're in the final weekend, you're like, all right, great. I'm locked into TPC. Nothing can hurt me now. And now there actually are stakes for who's going to be going dead last at the second week of regional finals. I also did want to give a shout out. You know, you're talking about Revan, and while we're on the topic of the Spanish players, there were two other Spanish players who promoted up. Salfo 20, and I don't know too much about the other player. Is it Julosco? Is that how you say that?
Giosco.
It's a Giosco. Okay, Giosco.
Yeah.
But it was great for, personally, I loved getting to see Salfo promote up. Of course, coming off of the Paris Open where he made a final lobby, but Spain is eating quite well this set, obviously making their first Tacticians Crown appearance, making a top 8 at the Paris Open and having two other players promote into TPC. So yeah, great stuff to all the Spanish players. Let's move on to talk very quickly about what we're going to be seeing this upcoming weekend. So we have seen so much. This graphic is very confusing, but we've seen so much all set long about players qualifying into the regional finals and how to get into the TAC round. The best way to kind of narrow your eyes right now is to take out pretty much like anything that is not that centerpiece and to the right. Everything else you can basically ignore because we're now at the regional finals with 32 players remaining. And so we have everyone qualifying from this top 32 into the set 17 pro circuit. And then we have 5 players that are going to be qualifying into the Tactician's crown directly from the regional finals. Obviously, we gave the edge case before of what happens if Revan does make the top 8 of Tac Crown and the implication it has for set 17. But for the most part, this top 32 is entirely locked to set 17. And not only are those players locked to set 17, we also have a bit of a larger view on which players are locked into Tactician's crown. And we can see them here. Obviously, from EMEA, we have Revan, Gobo, and Kubi, who are the 3 players that won the different TPC cups that qualified in. But you can see even beyond that, we're starting to get a really stacked picture of the Titans, I would say, that have qualified into the TAC crown. Is there anyone that stands out to you, Panda?
I think always with APAC, I have to look at Iron Bog and YBY1. They seem to be so consistent in a region that I think is very competitive in some ways in terms of new talent emerging every single set that end up popping off on the international stage. Whereas in EMEA and in America, I believe it's not always the case. It's very hard to see a breakthrough talent that really rises up to that challenge. So to see them constantly qualifying again and again and again is very impressive.
The player on this list that stands out the most to me is from CN, which is Li Suchuan. If you had to pick a player who has not won a world championship from CN that I think you would say has the best chance to do so, I think it would be Li Suchuan. This player has been to the global stage multiple times, has come quite close, placing in the top 8 at a previous event as well. And once again, finding themselves here. It's no coincidence that they're topping the CN region and making another international appearance. And so I'm really hoping personally, if I had to root for a non-Americas player at TAC Crown, I actually think I would be rooting for Li Tuchuan. This is a player whose consistency cannot be ignored. So I hope to see him make a big run. It's format time because week 2 is upon us. And while we saw last week, we had the play-in day that was quite brutal. We talked about how much variance was held within that one day of competition. I would say that generally speaking, week 2 of regional finals is kind of back to the office. It's much more standard compared to what we saw last week. And so we can see in week 1, 32 players are starting and they play 6 games. There are no cuts within the day. It's just 6 straight games. And by the end of it, 8 players will be eliminated. We saw this very similarly in week 1, day 2, where we had 40 players cut down to 32. Though you can get away with being this 24th best player, it is very important to note that the points do carry over. And so when we go into week 2, day 2, we have 24 players. Watch this, only 2 games are played before we make our bottom 8 cut. And so right off the bat, it's important to note that you cannot actually get away falling asleep at the wheel. You need to be playing for placements. After those 2 games, 16 players remain. After 2 more games, 4 will advance into the top 8, into the finals, and 4 will be eliminated. And finally, we will be left with 8 players who will play 2 more games. And at the end of that, of course, 4 will advance and 4 will be eliminated. And this is how we'll end up with our top 8 in the finals. All set long, Panda, we've been playing checkmate. We saw that in all 3 of the TPC event. It's important to note that this finals for the regional finals is not checkmate unless we have all 3 of Kubi, Gobo, and Revan all qualify to that final day, in which case it will not just be 6 games, it will instead be played as the checkmate format. But as it stands right now, we have 8 players who will play 6 games, and at the end of 6 games, 5 players will qualify into the Tactician's crown.
And this exception actually happened last set, so there is a reason to maybe prepare for it as a competitor. Although for this set, it'll be much more difficult in the case that Darthnub stole one of our spots. So there's one less EMEA player that can go into that top 8 and make that scenario happen. And Revan is also not in week 2. He didn't make it through the cut from week 1. So it'll be, I think, much harder, maybe even impossible for it to actually happen in EMEA. And for Americas as well, Weijin took 3 of the cup spots basically for TAC Crown already. So there will be more spots coming in directly from week 2.
Actually, yeah, you're right. With Revan not qualifying into week 2, it might literally be impossible for this situation to occur. So I think regardless, you should expect to see 6 games played and the top 5 qualify out of that. Now let's get into the meat and potatoes of this podcast because we've talked all about the format and what to expect from this upcoming event. But what we really want to give you is a digestible way to see the players in the field, and that is through our player bucket. So Panda, I know you sat down this weekend as soon as everything finished up, and you started to look at the players at large to see how you would sort them if we had to put them in different buckets. So let's go ahead and just start with our favorites. If you didn't watch last week's episode, the favorites are what we consider to be the players that we expect to see in the top 8, not the ones that we think have a good shot, the ones that we would be surprised if they didn't have a very deep run all weekend long. And you decided to put only 3 players in this category: Double, Gobo, and Kubi. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I think Double, you can never really count him out. He's never missed a regional finals in EMEA. He's the perennial, tech crown player, regionals player, GOAT player in EMEA. Especially when it comes to the end of set, this is where his motivation and his will to become the very best player that's ever existed really scales up. And I think he is always a player to be scared of coming to regional finals. It would be surprising if he doesn't make top 8. That's where he has that mark, basically. Gobo, I think he has been the best player in EMEA this set in terms of just creativity and flexibility, and really from the very start of the sets, I anticipated he would have a great set because he is someone who just plays off of intuition in a big way. This patch and the big changes really suit him as well. He's cooked up, in my opinion, the craziest boards and the craziest lines in EMEA, maybe even globally when it comes to TPC games and some ladder games as well. Just doing some crazy T-Hex, Jin 3, 4 gunslinger backline, just shenanigans, basically. But he pulls it off. He doesn't ever falter, it seems like, in this cooking. And then Kubi, he's been the most consistent player in EMEA. I just really strong performances from him in every TPC. He was a pro point leader as well. I think it's his time to return to TAC ground in a big way, not just qualifying through the pro points, but through having a good showing in EMEA finals as well.
I want to also note some of the changes that we've even seen set over set, right? There are some players that last time that we did this podcast for set 15, we had certain players in the favorites that are no longer there. And likewise, we have some players that are here now that weren't. But as we move into our next category, we'll actually get to see that, which is the elite. These are the players that we're putting directly below the favorites, players that are either historically considered one of the greatest, some of the greatest players in the region, or have shown such strong results that you cannot ignore them. You have to give them some level of recognition to say that they are going to be a deep contender for the field. The player, though, that I'm really referencing when I'm saying all this is that Lekoko is not considered a favorite this set, despite most domestic results since, certainly since the merging of the regions, but probably dating much further back than that, would indicate that Lekoko is a favorite in the EMEA field. So why would you put him in the elite tier rather than favorite?
He's shown some weakness this set. He went from finishing 37th in last set's TAC round, which is obviously a record low for him as a competitor, and then came into this set placing among the bottom 4 players in TBC, having to play through play-ins. He did have a great week 1. He did comfortably make it through play-ins and day 1 and 2 of that week 1. Does that propel him directly back into favorites? I think he has to work for a little bit more. I think he has to prove yet again that he has what it takes to show up at a regional level. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes top 8. I think I'd expect it even. But I think you have to showcase that he has shown some inconsistency in his play throughout this set, maybe through having other things on his plate or just lack of focus, whatever it is. But he has to reprove that he belongs there. And Jenny's sort of similar story, more of a long process because he dropped out of TPC and now has fought his way back through ladder snapshots and then through a great performance in week 1 of regionals. I think also a player that could be a favorite, but has had a bit of a drop off in the last set.
I also want to note Raiko, who last set, I think we had him in the volatile tier, right? The more first or eighth style of play, not even only in style of play, but also like in terms of the breadth of his results, right? He's either winning tournaments or going dead last. And this set has not been that story at all, right? I think Raiko is second or third in pro points total. Second, yeah. And has been a great statement for his region to really have someone for the first time, an Italian player among the most elite of the region. So I'm rooting for Raiko and Tomino, the America's last hope, last set at the Tactician's crown. Everyone standing around watching him play. And also, I know a fantastic Rift Pound player. I saw that he made a crazy run at some regional qualifier. So you got some heavy hitters here in the elite category. Let's move on to the next one down, which is what we are calling the contenders. And similar to last week, this is going to be the largest category, right? That most players in the field will fit into this. And you could maybe call this average, but I think average has a certain implication that they don't have an edge. I think what we're trying to say with this contenders field is that the average spread of their placements will err on the more positive side. They will probably, on average, have a strong run, but they don't have the historical edge to put them over the players that we have in the elite or the favorite category.
Yeah, this is the bulk of tier one of what is, the elite competition in EMEA. I think these players all fit that mold. They're maybe not on their best set ever. They're maybe not on the best form they've ever showcased in TFT, like Raiko is, for example, in this set where he's been pushed up from contender to elite because of the great 2 sets he's had in a row and just his evolution as a player. This is the players that I think if they make top 8, it wouldn't be a surprise. It would be a highlight in their careers, I would say, for the majority of the players here. They would have a much closer chance of making TAC round, for example, maybe for the first time or coming back after not being there for a while or making it for the second time. It would still be a highlight in their careers. The one maybe exception is Volta, someone who's made 6 TAC rounds, but I think his level of play hasn't been extremely elite here, I would say, in regular season the last few sets, although he always turns it up in regionals. He always finds a way to, no matter what others think of him or where his level of play might be with the eye test, to still make it into that top 8 and still find his way when attack round again. If I were to highlight one player in particular from this group, I think it would be Dalisom, Spanish player who has had his best set ever. There's only 3 players, I believe, from TPC who have a sub 4 AVP this set, and that is Gobuster, Double, and Dalisom. He had a really, really great final TPC event in the Demacia Cup. He has a really great prep group. The entire Spanish squadron of players have really been rising up this set. I think it's his best chance ever to make tech round alongside Revan, for example.
I think the thing that stands out to me the most about this grouping of players is just how decorated they are collectively, not only domestically, but also internationally, right? You're talking about players who, yes, some are, like you're saying, chasing their first appearance at attack ground, but there are a lot of players here. I mean, Tardaman, Volta, Dasik, Ging, like players that we have seen perform well on the international stage and even in events like the Open. So these are all players that, yes, maybe they comparatively are slightly more average. There's not a single player in this list that you can count out as a non-threat in the event. And I think that's something that you can say pretty blatantly about everyone that's qualified into week 2. It's something I love about this format. There's no one that has not earned their spot to be here. You cannot high roll one event and end up here right now. Every single one of these players has proven that they are able to consistently perform throughout the across the entirety of a set. Let's move on to our next category, which is going to be our dark horses. Now, there's a distinction here, right, between a dark horse and an underdog, one of the other categories that we're going to be talking about today. How would you differentiate those two categories?
I would say dark horse are players who I think have showcased a lot of possibility in their potential placement this weekend, for example. And their peak form, I think they can be very, very good, but they either haven't proven enough over enough tournaments because they're relatively new to this tier 1 space, or it's just you have a feeling that there's something that if it all clicks, it all goes right. They can not just make top 8, they can maybe even win the tournament. I'm looking at someone like Motif, for example, who it's his debut in TPC this set, but he's had a really good showing. He passes the eye test. He looks very clean and composed. He does not look like a newcomer at all, for example. But it's hard to put him in contender because he's only played in tier 1 for 3 tournaments. Maybe just had 3 really good tournaments, 3 really good patches, and that all crumbles when there's much more pressure and a higher level of play in a week 2 like this one.
Yeah, in general, I would say a lot of the dark horses are players that have had they've shown the peaks that would put them in a potential contenders category. But like you're saying, they either don't have like the long breadth of placements that prove that they're able to do it outside of a flash in the pan. But there's a couple of players. I mean, Clamu, I believe we've seen on the international stage before. Daikob, it's Daikob? That's how you say it?
I think so, yeah. Daikob.
Yep. Daikob. Has had a great TPC in general, actually, I would say. And despite not having the longevity of being able to showcase past results that amplify those results, what they have shown is clearly they're able to compete with this tier of this caliber of player. And so dark horses, I would say maybe think of them as they've shown a peak, but they have not shown that their average level of play is quite there yet. And then we can move on to our final category of player, which we mentioned it before. It's the underdogs. And While the other category of the dark horses, we talked about those peaks showcasing almost like a promise of what could come. The underdogs are just that. They're looking for that promise, right? They're looking for that peak. They haven't quite given us a reason to consider them a favorite or to even have an edge on this field, even though they have earned their slot here. So is there any one of these four that really does stand out to you?
I think Toon TV looked really good. A lot of his game plans in week one really centered around playing some very stable like Demacia openers and AP openers, but then transitioning that into these fast line boards and being quite flexible in those transitions. I think all four of these players had a great week one. It's the reason they made it to week two. But now when every single player in their lobby is going to be, absolutely S tier and TPC level, basically, can they hang? Can they dominate the lobby like they did in week one? That's the big question. These are all players who have played a lot of games on ladder, obviously, have maybe made a few tac cups in tier two, have maybe done well, obviously, this set, especially to qualify to regionals in the first place, but they've never been to regionals before. They've never really competed, consistently in any kind of tier one space. So can they hang with the absolute best of the best? That's the question that is poised at these players coming to this week too. And if they answer it in a not even in a great fashion, even if it's not making it to top eight, or making its tech crown, I think it would be really good momentum to carry forward into next season's TPC. It's kind of like a preview of TPC for these four players in particular.
There's one other factor I want to mention with these players coming up through week one is that we spoke about in the last podcast that there was a gigantic patch, right? And with only so much time of the patch being on live, even though scrims can cover a lot of information, it certainly can't cover everything. I would say that week one play is going to be, on average, not very optimized. And I think that these players who are playing in week one can oftentimes get away with understanding how the patch works, showcasing new tech, exploring new lines, playing a less optimized version of the game. And I'm not trying to say that these four players or the players that anyone who came in through week one cheesed their way into the TPC. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I think it would be foolish to forget the fact that a lot of the players who are already in TPC, who have this long longevity in the game, are able to watch other players play a less polished version of the game and adapt that into a much more optimized version of the game. Even if you're able to showcase things in week one that other people weren't bringing to the table, you cannot expect that that's going to happen again. You have to assume that anything that you did well in week one, the other players that you're playing against this weekend are going to have seen that and figured out a way to improve that slightly. That's just the way TFT works. It's all small steps towards slowly improving your game until you've figured out what the most optimal way of playing a patch is. So I'm not expecting nothing out of these players. I think that every single player who has made it into week two has a chance to make it to TAC Crown. What I would say is that these players, in terms of their journey, have an opportunity to make a big statement here, and not even just making TAC Crown. I think going through this like 9th to 12th place finish, making a deep run, is oftentimes enough to spark this idea going into the next set that you are now a player that people need to watch out for. We can see, if we zoom out, what these power rankings look like, what these player buckets look like. And like we mentioned before, you can see the natural shape of it, right? There are more players in this contenders, fewer in the underdog, fewer in the favorites. But keep in mind, all 32 players who made it here have earned their spot. And so while some might be more favored than others, you cannot sleep on anyone in this field. So, David, let's make some predictions. Last week we did, how did you do? I had Marks and Likoko, so I was 1 for 2. You didn't do too hot?
I had Jedisor and Odessa, so Jedisor made it through. Odessa, unfortunately, was cut on the first cut.
Okay. So overall, actually, we kind of tied. Let's see if we can do the same thing this time around, because we actually are sharing a dark horse. For my prediction, I am going to go with Raiko Mastery. I mean, I love Raiko. If anyone has never met this guy, by the way, even outside of TFT, like, this guy is just one of the most fun people I've ever met in this community. He's so energetic. You've seen him do his like headstand after he wins. He tried to do it again in Paris, and I think he like knocked over Marcel P or something, right? Just a little ball of Italian energy. 4 different players in his vicinity.
Got to call the refs in to give him a red card.
And he's been having the set of his lifetime, right? And we were just talking about last set how Raiko went through this period of time of not playing TFT anymore. He kind of just fell off the face of the earth, and then he comes back out of nowhere and starts making a big splash, qualifying into the TPC.
I will say though,
uh-huh.
Raiko's massive edge this set, and the reason why he's an elite tier and he's had good results, has been vertical Ionia in terms of Yunara and the traditional version of this comp. He's been by far and away the best player in EMEA playing this comp. No longer really the comp or the version of Ionia you're playing. So one of his big comfort picks and one of his, I think, just as stable comps to play often and find a lot of points off of is not really the same anymore. So I have to see how Raiko reinvents himself, especially with more of an AP meta now that I think he has not proven to be so good at yet this set.
And then for my dark horse, I went with Safo 20, same as you. And again, I talked a little bit about it earlier. It is just too poetic to have Safo qualify or make it to the top 8 of the Paris Open, then promote themselves into tier 1 of the EMEA regional finals. At this point, you got to just continue checking them off, right? Make TAC round for Safo. If Spain could have not 1, but 2 representatives for the first time ever in this set, it would just be poetry. So
or 3.
Or 3, you're right. It's technically possible.
Why not?
Yep, keep it going. And you have Double and Safo for your favorite in Dark Horse.
Yeah, Double, I think no real need to defend it or to explain it. I think he's just the GOAT in EMEA. I think it's hard to find any flaw in his game, especially when it comes to regionals and to TAC crown. And for Safo, I think in terms of pure skill and talent in Spain, D'Alessio and Safo are the 2 best players historically in Spain. Safo has had, I think, the highest peak before TPC started a few sets ago, but he is much less disciplined, I would say, than other players. He's also studying full time on the side, so he has to balance things. When he's not too motivated, I think you can see his level of play is just not the same. He kind of plays, it is what it is, TFT, and just doesn't really think through some things and just plays with the flow and just goes with the flow of things. But I think right now he's in his top form. I think he's an aura player, and I think he's going to showcase that again. Like you're saying, I think there's part of it that's maybe just destiny. And he has to qualify to TAC round because of his journey in this set.
I mean, unironically, momentum is a real thing in TFT, and sometimes you can't always explain it. It's one of those maybe non-quantifiable parts of the competition, but there actually is something that just comes down to believing in yourself, right? Like understanding that you're in the zone, that things have been working out for you. You're not doubting yourself. You feel comfortable. You play like yourself. It's all these small things that ultimately just come down to you feeling good. And so if Safo can continue on the momentum that he's had all set long, would not surprise me in the slightest to see him continue to make the run and qualify to the Tactician's crown. So we are going to end our journey looking at the roadmap to see where we've been, where we've come. And this is not updated. Let me move this. So we are going to end our journey looking at where we've been, where we've come, and where we have to go from here. Looking at the Lore and Legends competitive roadmap. We finished up week 1 of the regional finals, and believe it or not, we are nearing the end of this set. It's actually been such a crazy journey going from the Paris Open, all 3 of the TPC Cups, and now halfway done with the EMEA regional finals. But this is it. This is the end of the line for most of the players in the field. Only 5 will move on to join the rest of the Tactician's crown coming up in just a few weeks from now. But Panda, I know the games are going to be starting in just a minute. You have any final words before we get going?
Yeah, I want to say the big difference from week 1 to week 2, I think there's a big one in expectations for most of these players. Week 1, pressure inducing, you're nervous, so much is at stake with trying to make TFT a sustainable career and qualify at TPC in the first place. Now that you've made it to week 2, that first massive goal has been accomplished. Yes, you would love to make TAC round. Is it likely for most of the players? Maybe not. There's a really stacked field of competitors in week 2. So I think it's just going to be a much more fun and a much more interesting and a much more refined meta for us viewers and casters, but also for players to have a lot more fun and find the joy in what is one of the best patches of TFT in the history of the game, in my opinion. So I am really looking forward to all the games, to all the action, to all the stories and narratives that unfold across these next few days.
All right, well, I could not have said it better myself, so I will not try. Let's leave it there and get into the action. So everybody, hope you're excited. Let's get started with the EMEA Regional Finals Week 2.
We already said goodbye to 32 players across the 4 days of competition, but only 5 will be able to make their mark and get a golden ticket to the Tactician's crown, and only 1 can become a regional champion. Welcome to EMEA's Best on the penultimate day of competition. We're going to be starting you off with everything you need to know, and I'm of course joined by none other than Troublelink and Impatches Panda. My name is Makes, and I hope you guys are having a fantastic day. I brought additional support for all the Ari rerolls today, you guys. I hope you're ready for that. How are we feeling, Trouble? Have you been watching?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually a little bit heartbroken because while I was watching EMEA in League yesterday, I saw that Volta is out today. That's a little bit sad, but so many cool names are still up there. So many people trying to get back onto that crown grind, and it's very exciting.
Yeah, the meta has been really cool to watch. I think especially yesterday, we saw some deviations from the standard, and I think we'll see more of that today as players try and just accumulate any amount of points possible to try and make that day 3.
Well, let's bring everything back a little bit and take a look at our competitive roadmap, Trouble, because the set's nearly over already.
All right, I know this all sounds, well, this way. This all looks very intimidating. Luckily, you do not have to care about anything because we're at the yellow guy down there, which is right at the end. Regional finals, literally the last step right before Worlds, Tactician's crown, and everything is on the line. You get crowned as the regional champion. You get to take over the entire set for yourself. You take the crown, and then you go to the World Championship. So we're literally last step right before Worlds.
But there's 2 more days of competition coming up, Panda, and the format is not the simplest, so maybe you can break it down.
I'd say it was much more complex last week. This is a little bit more traditional regional finals. The only thing is now we have more cuts throughout the day. Every 2 games in particular will have the top 4 players advancing directly, and the bottom 4 will be cut. And it's all about just trying to stay out of that danger zone at the bottom. The points are not, it's a runway of points from day 1 to day 2. So players, if they are at 25 points, 26 points, miracles can still happen, but they have to really come out of the gate playing for high risk, high reward.
Well, some of those high risk, high reward plays have already happened yesterday, and we cut together some highlights for you all to enjoy in case you weren't here for some reason yesterday. So let's take a look.
Let's get games started as we pass across our passes.
Maybe make a scratch, maybe make an indent into it as he is fighting his best with the Luxter in the backline. Won't live for long, and Lakoko will take this win. The same is true for Yubadashi. Bolivar has just now, Tibbers has just now arrived. Listen, they're both big bears, and that is going to be what seals it. Dalasum taking.
Because that Yunara has no punch in her, and it's going to be, I think, the Siren calling on this. I always reserve judgment as long as long as Seth is alive. I don't want to be.
You can trust me. He's not winning this one.
Keep your eyes out. Well, the Silas does not punch through. The dummy on the front line holds for now. The Zonya is not going to be enough. Allegri goes forward and smashes through. One last shot, and you can see it's Aaliyah who jumps up.
You all know the unkillable demon king, but have you met the unkillable demon child, Annie, trying her worst but falls here? The tables have turned.
As he moves towards day number 2, he rips through the board. It's not even going to be a little bit close. Rise has done his darndest. But that is an Annie equipped with everything she needs. Horror-X takes the lobby.
What amazing games we got already. There were a lot of surprises and upsets and some surprising comps as well. We'll talk more about that later. But of course, it all comes down to our standings. So let's take a look together at how it shook out. You already mentioned it, Trouble. Volta's out, but many great players remain.
Yeah, absolutely. And I kind of want to take your eyes a little bit on our plains players as well. Siklemu right there on right 24, that was right the cutoff. That 1 extra point that allowed him to play today. So Clemu, we have YU Mad Pro, as you'll see here, and Lakoko. These 3 guys have played 5 days of TFT to get to this point. This will be their 5th day, and they're looking to make it 6th by qualifying to tomorrow. So what an incredible road so far for these 3 players and everyone else who joined alongside them. But for YU Mad Pro, sitting at that number 6 right there, what an incredible day 1 performance from yesterday. And also makes you must be really happy because he's also German.
Of course, always. But I do want to pull everyone's attention to the history of TFT, because since the inauguration of EMEA TFT, all of these players have made their mark and became regional champions. Travis is your current reigning champion, but he, Kubikson, and Double have the chance to be the first ever 2-time champion in our TFT history, and that would be so big, so massive, and so exciting, and I'm low-key rooting for that to happen.
And Double's in a really good position to do it as well. Currently coming as a point leader, the perennial favorite in EMEA has done it again in day 1. Just, I think, really solving the meta. We saw so many games that weren't just high roll and playing the fast 9 AP, but also playing around Void, for example, and finding success with Baron comps as well. So just really cool game from Double. But let's do a little comparison. According to a lot of top players in EMEA, Coinid has earned himself the nickname Budget Double or Temu Double, and apparently they look very much alike. They just put
the same guy on that graphic.
I'm not sure I'm buying it. I think it's more on the play style, especially in KO Coliseum. We're both playing so much Star Guardians. I think that's why the nickname really stuck with Coinid having a really great season in Set 15. But look at the AVP head-to-head. I mean, that cannot be a coincidence. Something must be going on.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, 4.17 is certainly a very, very strong AVP today. I love the little graphic that had the players to farm down there. Just, enemies that they consistently overpace. I'm not sure how that comparison goes up between Coinid and Double themselves, but I'm sure we're going to be seeing them today, Trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. And the funniest thing that Panda says, like, oh, those 2 guys played Star Guardians. Everyone played Star Guardians. That was the patch,
A few players doing it more than others. And those 2 really stood out.
Maybe some people forced it a little bit more than others. But I wanted to bring into your attention this guy right here. Yes, I'm biased maybe slightly because I'm Greek and so is he. But I feel like Og has such a great history of trying so hard to just constantly be the better version of himself. 2024 was his year. Set 12, wins TPC 2, second place in TPC 1, goes to the Crown Worlds, qualifies 20th place, has a really great showing. 2025 wins another TPC in set 15, and currently in this particular set he has been actually on an upswing. He started 31st on TPC 1, where he went out on day 1, and he's been slowly grinding TPCs, making his appearance right here. Now, of course, you guys saw the points. They don't really favor him. I think he's at 25 points, and Panda let me know that the cutoff to make it to day 3 would be about 50-something points. So he's got a lot of grind to go through, but this is a guy that has a very strong grind mindset, and in his interview with me, he said that he was so very not happy with how things were going for him. He figured out how to play Slayers back in TPC 1. I heard they're coming back into fashion, so we'll see if he can pull it off with this one again.
Guys, this Makes girl, she called me and she said to come out here and tell you a little bit about Aaliyah. I don't know what really, but I'm happy to tell you a little bit about this great player, because Aaliyah has made it here, coming through the ranked ladder from the very, very top. This is a beast in every regard. If you see this guy loading into your game, you're like, oh no, bad news coming for me on ranked. But he has also made it to the Tactician's crown before, got a 23rd place, which arguably is not the best placement you would want if you come to the Tactician's crown, but he is back with a vengeance. He has not given up on himself this set, and we are all very eager to see what he can do today and hopefully tomorrow. Panda, back to you.
All right, I got the memo. Apparently we're doing national biases, so I had no choice. I was forced to pick my good friend Dalesom, who has had a truly fantastic season. This is a player who was pretty good on ladder throughout most of his career, but he was a self-proclaimed fraud when it came to tournaments, just could not quite perform in the high-pressure situations. Coming into this season of TPC, he has the highest tournament AVP of any player in that TPC field. Truly impressive performance from him. is in the top 8 coming into this day 2, and even was able to hit 10 Noxus yesterday, so putting on a content masterclass now that Revan is not here with us in the week 2. He can really do it all, and he's been a true leader in the Spanish community this set. I think he is part of the reason why Spain has been doing so well across the entire set. So really rooting for him to do well. He's made it to day 3 before in the past at regional finals, but never has made it to TAC round. He could be the second player from Spain to do it in one set. Would be true history alongside Revan.
Well, you guys, can you just quickly take like a second with me to do like a cleansing of the space? I don't want our players to feel bad. You know, Panda's a massive cast.
Actually,
we all know this.
No, listen. Kenobi cursed Alisson yesterday, and he literally went 8th after the curse happened. We have unfortunately had to remove Kenobi from the broadcast team for today, so Alisson has a clear path to day 3.
Oh no!
Just temporarily, just one day, you know.
All right, let's bring it to something else entirely, from the players to the place, because our meta talks are ready. And today we don't just want to show you what players have been playing and their play rate, but we prepared something very special for you as well, showcasing some ingenuity. But let's start off with the tried, true, and tested trouble. What have players been playing and what has worked?
I mean, you've got your classic fast 9s, but I particularly want to show you right here the Jinx and Ahri reroll. They are very similar in the way they are being played. We have seen it over in Americas, but also in EMEA, where you're relying a lot on getting that 3-star Ahri, relying a lot on getting that 3-star Jinx. However, we have seen boards that are stable enough to just about top 4 with 2-star 4 cost and a 2-star 3 cost, which what these two comps really truly have in common. The 2-star Warwick and the 2-star Yone on the Ionia and the Jinx composition are what keeps these comps alive. We have seen a bunch of players get that top 4 and get out when you have no other choice, when you are being contested. However, we do have win percentages for the Jinx reroll. If you have the resources, if you have the reroll augment, you can actually play for the 3-star Jinx that has actually won games before.
We see some Rise Flex there as well, some Mel Flex. Overall, I think this patch is so open in terms of the types of games you can play, and the real skill is identifying, at what point in the game you should be spiking with the comp you're playing for. When it comes to rerolls, that's usually stage 3, and then you're, kind of strong stage 4, but eventually in stage 5, the fast 9 players come in, maybe on 1 or 2 lives, but they then become the strongest in the lobby. So that's what we're seeing a lot of today. Players identifying, hey, I have a weak opener in stage 2, maybe I should play towards Yone and get a free unlock, play for RE2, have a really strong and stable stage 3 and preserve HP that way. We saw Noxus reroll coming in as well, some Aphelios yesterday as well. Overall, I think it's been a really open meta, and players are starting to tune in really on how they should be playing this set.
That's right. And sometimes, they're playing really exciting things. I already gave a little bit of a hint on that. You can see it here on the graphic with the Aphelios Flex, which honestly surprised me that the play count was 6 across the tournament day. But let's take a look at one of these reroll boards, Panda, because we did see this from Dasik, and there was a lot of conditions being met in order to bring this board online. Tell me when I should be rerolling Bard Aphelios.
Whenever you have a chance to just have a strong backline and a strong frontline, this is what TFT is all about. Sure, there are meta comps you can copy paste from different websites and find success in Diamond or Master games, but at the highest level, you only have to meet 2 conditions, which is have a strong frontline, even if there's no synergies or no apparent synergy between your units, and a strong backline. And Dasik found a perfect condition to play for this. Yes, he high rolled a Garen 2 on 6, we don't talk about that, but he also hit an Aphelios 3. He was winning rounds on level 6 in stage 4 against players who were spiking on their 4-2 roll downs, and it just worked like magic. And this is something that I think only players like Dasik can really do. He's a player who plays fundamental TFT and tries to veer from the meta. Sometimes, or I think many times it backfires, but in this specific meta, it really favors his playstyle where he can cook up things and find success.
Yeah, absolutely. But that is not the only board that we have here that's exciting, because we've also been seeing the occasional, I'm saying occasional with a lot of grace here, AD carry board. And one of them has been this old school Slayer line trouble.
I feel like these sort of boards always peek their heads at around regionals, where people realize that you can top 4, sometimes you can pull off a win. There's a few things that need to be met, a few conditions that need to be met. One of them is a lot of the times either artifacts, when certain artifacts are strong, or I forgot the word for the item, but it's the upgraded items. Sorry, if someone can
Radiant.
help me here. I completely thank you, Radiant items. And a lot of combat on them as well. Because you're playing melee carries, you actually need to be stronger. So a lot of combat augments really do help break through that front line. A lot of Radiant/artifact items that make your current frontline champions stronger, like the Bel'Veth, like the Ambessa. You can pivot into something like the Aatrox later on as well. So it does have some flexibility in terms of what you hit first, whether it's the Ambessa or the Bel'Veth, whether you can get a 1-star Aatrox on your board and slam items on that. So I really like this approach. We saw it over in TPC 1 sort of coming out. There were a lot of top 4s. There were some players that actually won games with that as well. And we're seeing it coming back into this meta too.
And this comp really picks on the weaknesses of Fast9 AP. Last patch, for example, everyone was rolling down all their gold on port 2. You had this Garen 2 upgrade on every board with Giga Tank, Braum 2, etc. Now players are trying to navigate this fine line of, am I strong enough to not die on stage 4 and still make it to 9? They don't have their frontline upgraded. And these Slayers come in and they melt these front lines, get to the backline very quickly before these big bursty mages can do much of anything. And that's where players are finding success. Similar with basic Defelios comp, really. So it's all about finding these windows of time where the rest of the lobby is weak. You can win 5-6 fights in a row, and that nets you the top 4 you.
Honestly, I feel like more so than ever, portals have been such a transformative factor in this meta and this set. So I think that's something we'll definitely be on the lookout as well as we go into games to see what is actually possible. How many resources do we have? Can we go for those high caps? Or will players need to find alternative lines? That has to be the biggest takeaway for me after everything we've been seeing. But I want to direct your attention towards something that is incredibly exciting because, of course, 5 of our players will go there, and hopefully you will all be there as well. March 27th to 29th, the Tacticians Crown, the Global Championship is back. It will be broadcasted here on the channel you are watching this show on, and I mean, we have a whole host of competition trouble.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Especially if you look over here, this is what the regions are. Regional finals for APAC, China, Americas, and EMEA. These are all the representatives that will be sent over there. 40 total players, 1 to be crowned the winner. And of course, I heard some leaks coming through for the next set as well. So you definitely will not want to miss that.
Yeah,
if you're a
I want to
backseat,
go into a forest.
If you're a backseat chatter, I will say, you think you're better than these players that we're watching here in these tournaments, I have some good news for you. There is now a place that you can sign up. You can manifest your destiny as a pro player, maybe next set, maybe 2 sets from now. Like me, you will be disappointed when you try competing because these players are pretty good. But you have a chance at the very least to grind ladder, to have all the snapshot info. When's the next tournament? When's this happening? All the information is here. You'll have your own individual profile. You can personalize a little bit. And you can use this as a way to sign up for these tournaments, to qualify to these tournaments, and to maybe find yourself competing in this regional finals next set if you're very good.
And listen, if competing is not your jam, if you just want to watch and learn from the pros, you can do that as well. And you can do it in every language possible because we have a whole host of co-streamers that are ready to take you through the action. Some of them are covering EMEA, APAC, Americas. I don't know when they're sleeping, but I'm sure it has to be happening at some point. If you are ever interested in, hearing your native language in TFT, which as a German native speaker sometimes is quite terrifying, you can check out all of our co-streamers linked in our score sheet, and it's quite exciting to see all of the regions come together. I love it when there's like one remaining national player for a country to then go into the co-streams and just see everybody rooting for them. It's one of the best things.
I will say the funny thing is that on day 1, I feel like it was last week, we had so many German flags floating around and Mace was just waving her flag back and forth. Looking back at the standings right now, it's all baguette. Full French lineups everywhere. I mean, they are some of the best players in TFT that we have in EMEA. That is no joke. But it's a super cool seeing that one remaining representative, as you said, and the entire community is just backing them up. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how many French players end up getting to the crown, or tomorrow even.
Yeah, I mean, listen, with as many French players as we have in the competition, just statistically, A lot of them will also be eliminated in the upcoming games, but for now, we are getting ready to bring you game number 1 of day 5 here. You take a look at our lobby as players are getting ready for that very first game.
And some cool players to highlight here. Both Yobidashi and Deco have had their debut season in TPC this set. I think they performed at a fairly high level, placing higher than average, which is a hard thing to do when you're coming in against these veteran, experienced players. I'm happy to see them both in a position to still make day 3 if they have their good games here.
Yeah, we are quite excited to see them. Honestly, I think a big highlight is Horo X as well. Not necessarily coming from a region that gets a lot of respect within TFT. You know, Northern Legends often have some breakthrough players, but they haven't been a consistent powerhouse like the Polish, like the Dach, like the Spanish or the French community. So I'm really, really excited to see him do as well as he is doing right now. Is second in overall points with the 36, only behind Double, which I think is something you're always happy about if that's the only guy that's gapping you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not a lot of change between League and TFT. I think, yeah, the United Kingdom is not doing very well, but even if you have one representative that's doing incredible, that is more than enough to rally an entire fan base behind them, right? I'm excited about Delisum, actually. I saw earlier that he had the highest AVP in EMEA currently, and I'm looking forward to see how he's going to match up into Dasik. Dasik might not necessarily be at the very top of the points, but he is still right there on the top side of the scale, if you will. And I feel like his creativity that we mentioned earlier, that Panda mentioned earlier, and how this can backfire into a lobby with super high point earners is going to be super exciting to watch.
His teammates also in this lobby, Safo 20 at 23 points. You need, a bit of a miracle to actually try and make day 3 from this position. But Safo is that kind of player. He is a player who likes to dabble in magical comebacks, and he's an aura player. He's kind of the player who doesn't, maybe sometimes fully prep for tournaments. He just says, it is what it is. I've played enough of this set. We'll see what happens. And we'll see what happens indeed. Today, I think he'll have to have pretty much a 2 AVP to try and make it from this position. The biggest comeback we've ever seen in a tournament of this format has been around 24 points, I believe, with Tech Summers back in Set 8 Monsters Attack round. But I'm here for it. I'm here for the magic that can come from the Spanish player.
Listen, we all love a little bit of magic. Despite Raiko not being in this game with his magic tricks, I'm sure we're going to be seeing some exciting boards from these players. Tomino, also a player I do want to quickly mention here, has made an incredibly deep run at the last Tactician's crown, was the remaining hope for all of EMEA, is back to prove himself once again. Was kind of a breakthrough talent back in the previous set, and I'm so excited to see all of these players. There's some ingenuity for some of them. Dasik has been showing some crazy comps yesterday. I'm curious if that will continue to be a trend, if he's trying to play for those top 4s, or if we're actually going to be seeing some more try, true, and tested meta from him as well.
I want to mention Pepoglad as well. He's a player who, quite astonishingly, played 3 games of Slayers yesterday, which is not necessarily a meta comp right now. We touched on why you're Mad Pro playing it, but Pepoglad seems to be the player angling this quite often. He had a really good AVP on it as well, 3.6. And he's a player who I think across this entire set, he did like playing a lot of melee-oriented comps earlier patches. In the first TPC, for example. Had a bad showing in TPC for the second set in a row, but in week 1, against potentially weaker competition, he smurfed through that entire weekend. Now has made it to week 2, is on 34 points, also in a great position to make that day 3 for the first time in his career. And, Poland is not just Kubikson and Travis. There are other players that are in the scene that are fighting to find more consistent results. And I think Pepoglad maybe rose up a few sets ago already. He has not fully established himself as a consistent, A-tier player in the scene, but with a good performance this weekend, I think he's very close to doing so.
Honestly, I think we can agree on one thing, because it happened twice now in our 4 tournament days, and that statistically is way too much for me, is that at the end of the day, I don't want to see a Rise portal. I'm okay with starting the day with one, a little bit of craziness. If it has to happen, let's have it happen at the start so everybody can get their creative juices flowing. But let's not end the tournament day on a Rise portal again. This is the only ask I have for today.
Yeah, and also it's kind of interesting to see the more lower point earners versus the higher point earners? I'm assuming if you're like Horror X and you sit in literally second on the leaderboard, do you play more safe? Do you just rack up those top 4s and try to stay towards the top of the leaderboard? Because people like Tomino, Safo, Taikop, they're going to try to play a little bit more aggro, maybe look into those lines that we haven't necessarily seen too much, Darius popping its head out last week. But we're going to go straight into our game. I believe Barry and Counterfeit are ready to take us into that game 1.
Thank you so much. Honestly, Barry, this is a fantastic chance to get in right at the beginning of an incredibly important day for our players, important games for our players all the way through. As I mentioned before, our players trying to, at least in this initial portion of the day, just stay ahead of elimination, not be part of that bottom 8.
Yeah, well, not only do we have the elimination after 2 games coming in, we also have the potential for after 4 games, you're through to the final day. So for the likes of Horror, as we have in this first lobby, second in the standings overall, this is something he'll be keeping an eye on, that he does want to get over the line and into that day 3 as quickly as possible. But when we look down this particular lobby and we see the likes of Safo and Tomino, much more of an uphill battle.
Yeah, it's a really tough position to be in as a player, isn't it? When you're, the only place you can get points in the tournament is by taking them away from players who have been doing very well up until this point. We've kind of already landed on 25 as approximately being the place where it's reasonable to expect a comeback from. 27 is the current cutoff where Decob is right now. So for Tomino, we already mentioned, incredibly accomplished player in the previous set, but still has a reasonably good chance of not making it to the final day at all.
Yeah, it feels like Tomino's where we expect 25 points, you're still within that fighting chance. And this is one of the most respected players. Not to forget, in the draft yesterday, he did go all the way through to the final round of the draft. So it shows how respected he is by the other players competing. And he understands why, off the back of the best performing Western player at the Crown having such a strong showing. Safo, though, another player who could make the miracle run. Not to forget, this set, he made top 8 at the Paris Open. So that kind of shows these two players have both had very recent high-level experience.
So we start things off in this prismatic finale lobby with a little golden start to things. Do you want to touch a little bit further on what you're saying? It's so fascinating to have Dallasum and Safo in the same lobby as each other because, of course, long-time viewers will know we've only ever had regional champions from France, from DACH, and from Poland. Never one from Spain, never until the set, even a Spanish player going to the Crown at all. So we're keeping a very close eye on seeing how successful these 2 remaining Spanish players can be.
Yeah, certainly will be something we'll keep an eye on. But as we do focus in on our first game here, I'm a little bit tired of seeing these gold augments coming through. I know we are getting Prismatic Finale, thankfully, but it feels like every game we've had across not just this weekend, but last weekend, it's been so many of these Econ Opener gold augments, which the players have really lent towards, but we do see things like Legion of Threes coming through, Grab Bag coming through, leading people into these reroll lines. And as we know, when one player plays reroll, definitely opens the door for others to flourish.
And as was kind of touched on the desk as well, we've been looking at the different kinds of rerolls. We know that broadly speaking, Ari and Zoe Malzahar tend to be the 2 we've been seeing be the most successful. One of the rerolls which hasn't been seen doing as well, which is also partially a vertical, it's the Zorn line. I know certainly in EMEA, it didn't do so well in day 1.
No, these EMEA players don't know how to play Jinx. That's what I'm learning. Not just yesterday, but also last weekend. Basically, whether they're opting to reroll in Jinx or going for the tempoing off the back of the 2-star into just playing around Warwick or even trying to cap around something like Ziggs, it's not worked out almost anywhere they've tried it. And we thought that might change this weekend because we had Kabixid on the show last week and he was saying, okay, players aren't playing it correctly. We'll see next week how it's played. And then this week, it's still not been performing too well, admittedly only in the 1-day sample size.
Well, taking a quick look around as to the augments we got in place here, so Decob bringing in the Grab Bag straight away for the potential double upgrade. I think he might have actually already spent it on getting the Sejuani 2 online very, very early on. We've got Dasik as well, And Yobidashi mentioned, of course, the Legion of Threes. So we've got a lot of players who are trying to find at least some more power from the 3-cost bag, if not necessarily going for a full reroll.
Yeah, I think, as you said, looks like potentially 3 even. Daysik angling it as well with hefty rolls, so should open up them all to have a little bit more success. The problem is some of these players that are re-rolling some of the unlockable champions, then it doesn't really help you too much when we see things like Noxus being re-rolled. It doesn't actually make it much easier. But in this particular game, it looks like quite a few players are leaning towards it. And then the rest of them, as we've seen so much of, probably will be trying to get to level 9 to get to these massive high cap legendary boards.
Well, for Yobidashi, going for Legion of Threes, so one of our players who probably won't be going for the super high cap, but what we have ended up with is a quick striker emblem. It feels like there's a lot of promise there. I know certainly yesterday we were seeing, and across week 1 as well, that there is a decent amount of mileage to be found in the Draven Darius as just being generally solid units right now.
Yeah, could definitely open that up. We could just see Jinx and then a quick striker to enable it alongside Warwick, but as you said, Draven, LeBlanc, Darius, we've seen that flourish as well. So we do get into our carousel here. A few of the 3 costs that are already been angled by our players available to be grabbed here.
Okay, so taking a look into our lobby overall as we do get the extra bits coming in, we see Daysik doing well so far. I mean, we had mentioned it before at the pre-show, him taking the Aphelios lines, the more unusual rerolls. It looks like with the hefty rolls, he's actually managed to get very early into the Malzahar Zoe ball. We're only 2-4, and I believe he's got a Leona 2, a Malzahar, and a Zoe already alongside a Bard. So it feels like Daysik's got an incredible start to this game.
Yeah, certainly has, and he's played some janky lines, I'll say. He's made them work, but he's definitely been the player willing to experiment a little bit more, but on something that we know is strong this time round. Clearly already had a couple of the pairs rolled for that Bard unlock, sitting in a really, really good position off the back of it, and we've seen him make really a lot of different things work, so actually playing something that we know is a bit more meta, maybe a bit more comfortable for him.
Yes, and I think a little bit more comfortable for anyone who's hoping to see him do well. He's on 28 points, so he's certainly very far away from safe, but up against the Yobidashi in this round, I imagine we'll see Daysik continue to be strong because we certainly, we've seen longer term with this come, how the 3-star Leona becomes unkillable, but for this point in the game, the 2-star is more than sufficient.
Yeah, and I think when you glance around the lobby and but these players are very aware of what the meta is. The declaw coming in as well, just early on. It's very, very AP heavy. We see already people are slamming the likes of Nashers, the likes of JG, so you know that's going to be a pretty solid slam. But Sappho here, eyeing up the 5 loss with this patient study. And this is a player that kind of does need to do this. He's 23 points. We talked about Tamino being at 25 as the chance to make the cutoff. Sappho kind of needs the miracle run, so it makes sense that he's going to be the player opting for try lose streak, maximum greed, and see if he can pull it off.
On the opposite end of there, I mean, Tamino with almost the same point score has managed to find his way to, of course, one of the most promising lines overall. We know that generally, the big comps have been Demacia Vertical, Mel, and Rise, but the start here for Mel is very, very good indeed. I think Tamino, yes, should just be able to hold on to the streak the whole way through the stage. So he's off to a great start, knowing that he'll need a lot of money eventually to get this board online.
Yeah, 2 players keep their win streak. Sappho, unfortunately, looks like he potentially came up against Yobidashi there, so doesn't keep that loss streak going. But for Daysik and Tamino, things are going swimmingly, and as you said, Tamino, player that does need the big result. Daysik, or very clear direction here, so he's going to be sitting very pretty as we progress through this game. I mean, how do you kill this?
I don't think you do. I think you start to accept that sometimes people are going to high roll like crazy. It's so it's so strange to be at this point though for our players. For Daysik, Decob, Tamino, and Sappho in this lobby, we've only got 3 lobbies total running right now. But to be at this point where you can say this journey, which for some of these players has brought them through several distinct stages. We've got play-in players still in the competition. We've got week 1 players still in the competition. To get to this point and not make the final day, it's going to happen. But just to have that on your mind while you're playing, it's going to be a lot of pressure.
I think a lot of these players, though, they've made it back into TPC. They've avoided that scary 30-second position where you're not guaranteed it. So even if you go out, obviously they would be devastated. A lot of these players are aiming for that crown appearance, but keeping your competitive career alive and being able to maintain competing at the highest level. But we do check in here with Dalisom, who has been the rising star of the Spanish scene, and Spain having such a strong set, a player that right now he is on the cutoff. He's sitting at 31 points. If he keeps this up, he will potentially be in that top 8, so more of the same he'll be hoping for.
Yes, as you mentioned before, it was very important for our top scoring players to be at the very top at the end of round 4. To get that instant promotion just reduces the chances of any bad games maybe coming your way just at the very tail end. We've seen some incredible players still have that happen to them. The Dalisom will take another L. Keep an eye on Tamino and Daisy. They both maintain their streaks up at the top. Eventually on the collision course, but our second augment comes in. So we've got Prismatic to end the lobby and second as well.
And now we do have a spicy one. We've got double Prisma guaranteed coming in here. Already that's just sort of spatter into the works, and there's another one coming around the corner. So we see Tamino here opting for Destiny, which is a bit of a risk, but on the back of the streak, gets the Thieves' Gloves coming through, which is really, really nice. If you're the player that's keeping this streak going, that's just so much power that he's got coming through.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. I wonder if we could take a quick look at Pepoglad in particular, though, because as a player we haven't had a chance to talk about it yet. And his particular augment setups as our only Polish player in the lobby, it's a pretty different setup we might expect otherwise. I mean, under other circumstances, I'd assume that we were looking at a Zoe, Malzahar reroll situation, but of course we already know that we've got Dasik heavily invested into that line already.
Yeah, did opt for the Pandoras, which is quite a bit of a risk anyway, so we'll be able to see if it does pay off. We've seen a lot of players favour this in the past. Mainly they are French, as the nickname French Bench comes through for it, so Pepoglad breaking the mold slightly, see if the Polish can have just as much luck.
Do you see, as we can see on both sides from Yobidash as well, that we've got the Spirits Ionia, the stacking Ionia in this lobby, so it does seem to be popular. I'd be assuming for Pepoglad that we're looking at more the RE Kennen reroll, which I suppose at least with the bench and enough patience will eventually be undeniable.
Checking in here with HorrorX, though, did get that birthday reunion coming through. A little bit of a safer pick in Prismatic Finale, when you have there's so many of these Prismatics that can leapfrog you up to that level 9. And this is a player that's actually the highest points leader in this lobby. So really integrated a lot more into the EMEA scene this time round. We know he's been practicing with the likes of Kabixen, the likes of Travis, and that's really good to see. We're seeing that paying off quite well for him, clearly, because he's having such a strong performance so far. Learning from the Polish, he's like, okay, they're one of the top regions in EMEA, I'll just leech a bit of info.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, HorrorX from his season coming to this one was very variable. It was actually trending downwards as the season went forward. So we started off the TFT Pro circuit very well, and then started getting worse and worse results. So I was quite worried about him coming into the event, but so far he has been doing spectacularly well. And while he is getting a little hammered so far in terms of HP, he's maintained a 7-round loss streak, and that's no mean feat.
Getting into Carousel here, Tamino, the only player to keep that streak going. We saw on the other side, LeBlanc 2 came through now. We'd previously seen he'd got that Band of Thieves, those Thieves' Gloves just providing so much power. So keeping that massive streak going on. Dasik here also took the Prism of Destiny, getting the Tiniest Titan with that hefty rolls would give him a lot more time to find his composition. But considering how strong he was already, I think he would have been potentially hoping for maybe a little bit of combat power coming through, but Tiniest Titan is going to keep him alive for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, certainly if you otherwise going to end up in a situation where you have to wait a little while for your board to come online, this will definitely keep Dasik afloat and make sure that, and again, on 28 points, that he's very unlikely to tumble out anytime soon. I suppose the only kind of concern really for Dasik at this point is the items aren't quite amazing. For Tamino, though, as you mentioned, with all these Thieves' Gloves, with the access early to Noxus 5, this is such a smooth ride to what will eventually become a terrifying late-game board as well.
Yeah, and Pepoglad does not want to see this loading in on the other side, a player that's already starting to bleed out a little bit here, coming up against our lobby leader. And Tamino, this is exactly the start of the day he'll want. He's got, as we touched on, he's got to make that miracle run. He's got to get over that initial hurdle and keep his tournament alive after 2 games. But then he's got to keep pushing on up the standings. And this is exactly what he wants to see. He wants to be playing the game on his terms. It's such a commanding position in this particular lobby. And coming off the back of that incredible crown performance, Peter, he'll be feeling real good about himself.
And I think it's worth reinforcing that point as well. If Tamino hadn't made top 8, it would have meant that no EMEA player would have made it into the top 8 of the set championships at all. And we would have, really started to have our star fade from the international scene. So definitely, I think a lot of people
always have, we get one in there quite often to save face.
We get a lot of second places, I say, ultimately.
That's
which
true.
I think it's crazy to miss. But one day, Barry, we're back on top.
We are due one. It's been a while.
That's what we say every set. Oh, Yobidashi though, he's due to see what he did with the quick strike emblem. I keep want to say Quicksilver emblem because he's got Quicksilver on him as well. Looks like he's also gone into the Ionia. You mentioned that we could see a few different options. I mentioned a few different options as well, but it seems like with Spirits being the Ionian type, it's very popular in this lobby. I think there's 4 different players all playing some form of Ionia in their comp.
Dallasum is a true 0. We don't have any gold. We're not making 10. We went to 7 and we dug a little bit to try find. We see we have the Kennen pair and the Ari pair. Was opting for a little bit of a try hit that spike, but this is suddenly a very dicey spot to be in. We talked about how Ari is pretty stable on 2-star, but you still need to eventually get to 3-star. You can't just never reach it, and he'll be hoping for a big bailout econ-wise as he gets to his 3rd op.
Well, I'd ask you to maybe if you can do some mind reading for us here, because right now Dallasum, Pebbleclad, Sappho, and Yobidashi have all broadly got the same board as each other. They've all got, Ari loaded up with the AP items and a whole bunch of Ionians to make sure that she hits a little bit harder. But given that players like Dallasum are spending so hard to, as we see now, get the 2-star Ari online, I'm kind of wondering what you think the reasoning is here. Is Spirits just strong enough to mean that half the lobby should be pushing for it?
I think some of these players have lent into it, realized it's so contested, and been like, "Oh, I'll just roll now. I'll hit the 2-star before everybody else, then maybe try push off the back of it." They're going to be in quite a rough spot for all of them, and we see Dallasum committing so many resources, only now just hitting the Ari 2-star. And even when you look around, you see the likes of Sappho is actually item holding the Ari as well for the time being. That just delays a lot of these players that are looking for it. So, yes, Spirits is very strong, but we are going to be having a double prismatic lobby. Players are going to be getting to level 9 and making really, really strong boards, and 3 players angling the same reroll line. It's not going to work out too hot.
Yeah, I kind of want to open up that conversation as well, because I think Meg's mentioned it on the opening desk as well, how much of a difference as our prismatic 3rd ornament comes in. To be in a lobby like this where we've got, as you said, the double prismatic, we've got some of our players who are choosing to actually go for more economic side, though it looks like for the most part, for our 3rd augment, the majority of players going for some form of combat power, and Tamino, the absolute mad lad, has gone for the golden egg on top. That's a statement choice.
I mean, if you're going to pick egg, you're 90 HP, you're pretty strong, you have the time to be able to bleed out off the back of it, and he is also one of our players that knows he needs a big result. So I think the stars have aligned for this being this is an egg spot. You can see actually he's hit a decent amount of upgrades as well. Already does have an Ambessa, so we'll be getting that Mel pretty quickly. Should be able to not take too big of a loss throughout this stage. A lot of people are going to be stronger than him, but hopefully he can avoid taking too big of a hit.
We see Yobidashi on the other side, his first egg opponent. We've got the Yone in place already, up to 2-star with the quick striker and the Quicksilver. In this case, we see actually, even with the Ionian players having to fight against each other to get their board online, Yobidashi has managed to break away from the crowd, and Tamino takes his first loss, the consequence of taking a 0 impact prismatic augment.
Yeah, does now get the Mel in at least. Is getting the additional T-Sclubs coming through, so should be a little bit stronger. As we check back in here with Sappho, things are looking pretty rough in this particular game. He's played quite open. He's left himself fairly flexible. He's got to this position where he's got the Mel unlock, he's upgraded his Seraphine now. But a lot of players had very, very clear direction, and Sappho opting more so to kind of see what arrives at level 80, a very risky way to play the game.
I'm not feeling comfortable about his chances at all. Remember, Sappho is a player who needs an absolute miracle run to join Dallas in the Sun, and in fact, it'll be his countrymen who will be facing in this round. I don't think Sappho could die off of this one, very likely, but we'll see if it's good enough to get the win back. Yone will go through very quickly. I think it's going to be probably the best loss he could have hoped for. I hope I'm not wrong, and I'm not. He's down to 6.
Yeah, I mean, he has this retribution, which you have two-handed justice on top of the Ambassador. It's giving you crit on top of Mel, but still not what you're wanting. And that prismatic augment really not adding an awful lot, and then having hold the line on top of it just doesn't have the upgrades and really is lacking the items here. As we do get into carousel, a couple of spatulas, a couple of pans that players can potentially look for. We see a few of them instantly grabbed there. See if Sappho's able to turn his game around off the back of finding this.
Yeah, not bad at all for Yobadashi. We'll have to see what he ends up doing with that one. Remember, it's the Legion of Threes player, so will benefit greatly from being able to just find another emblem to throw into the composition as long as it's something somewhat relevant. But for Sappho, it's all on the line in this coming round.
Level 9 odds.
Level 8. All right. I mean, why not, really?
Play for your outs. Play for your... He knew it. He'd take the Noxus emblem off the carousel, potentially down a full item. No worries. Mel2's coming along. Just ideally needs one of these 2-star frontliners, though. This is the issue here. He's got Taric 1, Swain 1, Scatter 1. Mel, 2 stars great, but she needs a really, really long fight to get going.
Yes, it feels like for Sappho, we were a couple of rounds away from PvE up against Teacom on the other side, who managed to find its way through to the Zillion, of course, we discussed quite a lot yesterday as being a fantastic bridging tool to these late game boards. It does mean that the Teacup's board isn't as strong as it will be right now, which means Sappho gets to survive one more round, stacks up that Mel a little bit, and is now one round away from some form of safety and stability to get his board fully realized.
Yeah, this Mel is absolutely just deleting things. We saw it there. Having the triple Hodge now, at least he has the multiple damage dealers, able to spread that around, so does give him the option. We saw Pepperclad just walking over to the board thinking, okay, I mean, you were dead and this Mel spawned in, so what about that then? But we see actually our Yone player here, Yobadashi, had that Legion of Threes early on. The quick striker emblem didn't really know where he was taking this and hasn't worked out exactly what he would have wanted.
No, but I mean, for Daisy, of course, he had the most incredible start in the world. That's landed him in a relatively comfortable 3rd place. So we've got our Zoe upgraded, we've got our Leona upgraded as well, and we're relatively close to Malzahar upgraded. So I think it feels like Daisy, as you would hope and expect, is in a decent spot. But Sappho fighting one more time for his life. We'll see if at least he's up against Timino, who of course has the egg and therefore a weaker board than he would have otherwise. Seems like Sappho will make it through to the other side, which must be a huge breath of relief for him.
Yeah, pretty good matchup for both players, really. Tamino got a few kills, able to pick up a decent loss. Sappho getting the win there. We see Tamino throwing the emote. The players are starting to notice that this Mel did kind of just spawn in, but Tamino was able to at least pick up 1 round win throughout stage 4 here, taking some good losses, so is still sitting pretty in HP. So we do check in here with one of our players that forced towards this Ari line, pushed everybody off it a little bit, said to Yobadashi, you can go push level up for this, I have Pandora's, there's no way I'm pivoting off this.
Yes, it has been such a strange game for this, because you're right, Pepperclad really should have the claim to the line exclusively, but it's been such a long game with so many other players building this unit, so even with the bench, we're still not exactly where we would like to be. Still though, Peppo has got slightly more HP left in the tank than Sappho does. We'll see if he can hit any lucky rerolls. Unfortunately, the bench is not quite there. We saw, of course, Volta famously using this in the previous days. It is a very volatile strategy, but one that has a very high ceiling.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it makes the game a little bit more difficult for some of the other reroll players as well. You have to keep an eye on what is on their bench. We saw Dasik there already had the Leona, so wouldn't have been an issue. But throughout the game, Day6 would have been looking across and thinking, okay, can I roll, or are all my units currently in play? But we see here, has actually arrived at everything, still is sitting at 50 gold as well, has the tiniest Titan, so is going to be healing and staying relatively healthy for the rest of the game. Sitting in a pretty good position. We often see this composition so expensive, difficult to get to level 9. Day6 will be able to make his way all the way up.
Yeah, not having to spend his bank account is fantastic, and Arcanist Emlo as well for the Malzahar, just to make sure that he will cast like crazy, really tear some chunks out of Horror, who was on a 3-round win streak. Now we'll have that taken away from him. As we look down the right-hand side, we can start to see something for Sappho. He's building up a streak. Peppo will hit the 3-star Ari, so he's hoping to streak out the bottom. I'm sure Yobidashi is hoping the same. So we've got a lot of volatility coming from our bottom 3 especially, but Dallasum as well, he's not too far away from potentially being an early casualty as well.
No, certainly he isn't. As dropping down to 16 HP, doesn't really have anything going as well. You look at the players below him, Sappho, obviously this big Mel hit, Peppoglad finally arriving at Ari, Dallasum just playing a normal Yone board along with Yobidashi. We thought the 3 of them on a similar line would struggle.
It's ironic indeed to hit the Ari and then come across Yobidashi and potentially kill him and put those units back into the pool. We'll see what the full 3-star version of Ari can do. Remember, of course, it's Spirit, so if all of these units here are getting stronger as the round goes on, but we can see it's tough to put down that Yone when you're an AoE unit and he goes face to face. Peppoglad, that's going to be so frustrating, taking down by just one of his competition.
Yeah, and Peppoglad coming up a player that, yes, doesn't have the 3-star, but is level 9, does have artifacts on top of it, a little bit more combat power coming through from the augments. And Sappho here, on a bit of a streak now, 4 wins in a row, has finally got it to the front line. There was a few rounds where it was a little precarious. We'd hit this Mel, but the front line basically didn't exist. Now we've got 2 of the big upgrades hit already. More items coming through as well, so able to get 3 on top of that Seraphine. And Dallasum now, one of our other Ionia players, facing elimination.
Oh boy, it's great to see our 2 Spanish players left in the competition next to each other on the scoreboard, both with 1 life. I thought for a second they were going to load in against each other, but at least they are spared that for now. Yobidashi, really the only other player who could be eliminated before Sappho and Dallasum end up facing against each other. I mean, we can see these boards Dallasum got here. It's very, very good indeed, but Day6 up to the final version of his board. The stacking is 2, the 3 stars are too strong. Dallasum is out of there. You can see he's not happy at all. He's been putting on a hell of a performance, and this is not the way he wanted to start week 2, day 2.
2 out of 3 so far, our Ionia players dropping out into that bottom 4. Yobidashi, the one keeping the hopes alive, but very high chance that all 3 do fall out. And maybe a lesson to be learned that, okay, you can 2-way play the line, but 3-way is going to be very, very difficult. And Sappho, the player that's really on a streak now, tearing up the standings. He was relieved to see quite a few of these players fairly weak, to give him a couple of free hits there and gain some positions, but he really needs to get a first Peter in this lobby.
No, he does. No, honestly, I think if you're a Spanish TFT fan, you're happier to see Sappho do well than Dallasum, just because Sappho needs it more than Dallasum does, who's at least remains in a relatively comfortable position. Decup, though, who haven't looked for a little while, has built up a very interesting Freljord Invoker board from very early on. Has managed to sneak a Silas into the side, which isn't a unit we've actually seen a ton of in this lobby so far.
Yeah, and Sappho here making the most of the Skada. He's been using it to gain a little bit of backline access. Coming up against another one of our Noxus players, Tamino, though, still only on the Mel 1, doesn't have 3 items on top of it. So Sappho, we'll see if his front line is big enough to survive.
I think Sappho very glad to have got the blast shield to buy a little bit more time, but it's not going to be good enough. What a heartbreaker. I think that's pretty much going to be it for Sappho in the competition. He needed a miracle run. He's not going to get one. Yobidashi, I believe, yes, will stay alive. So DW and Yobidashi on low HP, but 2 Spanish players out in the bottom 3. Not a good early start.
Yeah, and Sappho played this game on a knife's edge. There was a couple of rounds where you thought, okay, he's definitely eliminated here. But there was just that glimmer of hope. But ultimately, when you are 1 life, you often do just need that little bit extra cushion. Sometimes you can be as strong as a player, but the positioning isn't exactly worked out as you want. But Horo here, on track for a middle of the pack finish, which considering where he's in the standings would be very, very good. Tamino has the potential to be our big winner from coming out of this game.
Yes, we see no more egg. We'll just get confirmation as to what the cash out ended up being, but we've got ourselves a pretty damn impressive board, whichever component parts came from the egg. We've got Noxus 7 in the mix. We can see the front lines do bounce relatively quickly. I'm so impressed though. Day6's board up against a cashed out Tamino board still gets the win against him.
And Day6 had so many rolls coming through off the back of the hefty rolls, having that wand overflow as well, getting items on everybody. So even though the egg cash out for Tamino had came through, still not able to pick up the win there. We do see Yobadashi, Decob, as he said, falling out. So we do have our top 3 here. Day6 on this Targon reroll line, Tamino into the Mel Noxus legendary soup, and Horo chugging along on a Demacia game, getting that Dragon Guards going. We know how Demacia has been very, very reliable just to get you in to these top 4s.
We are getting confirmation the egg was Force of Nature, the 5 costs, and a whole bunch of goals. So I think that's why, yes, it wasn't as immediately obvious what Tamino had gotten from the egg, just a raw increase of power. But again, this feels like a statement game for him. So dominant early on, taking the highest risk augment he could possibly take to make sure that he gets what he needs to stay ahead of the elimination wave, starting from game 2.
Tamino having the Band of Thieves problem, where we saw he had 2 items on top of a Draven, he's got a Band of Thieves on top of his Briar. You get to the late game and you're like, okay, this was very good, but now I'm out of units, so not getting as much value as you would have liked. But Horo here, picking up that previous win, making the most of this Dragon Guards, put together a really, really strong Demacia board.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, we've seen from our stats coming in from day 1, it's still a very, very popular board and a very solid board indeed. But I find it hard to believe the idea that it could match up against this absolutely capped version of Tamino's board. We can see, you know, just ripping through to the other side. I think we get ourselves at least a relatively okay loss, but Horo is the least HP and now has no HP at all. We're left with Day6 and Tamino, Russian and Slovakian players left as our top 2. And I think it's worth reiterating, we've never had a regional champion from anywhere but Poland, the Dark region, or of course from France. So keeping very close eye on players who seem to have a promising start to day 2.
It was touched on the desk that we have a lot of countries that have the solo representative or the one player that can make that miracle run. And that's exactly what we want to see. We want to see that a player coming forward and representing their region, potentially their local league. So we've got 2 players here trying their best to do so.
I'm fascinated to see how these match up against each other because, you know, it's kind of quite rare to see the full power version of this board. I suppose as we see Shirima already coming in for Tamino on the other side, we see that his board really just is running over this matchup. Now, we should at least have one more go of this, but I'd imagine it's quite hard for Day6 to make his board too much more powerful.
Yeah, and even if he does, he probably needs to win 2 rounds based on the fact Tamino's got a little bit of a buffer here. He's not going to roll over him in any fight, so it does make it quite difficult. Day6 is healing off the back of Tiny's Titan, but hasn't actually made it to level 9, is stuck 8, which I did think it was possible he would have got there, and maybe didn't need to in this particular game, but obviously trying to get the value from hefty rolls as well, it's a difficult balance to make.
Sorry, I just noticed that we did get the Radiant output from the Mel, and it was a Radiant blue buff.
That's pretty good. Didn't need the help, but you know.
That's when you get it, isn't it? You're like, I do not need something to pull me out of a corner here, but instead Tamino, I suppose it will let him run across the finish line in style. You can see Day6 just kind of waiting for this one to run out because, you know, there's not too much more he can do. Very, very one-sided game towards the tail end, but I think a testament to how dominant Tamino has been. You can see he's looking a lot more chipper than Day6 is.
Yeah, Day6, at this point, he's like, okay, Tiny's Titan got me into the top 2, but now it's kind of keeping me around to just get beaten a couple extra times. So not really much he can do here. Tamino even has the potential for more upgrades coming through. He has some of these legendaries are only 1 star. We see it's just a 1-star Mel as well. He's got the Zereth charm every round, which is going to be additional power. So it's really, really difficult for Daisy to do anything here. But he knows that 28 points coming into this one, starting off with a second off the back of a reroll land, there's always going to be somebody in a double prismatic lobby that is able to get to this Exodia board. And when they have an egg, it's even more enhanced.
Yeah, and honestly, for Daisy and Tamino especially, it's a very, very meaningful game, as we've been saying. On the lower point span against players like Dalasan, who came into this one extremely strong. To be able to get the points off of the top performing players is a miracle unto itself. Of course, they'll need to do it again in the game yet to come. But right now, Tamino will be handing out another substantial L to Dasik. I will have to see if this is enough to actually finish off what has been a very one-sided round again and again. We get a little taste of just how strong Dasik's board could be under other circumstances, but Tamino's on another planet.
Okay, relatively close. He looked better that time round, but we are still fighting here. The tiniest Titan keep him alive for another bout. In an awkward position where you could spend your rolls to get the HP from hefty rolls, but I think he's knowing that he needs to try win one round and then go 9, and then the possibility to win that other. As we saw, it was relatively close, and just to see going for the Leona actually not getting targeted immediately here, wants the rest of the front line to fall down and then everybody to be stuck on that Leona afterwards.
It's a rare thing indeed to get to play the same matchup again and again and again, quite as often as this time round, but we'll see. Again, remember, Tamino, the best performing player at the Crown last season. He did incredibly well coming through. I think this will be his crowning moment from game number 1. A spectacular finish. He cracks the egg. He cracks top 1 and secures maximum points from 25 all the way up to above 30. He has started the day right.
Both players really, really happy there. We can see it on the cams. Dasik satisfied with that second place, kind of chuckling knowing that there's not an awful lot he could have done to out-edge that Tamino composition. But Tamino, we touched on it, 25 points is the miracle run potential, and he has started exactly as he wanted.
Yeah, honestly, it's the makings of a player, isn't it? Especially when you come into a situation like this, and even if you're a player who doesn't necessarily know for certain that you've got what it takes to pull it out when it counts the most. But hey, that's only our first game done today. After the next game, of course, we'll be cutting our bottom 8. But for now, we'll be headed to a short break. We'll hear from our analysts, and then we'll dive straight back into that first elimination game of the day. So stay tuned, and regionals will resume in a couple of minutes' time.
Always rises. Cannons. rises. Cannons.
Welcome back here after that short, teeny tiny break. And I feel like we got a little bit of a treat to start this day off with that double prismatic lobby here. I will quickly mention, some of us are apparently Mortdog's favorite. We saw him in chat. I don't know if he did a little blessing for Dasik there, but finding that Leona Zoe opener, finding that Leona 2 on 2-5, a little bit obscene. And I think that did signal to the rest of the lobby that reroll was going to be played and maybe let down into those Aries. We'll talk about them in just a second. But before we go there, Trouble, we also saw a really creative board in there from Horo.
Oh yeah, I feel like Horror X gave us back, you know how we mentioned like the good vintage Rise? That was good old vintage Demacia Vayne. However, he used the Vayne as a placeholder to then pivot into a Kaisa carry, which also pairs up really nicely with the Vayne, and a Demacia frontline. I found, we talked a bit earlier, like Horrocks is second in points, right? 36. He doesn't necessarily have to dig too deep for those points. He just has to be very consistent and rack them up. And getting that third place right here, playing something that no one else was touching in the entire lobby, I think was pretty clever.
I think Horox saw the Ionia Fiesta and he said, I just have to play for an easy top 4 here. Nothing else is required of me. But Tomino, on the other hand, I think played a marvelous game of TFT. And I think really established what the 4-2 augment pick does for your game. He had 90 HP coming into 4-2. He's playing for a fast 9 AP strategy where you're usually playing it from a high roll opener. You win a lot of stage 2. That bleeds out to wins in stage 3 as well. But stage 4, you have so much HP, you don't need to win stage 4. You want to just win stage 5. And what augment perfectly pairs with this game plan? Golden Egg. You sack your HP, you eventually catch the golden egg on stage 5, and if you do that cash out, you are going to 100% be the strongest player in the lobby, as we saw here. So Tamina just a perfect read on where he should be winning his rounds in this game, and was able to reach the highest possible cap, even beating out Day 6 early high rolls with the 3 costs.
I just quickly want to mention that usually when you play around those 3 cost rerolls, you don't want another person to contest you. What you certainly don't want is 3 other people to contest you, which happened in this game, unluckily. We did have some signifiers for that Quick Striker emblem, that Pandora's Bench, but in the end, it just wasn't good enough. 3 of our 4 contesters on the Ari Ionia line taking the bottom standings there. But let's take a look at our standings and how they shook out after game number 1.
And looking at someone like Clemu, someone like Sappho, someone like Og, who we are seeing did not have the result they needed to try and climb out of this rut. They needed to find a consistent 2nd or 3rd place across every game today, and that is not what they got.
Yeah, that's a super rough start. We were talking to Jeduzor actually last week. It was about starting your game off with an 8th or a 7th, and he's like, that can shake you up, you know, especially when you know you're at the bottom of the standings and you need to start racking up the points. However, looking towards the very top of the board, Horex with those 6 points remains second on that. So a lot of the top earner players, again, playing a more standard top 4, get your points and get out, make it to day 3 tomorrow would possibly be the best case scenario for them.
Raiko mentioned he was playing for top 4s, but I did not see a top 4 there. I saw a 1st place now leading the pack alongside someone like that. I think Raiko has had a fantastic season of TFT, and I am so for it if he makes day 3 finally, and if he has a chance to make TAC round. Representing a country like Italy that we really don't have that many top players would be a great thing to see.
Yeah, I agree. I think a similar story for X. Yes, Lalana made a deep run before, but similar vibe. I just want those players to do well. We saw how that can go with Tomino in the last set, and it's just a beautiful thing for everybody to come together. But of course, this time at the Tactician's Crown, there will be more than just one EMEA player in the final 8, right? We can all agree on that.
I'm not speaking on this matter, or else I will get blamed for cursing players 3 weeks before the fact. So I'll stay silent. I plead the fifth.
Listen, there's way too many internationals going on right now. League of Legends, the Tactician's Crown coming up the week after. We're just not going to speak EMEA, okay? We're just not going to do that.
I will say I've been watching APAC this weekend, and I think there are some demons coming from APAC into the TAC round this set. They've been playing some truly creative TFT. I've been very impressed, more so than even in EMEA and America. So I think it's gonna be tough. The competition will be absolutely tough in that final TAC round weekend.
Okay, you guys are not selling me the hopium I needed. I'm sure chat has got it, you know? Sometimes you gotta manifest those things. I'm asking you guys, surely there will be more than one. You're like, oh, I don't think it can happen. APEC is so strong. What's up with you? Come on!
I'm being real, mate.
It has to be the anti-curse. It's like, oh my god,
5 years
China
casting
again, they're gonna win.
Gotta keep it real.
That is wild. Well, we are getting ready for game 2, of course. There was a lot in that very first game that already took things closer together. Double taking that 6th place there, was the leader in the standings, now moving a little bit down. That's usually what you want to happen. And I believe statistically, when we're talking about this a little bit, on pure math, even the lowest point players still have a chance if they do like a really deep run of just first places, but it'll be very, very hard.
Yeah, you see Og right there with only 1 point, got an 8th in the last game. Straight into the soldier positioning, which kind of shows a little bit of despair, right? Especially when you're not mathematically eliminated, but you're statistically eliminated, or you're gonna have to play the best games of your life back to back to back to back for 5 games in a row.
Well, we are going to be going into our game with Barry, Baden, and Counterfeit, so take it away, guys.
All right, thank you so much. Into game 2 then, Barry. With this is our elimination game for the players who cannot reach the cutoff, which currently is at 33 points. So we're mentioning for some of our players, you know, that's going to be, I believe, yeah, impossible for some and near impossible for others. Certainly relying on a lot of stars aligning for our lower points players to even make it to round 3 today.
Yeah, Jeddah saw right above the cut coming into this one. So living on a knife's edge, we see Zyko a little bit behind, so he's going to need a big result here, and not the start to the day for the French players they would have wanted to see. We saw in the standings there some representatives from regions that haven't had as strong of a showing in the past, but France actually falling down a little bit. So some of the players here, they've got to up the game, but we do see a lot of players like Vom and Death very much within a chance of climbing even further up the standings.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's worth mentioning, the most populous country in the regionals, of course, is France. France has nearly half of the regional titles in EMEA that have ever been made, but that have only, I believe the one player, Double 61, in the top 8 right now is astonishing. We've got the 2 tough players, My Pro Leah in there. We've got Vix and Travis from Poland in there as well. We could be in for a pretty dramatic sea change, but Leah, who's in this game with us, will be one of those harbingers of those changes if he can keep going.
And rewarded here, sold off his board, knew that Viego was strong enough to be able to win the round on his own, had the ball coming through, and makes 10 off the back of it. And we do see our augments are 2-1, 2-2, and 2-3. So we're going to have a lot of excitement very early on, and then that's it. So make sure you're paying attention for these first few rounds.
So maybe we're hoping for players to look for some pretty strong direction out of these early augments, and for Zyko, for Org, and for Experian as well. And Leah, we're seeing some very definitive directions being taken. For Zyko, going to try for the random emblems. We've got, of course, the aura farming for Org, the clear mine for Jedusor, and then reroll for Leah and for Experian as well. So we'll see what this lobby ends up looking like, as Zyko has ended up, I believe, with at least, I just got one of them, the Noxus emblem in place there. So that is a fantastic hit.
Okay, picking up the aura farming, getting a Shavada, which can go into pretty much every single variant, but player that does need a big result, so it kind of makes sense that he would be the player to opt for this, but it's so risky committing to things. Yes, you can go something like hefty rolls, but the next 2 rounds might just completely shut off reroll as an option for you. So I think some of the players that have taken things like bodyguard training, like trade sector, leaving themselves a little bit open to see what the next round has in store.
All right, so augment number 2, what have we got?
Here we go.
Skull again, and oh my gosh, I thought maybe we'd see someone bold enough to go for Zahen, but not this time, but
Aura farming enters ahead. I think you're packing up your 8th pretty early on if you go for that one. But you see, is another gold
I would have a
ornament.
dream. Okay, so we've got another player who is decided to go, well, not necessarily into the reroll side of things, but Vomadeth goes for the double lesser duplicators and instantly brings his LeBlanc up to 2-star. It's a bold choice, but these are times requiring of bold choices, Barry.
Yeah, it certainly is, but did lose the first round, so we see sometimes the double dupe come through and you're pretty confident you can streak, but we'll be guaranteeing that. We do see another aura farming here for Zyko off the back of spreading roots, so very, very gamble focused for his first 2 picks. Does get the Annie though, which is aura farming has been getting a little bit of hate from some of us here on the broadcast, but Annie has kind of been when it's stepped up to the plate, and see already Sam's that adaptive down. Should be in a pretty good position to get there. Will we have triple gold in the first 3 rounds, or anything else lined up? Prismatic,
No.
Okay. Spicier now all of a sudden.
I mean, I was really hoping we'd see a hard commit come in here as well. You just throw everything to the wind, see what happens. So, okay, so let's get some kind of prediction here. We've got 3 augments from the very beginning of the game: 2 gold, 1 prismatic. That's a massive injection of power compared to where the game should be at this point. What should we kind of be anticipating? How does this kind of shape the game differently than a regular game of TFT would be?
I mean, it's just going to be so high resources. Multiple econ augments coming through early just accelerates the game into such a ridiculous state. I mean, we see players are going to have so many more items than they normally do very early on. We see a lot of players opting for things like spreading roots coming through, and that just to give you the direction, and then you can pick the next couple augments to suit that. But as we do see, there's just does mean we're going to have a very, very accelerated game, and players are going to be so much further ahead of tempo than they normally would be.
Gosh, I'm trying to keep up with everything that everyone's been putting in. So Org, I believe, let's see, so I believe that's the Cursed Crown, if I don't miss my guess, and I always get confused between the 2 augments with these spatulas.
It is. We've got a...
I was questioning myself, like, surely not.
I believe it is. We'll have a check over. He's got aura farming as well for his first pick, so Org's low down in the standings, and he knows that he needs a pretty crazy result to turn this game around.
Gosh, doubling up on the damage you take for battle, though. And Org has already taken that first hit, so it's a tough place to start from. So Coinid and will be our starting off player who's doing well. So he took the Shimmer Scale, of course, the birthday, and the enhanced red buff. So it looks like for some of our players, they have gone for really just the immediacy of power, because you were talking about the idea of some players going for the more economic, looking towards the late game. But at least for some of our players, they apparently just wanted the power immediately.
Yeah, for some players, when you look around and you see players going for multiple econ, things like hefty rolls and savings accounts, raining gold, coming through, does mean that if you're going for just raw combat power, you can force this streak. And Coinid here, getting Shimmer Scale Essence 3rd, definitely not the ideal order you'd want, but off the back of Birthday Reunion, off the back of the Pyro coming through, getting him the red buff, knows that he's in a pretty strong position here to keep pushing forward. And if any player that loves going for this fast 9 approach, and Coinid, we touched him at the start of the day, similar style to Double in many ways, so definitely in his comfort zone.
Vomadeth on the other side decided to go for the 3 random emblems, has ended up with Vanquisher. Of course, we did see that yesterday be an incredible gold farming tool. Void and Bilgewater. And based on what we're seeing right now, it's looking like Vomadeth is inclining himself towards the Void side of things. Is very unhappy to lose his streak, but does at least have very good long-term potential.
Yeah, it certainly does. Jeddah here, though, with the Clear Mind, already having an upgraded carry that he can get all 3 of his items on top of, is really, really good. Sometimes you have the difficult Clear Mind spot where you're not able to hit these upgrades. But Jeddah should be sitting pretty here, having the AP slams as well. It's a very AP heavy meta, so we can see in his comfort zone here. But Org, off the back of the Cursed Crown, we do have just 7 units in play, but he's already took a loss, which is definitely not ideal. He took the loss the round he clicked it, actually. But he's a player that he needs to play risky, and this is about as risky as it can get.
Well, so the new version of Shadows is something I've been thinking about quite a lot, just because you get the unlocks so much sooner than you would have otherwise, and the quicker you get your unlocks, the more multiplier you get on the Shadow Wild souls. So it felt like, theoretically at least, you could go very high tempo, as always going here, and just start unlocking way ahead of where you'd expect the Shadow Wilds to really be online. But it just, so far, I certainly haven't seen it happen. Maybe this could be the first game where we get to see that potential realized.
Yeah, and off the back of taking Collector from his artifact as well, so kind of realizing that he is sitting at 26 points, he needs a first, and it might not even be enough to get him over the line. A lot of players actually potentially has the option of a tiebreaker, so he knows that he just needs to go all out, see if we can get the first, go for that Collector, go for that Cursed Crown, and just see if he could punish the lobby really, and put down a little bit of pressure, force everybody to be bleeding a lot quicker than they normally would.
For Leah, we've got an interesting thing here. Of course, we've got the trade sector, which we can see in the bottom left has been stacking for a while. We've got the preparation for the bench. We've got the extra items as well. I mean, Barry, you were saying that for EMEA, certainly in day one, the Zorn line had not been being successful.
And week one.
Maybe... Yes, and week one as well. Hadn't been so successful. What do you kind of feel like, if we do see Elia decide to stay in this line, it's looking like possibly he is going to. What do you kind of feel like is the difference between a good and a bad Zorn game?
We've seen players really struggle to get both the backliner and the frontliner 3-star. And I think you kind of do need both. We've seen, yes, you can have the Jinx 3, but if you don't have something like a Mundo 3, Sejuani, even occasionally we've had Darius, Jinx doesn't have the time to kind of go crazy that she can do in these really long fights. So Leah here is going to be able to triple item Jinx. He's going to be able to triple item a Warwick potentially as well, and also his priority tank. So maybe that will work out for him, but does need to be picked up a few wins early here though, because he's already starting to bleed a little bit. It's going to be expensive to assemble this board, and it's not like there's a bunch of gold down the road for him. He just has the trade sector, and that's it.
Yeah, well, we do get to see, even with the very early version of the Jinx, post buffs, especially with the Deathblade in there as well, to make sure that she's not just raining droplets onto everyone else without doing any damage. In this case, will scale up pretty heavily, and of course the preparation will mean that she'll have an even stronger base stats she would have otherwise. So Aaliyah gets the win, pushes Zyko down a little bit further, checking with Raiko Master. Of course, we did see in the chat, a lot of Italian fans very happy to see how well Raiko is doing. Incredible tournament so far. Ionia XP variation, and of course the Shimmer scale we've mentioned being played elsewhere as well.
Yeah, a lot of players just splashing in the Ionia to try and get that additional bit of XP coming through. Experian here, hefty rolls, very quickly committed to wanting to play some form of reroll, getting the rating gold coming through as well, and actually going for expected unexpectedness. So 2 of our players, I believe, did opt for this, so I suppose their augments aren't done for most of the lobby. They're not going to be seeing anymore, but at least expected will be throwing up a little bit more resources further down the line.
So given that we've got the hefty rolls in place, I'm assuming that Experian is building up towards the Malzahar Zoe board, which I don't think we've seen anybody make inroads towards so far. Of course, Org on the other side, we're more than happy to hand out the losses. I believe at this point, Org should be relatively close to getting hold of the Callista, who's much, much sooner to unlock than she has been previously, which would, again, multiplies up his onboard power and lets him use that gold collector much more effectively.
We'll have to keep an eye on Org, though, because when you have Cursed Crown, you can just suddenly be dead. It could be a few rounds since we see him, and then, oh, he's took 2 big hits and he's out. So, not as healthy as he would have liked. You'd really want to be guaranteed 100% streaking early on. So we'll see if he can keep that going. But Zyko here, having the Noxus Emblem coming through off the spreading roots, having the Defender +1, getting that Darius unlock early, already 2-starred, knows he has an Annie coming down the line as well, which you can then itemize for. You know that you don't necessarily need to make anti-heal, for example. You can focus on, okay, I need adaptive blue buff. She does want these mana items. Obviously, already has 1 adaptive, so that's the kind of the good thing of aura farming Annie is first of all, you know your front line's going to be solved, but you also can start. She needs very specific conditional items, and you can already go for those.
So if the items are doing okay, I guess the thing that feels awkward for me here is we've ended up, going for we started with the random emblems. So we've got the Noxus emblem to try and somehow marry together elements of what would normally be the Annie composition and the Noxus comp. I suppose Swain might help bridge the gap between, but it's certainly unusual to see two endgame board types being somewhat forced together.
Well, we've seen the just vertical Noxus with the legendary splashed in, and Annie's maybe the ultimate splash, so definitely can work as we do get into our carousel here. See if anybody else is tempted to pick up something like a Taric, who we know is so valuable. Org did take another loss there, Peter, so already down to 50 HP, and that is not a lot of HP when you're Cursed Crown.
It's a observer letting us know.
I'm scared.
Org took 26 HP out of 2 losses, so has now taken 50 out of 3. I mean, I admire the attempt from the Greek player. This is so incredibly bold. It looks like, I don't know if we can check and see where he is on the Shadow Isles stacks, because in an ideal situation, he's getting narrow wins to maximize the amount of stacks he's getting while keeping his HP intact, but he could not be playing closer to the fire.
Operation get to Orifowing, at least see it, at least make it to that point in the game, and then you can be like, okay, job done. But going up against a birthday reunion player here on the other side, Coinid, so it's essentially down an augment and does have the econ coming through from his prismatic, so potentially one of the better matchups. But if you do start taking another couple of losses here, then you are really in a rough position. And Coinid's definitely put together a pretty good board. This Jarvan's really big to kill in the front line, having that Gargoyle and the Moguls on top of it. Looks like another loss coming through for Org, and a pretty big loss which you really cannot afford to take.
I would have loved the combination of immediate power augments and then the Cursor Crown. Sure, this whole setup would be great. Horrifying because you're doing the opposite of what you're trying to do. Org down to 28 HP. Let's see. Yes, he has just hit Shadow Isles for the Callista, which means, again, he will be able to keep the Gold Collector from being killed. We saw, just in the middle of Viego just getting caught up and destroyed. So this should be a significant step forward in power, but it might well be too late. We've got so many 1-stars in play, and Org has so little time to work with.
It is worth noting that even if he wins the game, that is 34 points. The cutoff is currently 33 points. They're going to get at least 1 for going 8. So even in the dream scenario where everything lines up, he would end up on a tiebreaker scenario. So you can see why he went for this. Okay, I cannot play how I normally would. I need this game to kind of go perfectly. Unfortunately, the players are really strong here, and for Cursed Crown, just seeing okay, we made it to stage 4. That's not too bad.
Oh boy, okay, so we need an Executioner to make Callista really do anything. We need upgrades and everything else, but at least we got the PV round. Of course, while Org is getting thrown around the place, hitting stage 3, Vomandeth up at the top with the LeBlanc board with the multiple different emblems, has been riding high on a 6-round win streak. He's one of the players running the LeBlanc Bruiser setup, which of course has been extremely popular, and we can see why he's doing so well here in round 2.
Yeah, and he went for the instant double LeBlanc, duplicate LeBlanc, sorry. But after losing the first round, so you could argue, okay, you're not guaranteed that 4 streak, but he knew how powerful LeBlanc could be. Obviously, he didn't know his next augment would be presenting him with a Vanquisher emblem, which can farm so much gold and is unbelievable when you get to Mel. It just farms you in a ridiculous amount. So being able to streak off the back of having that Vanquisher +1, also having the bilge, he's been able to keep bilging as well, which is he's using as drip econ. So that's a really nice position to be in. So he's going to be just in such a commanding position.
Coinid, of course, is in a decent position of his own. So see, it's interesting going for the long shot side of things and building up more of the void board. Raiko, of course, the Italian Stan will manage to build up to Ionia 7, has managed to get the Infinity Protection catched out. So should be a major force to be reckoned with, but I can't help but shake the feeling, Barry. This could be a short story that Org is telling us here. He'll make his slams. He cannot afford to lose anything for the rest of this game.
No, he certainly can't. He's coming up against a player here on the Demacia line. Jedisar's already level 8. Hasn't hit his upgrades in the front line, but has in the back line. Should have a decent amount of damage coming through. Callista tried her best, but Org, unfortunately, does fall down. Fairly expected based on how the start of this game went, but did need to play this high-risk approach. But now we do see getting in here, some of our win streakers starting to lose. They're pushing towards that level 9. They're holding on to their gold a little bit.
All right, Org will be returning on his shield. He's out of there. His journey is over. But for so many of our other players, that's very much not the case. We've still got paths to go forward. As you said, 33, the current cutoff to be able to not get eliminated at the end of this game. Of course, everyone will at least score 1. So really 34. Raiko, as we saw from before, we have the affinity in place. We've actually been put onto sets. We've got the dual carry setup being put together here. The already being neglected, but we've got a lot of melee power.
With a lesser spotted 4-2 Ghost. We don't normally already have them coming through, but is our Demacia player on the other side who already is at that Garen 2-star is Jedisar's board. So sometimes the Garen is actually the most difficult to get to. A lot of players holding it for this Silas. So already been in a pretty good position and potentially getting 2 round wins here, getting that Ghost win, potentially winning elsewhere. We are checking in here with our other aura farming player who did manage to make it all the way to the Annie, one of the best ones you can find. And now all of a sudden you have Tibbers with 3 items on top of it, Annie with 3 items behind. You're able to know that this is going to be enough to hopefully get you up to that level 9, especially with the Zillion coming through.
Yes, I mean, that's fantastic as well. And just to have the, as you said, the Annie 2, of course, brings the Tibbers 2, and that Tibbers is now a 4 defender as well. So he is going to be absolutely solid on the front line. Oh, interesting. Last second sell off on the Zillion, so not going to follow him up using this defender front line. Instead, perhaps looking for the wins. I believe we'll go up against, hopefully, well, this might actually be the Ghost version again, but hopefully the real
Ghost of
version.
Jedisar is haunting the lobby, coming in
No,
2 rounds in a row.
That doesn't seem right.
But Psycho clearly a little bit worried about the strength of his board. I think if he was 100% guaranteed that he's winning every matchup, then he plays the Zillion. Knowing that Senna's a little bit stronger here, we see relatively close as well, even against a Ghost. So Psycho opting to rather go for guaranteed winning these rounds. A couple of extra XP, maybe not valued too highly.
Of course, we do need to bear in mind now that Org is out of commission that we've got other players on low points as well. Psycho, of course, the lowest remaining, but Jedisar, Experium, they're all roughly on the same points as each other, all pretty much on the cutoff right now. So if they do go bottom 4 in the lobby, that very likely will be the end of their journeys as well.
And we see here, as we get a glimpse of what everybody's running, Elia does have the Jinx 3 coming through, and off the back of the preparation and the buried treasures is going to have a lot of combat power, but doesn't yet have the Warwick 2-star, which can be so big, and Mundo 3 we've seen as the alternative sometimes to Sejuani. So the front line is going to be lacking a little bit here, and we do see on a 2-loss streak, stuck in that position where you're not particularly close to hit 3-starring any of your frontliners. So does want to hold on to his gold here, but potentially another Jinx player struggling.
And that would be such a disappointment because it felt like the setup was really good. And we can see we've got one Warwick building up with preparation. We've got a fully prepared Jinx with 3-star, with good items which allow for attack speed and attack damage. So you really couldn't ask for too much more. Pointed on the other side though, the long shot void board being put together, and at least this ends up being a front to back fight, which means Jinx does get time. She has got the bomb on her, but I think we'll be able to take down Zillion before it goes off. And this time it's good enough though. Coinid is able to scoop up an enormous amount of gold from the round, even on the loss.
Yeah, Coinid though is stuck level 8 and does have that birthday reunion and doesn't look particularly close to getting to level 9. Doesn't have that as an option right now. Sitting at true 0, playing this Demacia Kaiser variant, which we just saw in the previous game, and we've basically not seen much of it all through the weekend. So adaptations, even as we get into the second day of the second weekend. But Coinade here, if he's not able to get himself all the way up to level 9, he's going to be essentially down a full augment. And I don't think he'll be strong enough to survive in that situation.
And he's going to have to be relying on the Shimmer Scale and the Zillion to be his economy, because he's spent every other piece of gold he's allowed to. Roman Death on the other side, though, you mentioned, of course, the Vanquisher emblem being used to great effect, has managed to find an the Invoker emblem as well, to make sure that this Mel hits like a truck run costs incredibly quickly. You see the gold dropping down on both sides of the equation, but actually, this time round, Coinade will cut through. Can you talk, since we've now seen it a couple of times, we just haven't really had the chance to talk about this comp too much. Can you talk to me a little bit about this kind of variation long shot board, which seems so very different from some of the other late game boards we would be expecting to see?
Well, obviously now you only need to run the Void for 2 rounds to get that Herald unlock, so you can guarantee the unlocks of Kaiser and Herald coming through. So often people do lean into it as an item holder. He was going up against Vomandeth, who was level 8 with our Vanquisher player that is pushing towards level 9, so a good matchup. But Experian here, on this tag on Malzahar reroll line, we've seen have a lot of success, starting to get himself these big upgrades, just needs to find this Leona, and then he should be sitting pretty.
Again, Experian, one of our players who does need the big result. Not everyone can leave the lobby with one of those big results, though. I'd really love to see this board, again, with the hefty rolls for the red and gold. With all the component parts it feels like you need. One Leona away, there we go, we found it. So everything online, the only thing that's really missing is to fully itemize the Zoe, and then you're off to the races. We saw last time around, it was an extremely good second place comp.
Yeah, extremely good, and does have the Bramble Vest in this lobby, which when you look around, it's mainly AP leaning, but there is Elia, Rico's playing that Yone line, so should see maybe we'll get punished against some of these AP players. Zyko has now made it to level 9, starting to put together what he wants.
Gosh, it's been such an interesting journey for his board. I think it's kind of on the other side, who has managed to swipe hold of a red buff for the Zian just to get that farming and keep that economy online. We see how well the Vayne does, who is very creatively pathing away from the center of the fight. There's a lot of focused damage from these long shots. We can see one by one the units are getting cut down, but I think there might not be quite enough frontline, or at least backline resilience as the case may be, to keep Coinade up. So Zyko gets his first win in a little while.
Not too bad of a loss for Coinade as well. He is finally at 40 gold. He's got that back. He's also holding a Garen pair, which is obviously something he's looking to sell for the Silas, as we see another player doing so here. So we'll have that extra injection of cash coming through. Zyko trying to backdoor Taric 3, one of the most flexible units in the game, so most players often do pick it up. A difficult one to grab, but in this particular lobby, the potential is there.
Thank you very much, Observer, for showing us where one of the other Tarics are currently hanging out, making that a little less likely. Offers a proposition for Riker Mastery, though. Do remember, this is the Ionian XP version, so we've got ourselves a lot further forward up to level 9 while still maintaining a pretty good gold amount and a pretty good board strength up against Jinx on the other side. We can see, though, the Jinx at 3-star, she gets to activate much faster, and ultimately, it's actually looking like a very good matchup for the Zorn board.
Yeah, big win there. He's got the triple items on top of Singed, which is something we haven't seen a lot of actually so far. We've not really been the priority tank, but does have the Kindred 2, which is a nice little addition that you wouldn't normally have in this scenario, and able to get some items on top of it. Vomandeth, though, here, level 9, bodyguard training as well, so getting to level 9, have so many units in play, having that Azir, have a really, really big frontline that'll be very difficult to deal with. Finally at the Mel as well, multiple damage dealers, but is dropped down pretty low in HP.
Yeah, it looks like we've at least managed to get hold of the 2-star Nasus and close to the 2-star Mel as well. So, Vomandeth, you're blessed with the emblems, I believe, must have reforged to the Invoker spat from before, so no more Void in the board, but just legendary soup and all kinds of good stuff. Zyko in a very similar position HP-wise. On the other side, though, looking to try and take him to pieces. I do wonder if there's too much frontline from Vomodeth's side for Zyko to deal with, though.
The Silas just wreaked havoc in that particular matchup, straight onto the back line. And despite the fact that Shyvana is a pretty big damage dealer, unfortunately stuck on the other side, wasting that breath, and will be dropping down here. We're just seeing the power of the Silas when it comes to these big late game fights. The gap closing, it can just jump in there on top of you, getting the shield coming through as well. He's so difficult to deal with, as well as essentially acting like an assassin in some of these matchups.
Well, I kind of, since as we get into the latter part of stage 5, I do want to kind of spend a little bit of time on Silas, since we of course, he only really shows up in these very small portions of the game. What are kind of players doing and, sort of trying to do counter to him to try and avoid that kind of backline assassination that just ends the round?
I mean, you do simply just want your carry to be on the other side. They're trying to make sure they get that swap off to avoid having Silas instantly jump on top of it. We've seen Silas as well wreak havoc into some of these clumps as well as Vomodeth. Mel 2 coming through, really big, and the Mbessa, but less impactful. Really big upgrade here. But did lose the previous round, so has dropped down potentially into elimination range.
It's worth noting, since we haven't talked about it for a little while, the HP totals in this lobby are very close together. I mean, Raiko and Vomodeth both down in the teens, but there's nobody above, well, one person who's barely above 30, and that's Aaliyah on a 5-round win streak, but everybody else in the 20s. So we've got a very volatile setup here. Again, remember that our players on the lowest points, Zyko, Jedusor, Experian, they desperately need the good finishes here, and that could well come as a result of another player dropping out unexpectedly.
Yeah, Rico does get a pretty good matchup here coming up against the Ghost. We saw Set had already done quite a lot even before going back for the sit-ups, so should be able to clean up here. Herald's taking a little bit of time to go down, and it's slightly suspect. The TGs on the Ari, though, were very, very good, and quite frankly were the difference in this one. Do we have anybody still dropping down? Zyko's no, dropping down to 10 HP, so despite the fact that Org fell away at 4-2, just 4-1 even very early on, was gone from this game, we only have we still have 7 players alive as we approach the back end of stage 5.
The Raiko Mastery, who currently in potential line for a 7th place, is our highest points player, of course, in the competition right now. So a lot of eyes on him to try and bring him down a peg and steal points away from him. Got the Ghost matchup here for Zyko, who is in a similar position as well. We'll keep an eye out for Coinid, for Jedusor, and for Raiko as well. As of this round, we should be seeing at least one elimination.
Assume so. Coming up against the Ghost here, though, only one player is getting the Ghost matchup, despite the fact we've seen it quite a few times. It does seem that we've had our fair share of it, but it does mean that a lot of players have stayed alive longer than we would expect. We are now, though. Coinid fell down here. Will he be getting joined by anybody else? Jedusor, Zyko, I believe. Zyko, no, picking up the win, so only the 2 eliminations. Jedusor out into 7th, Coinid out into 6th. And that's a really rough 7th to take, Peter, when... You could have went 7th a stage and a half ago, effectively. It's been a long time of this battle between just the 7 players. That's got to sting.
Yeah, Jedusor was on the Damascus line. We didn't really check him for a little while, but that's a real heartbreak again. He was on the cutoff coming in, so a 7th place is likely going to be it for him. We did talk to him before during the regionals. He seemed very confident about his position overall and did seem to be doing very well, but it is brutal at this point going forwards. Again, we've got the 8 eliminations after this game, and then we'll start getting into promotion and elimination territory for the rest of the day. Experian managing to stay alive, though. His loss streak, I mean, honestly, I thought this, we talked about this before. This felt like for Experian a top 2 ball, but I'm a lot less confident now.
And we could see desperation there is in a position where he could have potentially tried to greed for 8, but just using that hefty rolls. He spent all of his gold to try and make himself stronger. We see a Silas 2 coming here for Zyko. Upgrades are really starting to come together. When these legendary players get a few more rounds, they can get so strong, and Experian does not want to see this load again.
Well, following what you were saying, at least we do have the Silas on the opposite side from the Malzahar and the Zoe, so they'll get a little bit of time to work their magic. Unfortunately, they're getting zapped by the laser again and again, so by the time Silas gets there, they're practically dead already, and Zyko's going to be pleased with that. A devastating victory there will drive another player out of the lobby and another point into Zyko's pocket.
Yeah, Death and Rico Mastery going head to head here, both also potentially dropping down. Rico does go out but into 4th place, doing very well in the standings, so he won't be too sad about that one at all. But we've seen the power of just this legendary board once you get it going, especially against something like Leona, which is a solo frontliner. The positioning just does not work out. Silas, it's too easy to get onto that back line. Annie burning away, and there's just too much backline access. And now we are starting to see familiar boards here between Death and Zyko, but a player that's running away with things on the 8-win streak. Elia making the Jinx work, and finally an EMEA player has figured this out.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. We definitely had our doubts about it, and I think very justified doubts based on what we're seeing from the early rounds. Death will be up against Zyko as well, I believe, the ghost board in this round, so we'll keep our eye on the top right to see if Elia keeps his 8-round Jinx win streak intact. It's worth noting, thank you very much, Observer, that we've got Death, of course, has been farming up a Storm with a Vanquisher emblem, but I think this is the end of the line for him. Death will get kicked out pretty hard. We'll see if Elia gets that tick to show that he's won through. He has not, which means we've got a top 2, both of which have got a single life remaining.
Yeah, we saw how big that win was for Zyko, and despite the fact that Elia has managed to get this Jinx online, he's running the Wukong Singed as the front line, which is something we really haven't seen. So this is the slight variation he's made comparatively to some of our other players. The legendary Super Cap is the board that often wins these lobbies. It's been doing so well. However, with the likes of Warwick, with the likes of Kindred, there is the potential, even with the Singed, you can have some pathing and you can have a really good fight.
All right, we're keeping our eyes closely on when not Jinx at least gets signing early on. I do like that, well, not necessarily amazing items for the Thieves' Gloves for the Warwick to make sure that he is as strong as possible, but honestly, however this goes, Zyko needed the first place in this lobby. He seems to be set up for it. We'll see the Jinx is managing to stay alive a very long time. The Annie, one more shot that will get cut down, and that's a huge win. Aaliyah, representing the Dark region, the only 2 players remaining from Germany in the competition, gets the first place, steals 1-0 from Zyko, and pushes towards that first promotion in round 4.
And Elias showing how this Jinx board is played, opting for the 4-cost tanks instead, which is not what we've seen at all. And we saw the power of Singed in that particular matchup. Wreaks havoc, not only getting that backline access, but disrupting the fight quite a lot. We saw Annie was turning around to follow the Singed. She didn't know where she was going. And Jinx was just left alone the entire time. And in these long fights, when Jinx gets going, she can run away with things.
All right, so Elia shows us what he is made of, shows he knows better than everybody else. We're headed to break. When we return, we will be confirming our first round of eliminations, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 2 minutes with our analyst desk.
Always rises. Cannons.
Fabuleux, je mène la danse et on se tire genre Formule 1. Nouvelle vie, on passe à un autre stade. Fini la nostalgie, aujourd'hui on saute les obstacles. Oui, pas de semblant, vite, on supprime cicatrices. Le but c'est d'être libre, indépendant. Viens ma main, lance la danse. Le chemin de la victoire nous attend.
Welcome back after that very, very interesting game that we just saw, starting us off with a LeBlanc portal. And usually when you see this, you're like, oh, where are the augments? You know, you're a little bit timid. You're maybe a little bit scared in what you want to pick. Not this time. Our augments came 2-1. 2-2 and 2-3 right out of the gate. And there was a prismatic involved as well. Trouble, we've seen some highs and some lows here.
And that was a very high stakes game as well, because that's where we lost another 8 players. So if your augments are back to back like this, you've got to come up with whatever's on your bench. What is your plan? A prismatic suddenly shows up on 2-3 and you have to make a game plan. And I have to say, for Elia in particular, what a freaking game plan that was. We're talking about the perfect scenario where you have 1 econ augment, 1 combat augment, and 1 item augment. This guy manifested that beautiful 3-star 3-cost Jinx. He had his first reroll augment, then he went over to get his items from his prismatic as well, and then he also had preparation, which gave him the combat stats. He sacked the entirety of stage 2, he sacked majority of stage 3, and then when a 3-star Jinx locked in, he just snowballed the entire game. I mean, fantastic performance and fantastic sense, a quick lock of direction so early.
I also saw just a very smoothed out lobby experience because of the augments coming in so early. There aren't any massive swings or changes in the strengths of the players' boards on 3-2 and on 4-2 with augments coming through. So it was so close at the end. There was like 7 players who were 1 life essentially near the very end of it. Jedusor was leading in HP most of stage 3 and stage 4 and still found himself going 7. So a truly interesting lobby of TFT. I want to touch on quickly Zyko, who was, let's say, the high roller for this game because he picked up aura farming. He hit Annie, in my opinion, one of the strongest, or I think the strongest possible hit, considering you get not just a 2-star Annie as your backline carry, but also a 2-star Tibber as your frontline, which really helped him the moment he cashed that out go directly to level 9 and not really have to roll any deeper on level 8 on stage 4.
And with that, Trouble, you already mentioned it, 8 of our players have been eliminated once more from the competition after the second game of the day. So let's take a look at our standings and maybe get some 07s in chat for these players. It's everyone you can see on this page here. So Tomino to Og are unfortunately not going to be going any further, and there's some big names in here.
I was actually looking at Clamu because we kind of glazed him early on. 3 players from planes. Usually that's a big boost, right? The more reps, the better it goes. For Clamu, it wasn't enough. He did manage to sort of come back in his second game, get in from an 8th to a 2nd. Just wasn't enough.
Really sad to see Jedusor in that list as well. I didn't really realize that going 7th in that lobby would be so tragic for a player who we interviewed at the end of week 1, a player who had to fight his way through tier 2 after last touch relegation. And he had the hopes of not just doing well in week 2, but making it back to TAC ground, rising back up to that elite level. So really sad to see that journey cut short.
Absolutely, but I do want to talk about the highlights as well. Dalasum still in here for Spain. We have the DACH crew still pushing through. Raiko still in there. HoroX as well as the Polish players all have managed to scramble into our top 2 lobbies as the tournament moves on. And honestly, looking at the players that have made it for now into those top 16, I'm quite excited. I feel like that's a really good spread of our EMEA's best.
Come on, say it, Panda. Something, Spanish players. Say it, go on. No?
I will not fall for any baits. I said my piece on the pre-show, and that's all I will say for the rest of the day. I'll let the actions tell the rest of the story throughout this week too.
Okay, do you want to tell us anything else? Any comms you predict for the next game? Any
I will tell you something else.
Okay.
Raiko,
right.
Last game, we didn't touch on him in the analyst task portion of this segment, but once again, a top 4 back on his comfort comp. Ionia, coming into this weekend, we talked about it yesterday in the interview. I was scared for Raiko. He is someone who just found so much edge on this line, and Ionia, outside of Ahri, was not really seen as a meta comp coming into this. I'm like, how is this player going to reinvent himself? How is he going to find success in this week 2 on this patch? He's still playing the same comp. He's playing around Yone now as well. We saw Yunara, 2 games of Yunara yesterday, both top 4. So I'm just really happy to see Raiko continue to find success on lines that everyone else has written off, similar to Slayers, for example. from the right spot, any comp in TFT can be good enough for a top 4. You just need to have the tempo to play into it, basically, and enough good conditions at the start of your game or in stage 3 as well. And Raiko is just so good at identifying these conditions.
Absolutely. And talking about Raiko, he is number 1 on the leaderboard right now. And I'm just looking at the top 4 in the leaderboard. Raiko, Double, Horox, Elia, 4 different regions from TFT, which is super cool to see at the very top. And right now, it's the most important, probably 2 games to make it to tomorrow. You end up in that top 4 after 2 games, you instantly qualify to tomorrow. You end up in the bottom 8, you instantly qualify to next split, which is not a good thing. So right here, majority of those players have accumulated the most points in the lobby. This is a time to play stable TFT to make it through to tomorrow.
And I mean, how could it be any other way than doing just that? We're going to be starting with a random 2 cost, no big influx, no additional resources coming into the game for now. Augments could, of course, still change that, but we are going to be hopping in with exactly that lobby. You were mentioning Raiko, you were mentioning Elia. Both of them are in this one, and we're going to get a glimpse of maybe the Yunara coming back here. I don't know.
Is that to me? Okay.
Okay. He's here.
Sorry.
He's alive.
I didn't realize that you guys are just setting me up to curse Raiko apparently in this game. I feel attacked.
You glazed
for
him.
Dalesom. I did, but you can't glaze 2 times. You know, that's just too much. Everyone knows 2 positives make a negative, right? That's how it goes.
Yeah, don't ask me about math. I don't know math.
True. I'm alone on this one as well, unfortunately. But we'll see what Experian can do in this game number 3 today. I think he's a player who we talked about. He's quite emotional. I think this set has not been his best set. He really rose to an almost S-tier level across set 14 and across set 15, making the attack round very consistently. This set, he was middle of the pack. Barely made the direct qualification to week 2, and right now on the point, so he's also kind of middle of the pack or even a bit lower. So he has to show us what he has in store, and he has to really clutch up for the next few games.
And I actually want to point out on Elia's board right here, I'm seeing the Gangplank. Yesterday at Americas, a Gangplank 3 board won the game. I'm looking not necessarily what you would expect to see. There was a Draven in the backline, not necessarily Draven 3. It was kind of like the vintage double reroll situation, but mostly relying on that builds water into that Gangplank 3 as our first augments are coming through on 2-1.
Listen, Trouble, I understand what you're trying to do. I know August out. Please leave my players alone. I'm not okay with this caster cursing you're trying to set Elia up for. We're not going to be going for a Graves rule, but what he is going to pick up is lifting competition. And this is an augment that traditionally during this competition we've been seeing do really, really well. And we've seen it do really well for Elia in specific as well. So I'm quite excited for him to find something that he is comfortable on as our golden augments are being selected across the board.
A lot of clear direction. I'm curious to see with his Buildswater line before the augment selection, if he does try and play a kind of Bruiser Buildswater centric game plan, which we saw a lot throughout the set with Alawi 3 being a way to cheat out more HP on your Bruisers and trying to play for Rise. But Raiko,
look at
maybe
that.
will be playing into the same exact comp we saw from Zyko, because it's just crazy. These players, how they are able to do it time after time again. The best possible hit on aura farming will come on his Boron's of 4-2, and it's just so stable having both the Tibbers 2 and the Annie 2.
And having the extra rod in the inventory as well, you can actually choose to itemize towards that Annie on stage 4, having a 2-star Tibbers in your front line. I'm pretty sure you mentioned it, Panda, in the post show is actually insane. And Lekoko with the Ishtal early on with the augment. Thumbs up from Experian. I mean, it's all about making sure that you get the most points possible right here. 41 points, 48 is the point leader currently, which is Raiko, in the same lobby. So the Coco looking to snatch potentially even a first place to manage to get that Brock online.
And a great story for Lakoko just in general. The set, there was a lot of doubt around him, a lot of doubt after he moved down from the TPC. Maybe he's not focusing on the set as much, but we are seeing Lakoko step up and do exactly what we expect him to do. However, on the opposite side there, we're also seeing another player picking up that Ishtal emblem. So Experian and Lakoko will need to navigate this hand in hand.
Ah, that's what the thumbs up were for. Okay.
No player really seems to be trying to lose streak in particular, so I think both players are just playing more traditional questing. We're seeing here just damage block, not quite able to do it, unfortunately, for Lakoko here. But I do want to make note of the lobby tempo that's presented to these players and the game plan they have to kind of think about coming into stage 4 and 5 in particular. 2 players on Ixtal, if they navigate their games properly, they can eventually hit a very, very high cap, as well as our aura farming player with the Annie coming through on 4-2. These are 3 players that are already expected to do quite well if they succeed in their game plan. So other players have to start thinking, do I try and play for a first? Do I try and play for a more stable kind of roll down centric game plan around a 3 cost, for example, or just stabilizing hard on 4-2 and making sure to preserve HP when these Exodia players come online, not to knock me out?
I want to take your attention over to Raiko's board right here, right now, because that's a singular bard in there. I was actually wondering what his econ looks like, but he sold absolutely everything to rack up the econ, to roll down for that bard, to then gain the extra resources through that bard, right? But currently, he's losing that HP. A couple of losses earlier on made it more worth to pick up the bard. So now it's going to move further down onto the pick list, and he actually picks first from the carousel, which could be a good opportunity to pick up those Annie items that we talked about.
I mean, if you're looking at the bottom, there's savings account for Coined being picked actually from the Destiny. Between him and Raiko for sure wanted to guarantee that lost streak now that it is becoming more likely between the two of them to meet. So that is something we'll need to keep an eye on as both of them are trying to go for max economy. Starting us off here, interestingly enough, Travis thinking about this cooking pot very, very long, and nobody before him wanted it.
It's on a 1 cost. Everyone's like, I mean, it's nice, but it's only 1 gold. Is it worth it? So I think we saw a lot of doubt when players were given the chance to pick it up.
All right, another player with only 3 units on the board. I feel like, unfortunately, if you coin it right here, I don't know if you want to sell your 2-star Javan and your 2-star Sona. There is still Raiko with a 1 singular bard on the board. So I'm pretty sure that it's kind of difficult to sell such staple pieces, especially when the 2-starred.
They'll need to make a tough decision. As I was just saying, both of them will want to secure that lost streak. I think as of right now, Coined is holding on to those units, like you mentioned, those 2-stars just too valuable, and will eventually maybe give up on getting that lost streak in the routes. But somebody that is getting their win streak online is EMEA, absolutely stomping through some of those boards and looking good on econ as well.
I think it's really interesting with Coined in his spot in particular because he picked up Gold Destiny into savings accounts. I think this is one of the more, a little bit risky, but in my opinion, quite comfortable game plans for a lot of players where they sack stage 2 and 3 and they come in with a ton of gold and play around this Demacia AP setup where it's just very stable. And you can eventually, with all extra gold, hit all your upgrades and then go 9 and play around Annie and Silas and the usual cap outs. What I mentioned earlier, though, about players like, Annie Aura farming coming in on 4-2 and maybe throwing a wrench in that game plan, the Ixtal players as well. So you have to be careful if you're Coined. If he goes down to sub 30 HP and he has some bad matchmaking into really strong players who spike maybe more than they should be, he could be in trouble.
And I feel like for Lakoko as well right here, Ishtal Expedition is plus 10 HP, win streak the entirety of stage 2, preserving even more HP, actually having a strong board to show for it as well is absolutely mind-blowing. If you look at his pairings for that last fight, he had the top 4 only players in the lobby in his list to play. So he could have very easily drawn Elia and lost that that streak right here. Let's see what he chooses to go for. Reroll shop 8 times. Not sure which one he went for.
Yeah, okay, it's the XP one. Thank you, Observer, being selected by Lakoko here. It is rare that players go for the Ishtal from a win streak, but every now and then you do get to see it, and Lakoko is certainly someone that I would trust on this operation. Does get a Leona and a Zoe
Time to
here
pivot.
from the PvE round.
That's it. Time to pivot. One Leona, one Zoe. You've got the JG. You've got a tier item. That's it. Not necessarily
Just
really,
end
but
it.
he gets the pairing here on the Milio.
And it's a bit strange to see him pick up the buy XP. Usually only picked at the end of stage 3 because you just have so much more gold to work with. The buy XP here will be quite detrimental for his total total gold count and his economy for stage 3. So he really wants to try and find, ideally, a econ augment coming on 3-2. If he doesn't, his game, I think he maybe drops like 1 or 2 points in his expected AVP for this game.
Yeah, I would have expected him to go for the rolls here as well, but maybe he is just relying on that augment coming on through. We, of course, don't know what it is, as we did have just the unit portal coming into game. On the other side is Coinet. That is not a threat to your win streak for now. So good news for Lakoko, good news for Elia, neither of them running into each other. And the same is true for the bottom. So matchmaking working out beautifully for a lobby right now. That also means the players who aren't able to get those streaks are going to be a little bit more broke.
I think advanced loan could be nice for Coco. Oh, never mind. It's going to be silver, augment, so not really any big econ augments that you can find on 3-2 for silver, outside of placebo, for example.
Not just to go with combat. Oh, no, that's Coinet. My bad right here. Lakoko is gonna go for placebo. You said it. He ended up picking placebo. So some influx of gold right there. Levels to level 7. So if I'm not wrong, he also finishes his quest here.
Some influx of economy. Yeah, no, you're right. That can't be argued against that. I agree.
You just needed exactly this to Ixtal. A lot of it is just the timing of your quests. You have to really constantly get these quests done quickly without any time in between, because there's only so much charge you can get per turn essentially, and you want to keep that average per turn around 40 to 50 ideally. That's where you get the great games.
Checking in with Dasik on the other side. He did play some really, really interesting boards all throughout yesterday. Today it's been, I feel like, more of the traditional approach. We've been seeing a lot of the Mel coming back into play. A little bit less Silas, I feel like, through the broadcast games that we've been seeing. More Annie coming in. But Elia does lose the streak here to Lakoko, so Lakoko able to keep that win going and does unlock Skarner in Italy here.
His board is just about to skyrocket, double forecast, has got really nice items as well to slam on there. But I just want to say for Elia, it's just fantastic that we have cameras, because Elia literally wears his heart on his sleeve. You can see the pain and the stress coming through every loss. You can see the relief coming through every win. And I feel like it is absolutely mind-blowing, specifically with only 2 games to go. Top 4 advance to tomorrow, top 8, say goodbye.
5 Ixtal already, so the healing coming through for Lakoko as well. Not that he really needs it, he's 110 HP. One thing I will mention, he had the chance to pick up buy XP again, and one of the reasons why it's not really seen so often at the start of stage 3 is because you don't usually have enough gold in a game of TFT to buy XP multiple times as a quest, and you get just so much more value from the end of stage 3 one. So that's one small detrimental thing going on with Lakoko's game.
And I mean, he is in a great spot to earn that interest that he now selected as quickly as possible, but he will need to keep that win streak going. Will be possible on the back of those forecasts, and Italy is putting in the work. And so the interest will be printed for Lakoko rapidly.
And really importantly, Experian is ahead on his Ishtal quests, and he was lose the next 4 player combats. However, because Experian has been preserving a lot of that HP, he is allowed to go through burning some of that on stage 3, which is not going to be as detrimental as in stage 4 to get that quest rolling. I mean, Lakoko right here on his win streak and Experian with the 4 lose streak. I mean, I think they're both looking for that broke opener.
Coined heads up pickup there with a tier. This is one of the benefits of, well, of savings account. You don't just have a lot of econ to hit your board, but you have usually first pick pile as your loose streaking stage 2 and 3. So you have essentially perfect items as well for that eventual Lux on his Demacia board. So there's going to be a really big spike on 4-1 and 4-2 with quite a few players, and we'll see how the rest of the lobby reacts to that.
Yeah, it's essentially just a Lakoko and experience game, and everybody else is also playing in it from the fields of it right now. That Ishtal really dominating the player tempo, but let's not forget about all the other players that are in this lobby. I kind of want to check in with some of our non-Ishtal players for now, and we are seeing Travis on the other side is actually playing around currently the Void a little bit, has a Lulu in play as well. We are seeing Dasix board as well, which I think is pretty clearly already angling for that Mel and Bessa we've been seeing so much about, so we know where he is headed for sure.
Yeah, I feel like Travis is probably heading the same direction as well. It's just whichever one of the AP units you hit first, you usually play for that, whether it's Lissandra or whether it's Ambessa to unlock something like a Mel, right? Pretty similar items right here, especially having the vertical Noxus though, allows you to preserve a little bit of your HP. We have been talking a lot about our Ishtal players, and that's because Brock can quite literally break the entire game, right? So the lower you are in HP, the more scary it becomes when those two boards actually get capped.
Yeah, Travis and Dasik both looking like they're going into that Mel Flex line. But Raiko Mastery, we talk about his magician and his magic tricks with making his board disappear. In this case, a new trick has been learned apparently. A big dummy on that front line going to help so much with buying time for that Annie2 once she comes online from the aura farming. And Annie is a unit that obviously wins very long fights. Once the burn comes through, just so much cheap damage from the backliners. You even usually kill backliners before the enemy's front line. So this dummy going to really fit perfectly into that game plan.
And I mean, he was the one that snapped Lakoko's streak just now as well. So huge dummy helping here. Not only Raiko himself, but also helping the rest of the lobby as that win streak does get lessened and that pressure is taking a little bit off.
He's so broke though. 14 XP onto level 6, only 50 gold. The second you go for Golem or for the dummy, you pretty much ditch a lot of your econ, and not having an econ inducing augment right here by going aura farming on the first gold augment, so you're an entire augment down overall, it makes it a little bit difficult. I mean, he's gonna push right here, only -1 gold to push to level 7, but he's still pretty far down on that economy board.
This is the exact spot where you can be poor though, and where you can go for the dumbify here, because at the end of the day, the Annie2 and the Tibbers 2 will constitute 80 to 90% of your board's strength, both in the front line and the back line.
It's a 4 or 5.
And so you don't need to go 8. You don't need to have 40 gold to roll down for all these, 4-star upgrade or 4-cost upgrades. You are going to rely on the Annie to carry your entire stage 4. So you are completely fine to be this low on gold.
Notably though, 3-7 is often where a lot of those core units are getting unlocked. I'm looking across the board. I'm trying to see an Ambessa. None have been found thus far. Zyko has unlocked the Yone though, so that is one of those target units really coming into play already for him as he is playing around the Ionia Yone for now. We should be seeing some of the Gallios hopefully also starting to crop up from the bottom two players. Travis Coined currently playing a little bit around that Demacia line.
I think Zyko correctly identified how strong players are going to get, and he said, you know what? I'm not playing for my usual Mel Flex fast line stuff. I'm just trying to go for top 4, playing around this Arya and Yone.
I mean, you're saying top 4 does have still 10 rerolls, right? So the more you reroll level 8, the more you're likely, especially if not contested too hard, to hit that RE3. So you could potentially rack up onto these HP boards right here and get that RE3 online much easier.
Curious to see what this next augment is that is going to come around. Of course, that will be transformative for players like Aiko who are looking for maybe a little bit of a safe assist in the econ department to try and get there a little bit safer. We are going to be getting another set of golds coming on through for our players here. Checking in with Experian, one of our Ishtal players.
Ooh, Gilded Steel could be a very interesting pickup here. Yeah, he does go for it. So you have a lot of flex slots, obviously, with Ixtal. You can kind of mix and match probably in the backline here. There's so many different variations, so it just makes a lot of sense. Go for the Gilded Steel and the early cash out as well. Maybe just trying to stop the bleeding now and go for more progressive small cash outs with the Annie coming online here. But let's check out what Coin has been able to do. Savings account has procced. He has Spirit Link. So again, another augment that is perfectly attuned to his game plan of losing so much HP early and now trying to mount a comeback. He has to win every fight in stage 4. If he doesn't, it's kind of bad news for his chances of not just top 4ing, but maybe playing for that first or second.
Pretty good chances here. Did end up hitting the 2-star Lux. Unfortunately, not being able to hit either the Swain or the Garen 2 over in the front line, and obviously not necessarily the best item that you would hope for on the Lux or in your front line. However, he does have one scaling combat augment with Spirit Link, as you mentioned, and another one that could help him preserve some HP onto that stage 4. Now, I saw Travis going for the reinforcement, which is generally a last resort augment to go for, and loses that fight from what I saw. I'm wondering if he has actually even used that reinforcement.
I think he might have sent it on the Garen, I believe. Yeah, so we are seeing him lose the round, as you mentioned. Let's take a look here. He definitely has sent it, and I would assume it was on the Garen or the Lux here, because that would be the only one that does make sense. But of course, Travis and Coined on a similar game plan. They do want to go for unlocking that Silas in the very end. Problem is getting there.
Travis, unfortunately, I mean, he saw Coin and he's like, oh, okay, this guy's rolling on 4-1 with a ton of gold. I'm probably going to be in a bit of a pickle if I try and lock into this Demacia setup. We saw him picking up the Pan so early in stage 2. This is the line that I thought he would go into. Juggernaut Emblem on the Garen here. So the reinforcement is kind of just a necessity, just trying to stay alive. He automatically knows and signals to the rest of the lobby, I am playing for just a 4th or a 5th. Let me get out of here as soon as possible.
Seeing him go up against Aaliyah right now. Aaliyah has been kind of just cruising on by on the lifting competition. Maybe we need to check in on that a little bit. There are several ways on how you can play around that. He has one very beefy Scion in the front line for now, but he hasn't unlocked any of the splash bruisers, or actually he does have a Volibear, doesn't have the Rift Herald just yet. So that is where I want to see his board go. I want to see that big beefy bruiser splash come in. But as we are taking a look at this carousel, you can see Yunara, Raiko, maybe tempted.
I guess Senna for Experian, I think he's gonna go for it potentially. He has a pair. He would have a pair, but no, wants to go for the component instead with the rod.
Raiko's gonna pick the Senna up instead. And I was actually a little bit intrigued by Elias' game plan so far with the late game specialist right there. Has the builds water online. Not necessarily having hit any 2-star 4 cost. He's just literally hanging off the edge. Thank you so much, observers, for highlighting the board right here. Has unlocked the Volibear through that sign. Is going to start getting to that level 9 right now, unlocking late game specialist. And this is the time where you want to be rolling on 9, trying to grab as many of those legendaries as you can, beefing up that Volibear again, since you have lifting weights, and then just splashing in a couple of those legendaries just to build up the board.
Yeah, use all the extra econ from the lifting competition
Or just sit
to
on 50.
actually make it to 9 comfortably. I'm surprised he is so healthy still. Usually when you're down an augment on 3-2, you end up bleeding a lot of those rounds, but actually able to make it with so much gold and hasn't really felt pressure from most of this lobby despite that pickup.
Yeah, hopefully he can keep his cool as we are moving through these stages. I don't think this will be a Graves 3 like we were maybe joking about earlier on, but he's certainly playing around this Bilgewater line and farming some extra silvers, which can be nice later on as Tahm Kench has been easier to unlock. And I'm also kind of wanting to know how far he is on his lifting competition. Yeah, you can see it there. Thank you, observers. 250 out of 350 also has found that rise. So huge upgrades coming in for Ilya.
Gonna be rolling down here eventually. Got the win over in the previous round, which is pretty huge considering he didn't roll down at all with 50 gold on level 9. Couple of upgrades coming through, getting the Freljord in, finding the Rise, as you mentioned as well, having the Death Cap onto the Rise, which is on the bench. Still 20 gold to go around. Gonna reassess the board, I'm assuming, on neutrals, where he's gonna have about 40 or 50 gold to roll down at this point. Meanwhile, Dasik on the other side, he's looking for his level 9 as well, hasn't locked the Mel through the Ambessa, and he's probably looking for a fast 9 after the PvE round to try and get that Mel too.
It's going to be a very high cap lobby. We're seeing so many players sitting on level 8, not really rolling too deep, not feeling too much pressure from the rest of the lobby with enough HP to spare, and we're going to see a lot of boards going to 9 with enough gold to hit almost all their upgrades. It might come down to low rolls when it comes to the contest in particular, with the Mel Flex on that 5-1, 5-2 roll downs for players like Dasik, and yeah, players like Axtol as well that I think will be trying to buy their Annies.
Yes! Brock has been unlocked by Lakoko. Listen, originally I wanted to talk about Experian, who's also on that Ishtal 14 HP at the bottom there, but he also has one. Brock for everybody. You get a Brock, and you get a Brock. All across the lobby now.
Not everybody, the two Excel players. I think they deserve it, you know? They've done some questing.
2 Brocks is a lot more Brocks than you see in the regular game of TFT.
Yeah, but now it makes people like Travis and Coinid a little bit worried. They're the 2 lowest HP players in the lobby, minus Experian, of course, with the Brock. But the problem right now is you're not going to be facing 1, you're going to be facing 2. So your chances of facing those Brock boards are going to be pretty high. However, Experian still stuck on level 8, doesn't necessarily have items for the Brock yet, so it could be a chance for the other lower HP members to take those wins over those Ishtal boards.
Yeah, it's not looking great, to be honest, for Experian. Lakoko wants to make it to 625, and he has the HP to do so.
Damn.
So I think it makes a lot of sense. He's really looking to win this game. That's obviously his game plan here from such a high roll start with Ishtal, and so much HP was able to preserve in the early game.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're seeing. I'm generally very excited for it, but I will say, Experian with his current HP totals, he might be able to hang in there for some more time on the back of this Brock, on the back of those upgrades, but once Lakoko comes into his true form on this Ishtal, he's the first on the chopping block with no more HP to fall back on, so it's a very, very dangerous situation to be in for him.
And if we can look at Zyko's board, observers, Panda, remember how we were like, hey, he's playing a stable Ionia board that's trying to get to the top 4, grab his points. Unfortunately, he's stuck on Ari 2 when he is one of his primary carries, even has Yasuo 3, Kennen 3, but unfortunately cannot hit his secondary and primary if you 3-star it. Carry right here, he will find the 8th copy, but not the 9th one, and starts even selling Wukong pairs. This is absolutely heartbreaking with only 28 HP and 2 Brock Ishtal players in this lobby. It's becoming a little bit too sharp.
It's what we talked about as early as stage 2. You could kind of predict how high some of these boards would cap with the Excel players, etc. And your goal and your mission was to come into stage 5 as healthy as possible, because you will most likely be losing a lot of these fights and bleeding out to a lower placement otherwise, especially as you're mentioning trouble, not having hit your RA3, which I think is obviously a bit low roll here for Zyko.
Yeah, it's rather unfortunate. I also cross-checked all of the other boards to see if maybe someone else has an RA2, just has a splash in there, but no, he's just very, very unlucky on this roll down here. Can see the frustration coming through on his cam as well. Yeah, maybe another chance. Does get it. Needs to sell something. Oh, what a heartbreaker.
If you sell Arcanist right here, which is your Nico, you lose power on your Ari. And you lose power in your front line as well, but you have to sell something to make that Ari 3 happen. And it's just so unfortunate because right now he's just about hanging on by a thread. You'll see the HP is moving. He did end up getting his Ari 3, just 15 HP. This could just be a 1 round.
Oh no, the X12 showdown finally having experience. Unfortunately, I think the loser of the 2 still Annie 1-3 Annie taken out of the pool by Raiko's aura farming as well. So I'm not sure he has what it takes. That being said, Lakoko has not cashed out yet. So potentially this is the last time Lakoko hasn't cashed yet. That could be the free win for Experian to survive at least 1 more round and maybe get a 5th or a 6th off of that.
This is honestly the time you want to run into him. I mean, the round before that would have been fine as well, but if there is a time where you run into the other Ishtal player, now is where Experian wanted that to happen and goes his way here too. We're going to be seeing the cash out come on in from Lakoko in just a second, I assume, but big luck there for Experian to get that win.
This is probably
business.
the most important carousel for most players here. 6 out of 8 on their last loss, potentially. So items here to fully itemize either your tank or your backline will be super important.
This is where all the small decisions matter. Positioning in just one round can see a swing in placements of maybe, third or maybe an eighth in a game where I think a lot of players like Experian, like Zyko, are far behind in points. They have to catch up with the rest of the pack.
They absolutely have to. And I mean, that boogeyman is being realized right about now. Here comes the cash out for Lakoko.
Ooh.
3 Reforgers will help out potentially with this Kraken Reforge.
Brock!
Oh my goodness.
Heads up from Lakoko. Rolls first, gets everything on the board set up. You can do your items on the bench as you're loading to the next fight. So the correct order of actions here for an experienced player like Lakoko. We'll see if he ends up reforging. The Kraken has to maybe remove the TG from the Brock. Doesn't do so.
He didn't block
on the other
Nico.
side.
Unfortunately, he didn't move his soldier quick enough, so Nico's gonna walk up.
Also doesn't remove the belt from the Skarner, so really not an ideal turn here. Can make use of a Radiant. Should still be good. He has not that much HP to work with, actually. He could be in trouble.
He could be in trouble. On the other side is Psycho, who found that Ahri, but that is just too little, too late. She's all alone on the dance floor. Zyko being knocked down, even more able to hang in there. Look at the lobby totals on the right-hand side. We are going to be seeing eliminations come on through right now. Brock not good enough for Experian, takes a 7th. Travis taking an 8th. Actually, hold up. Yes, so that will be the final placements for them. Coinend joining them in a 6th place as triple elimination has hit the board.
I swear, Zyko should be so happy that 5th is a first right here with how unlucky he was on his Ahri roll downs. Now, Lakoko hitting a bunch of his units. Now he's moved the Sun Soldier further back to lock in the Nico. Nico's not your primary tank anymore, so you want that Nico to stay alive for that Nidalee to be untargetable for as long as possible. Still sitting with a BT, that Raiden BT, which he's now going to slam onto that Nidalee. But again, that one belt that you mentioned, since no frontline items came from the Reforge, is going to stick onto the Skarner.
With the golden remover, I think Lakoko should be a little bit quicker in terms of placing his items here now. Not sure if he wanted to have a showdown on anyone other than the Silas that he has it on now, but is going to hit, I think, the full strength of his comp after this cash out in particular. Raiko, though, is one of the players we talked about. He is also going to cap really high, and it looks like this Annie board is too much alongside the dummy buying so much time.
Wow.
And Lakoko, despite a great Ixtal start, frustrating. Bot 4 here for the French player, not able to get the point he was hoping for.
That is actually insanity. The fact how Lakoko has played this game, how well he's been managing his HP, the win streak early on, how deep that cash out was, but it all just kind of felt not specific, not directed enough, not intentional enough on those last 2 rounds where he needed so many things to come together to really untap the potential of this Brock board.
I mean, to be fair, that Brock 2 had a TG, right? Not necessarily the best items you want to hope for. It was a Soljin and an Edge of Night, and especially when your cash out is 2 Radiant items, you would hope that one of these 2 items would end up on your Brock, which wasn't necessarily the case. So your primary carry was sort of still that Nidalee right there, which is not the best at capping and getting the top 2, top 1. However, Psycho must be super happy.
He made it.
With how slow he hit that Ahri 3. Had to swap items from Yone to Yasuo because he hit that 3-star Yasuo first. Absolutely mind-blowing there. That is more than a first here.
That's a test of a good player. Just correctly analyzes exactly what he has to do to find a good placement in the game while adapting to everyone else's game plans. Raiko, I could say the same for him, but let's be honest. He kind of high-rolled the Annie, and that's what really has carried him to this position. A 2-win streak now for the Italian player.
He might have high rolled the Annie, but he definitely low rolled some of the other boards in this lobby. That was not an easy game to navigate. Not many players would have clicked on Dumbify. I do think with the aura farming already being an augment that you're kind of down for quite a lot of the early stages. So I think we can still command his skill and his showing up here on the side of Raiko. But let's talk a little bit about Aaliyah, because I feel like he's been just cruising by. He does take the L here, but has assembled that Rise. You know, you've been calling it vintage Rise, Trouble.
It's vintage
that
Rise.
has been doing so well.
Yeah, I mean, it is vintage Rise. You've got the Cannon and the Kabuko. You've got Lissandra backline. You've spawned the Rise. This is good old vintage Rise, where he is looking for that Volibear too. Not quite going to be able to get there. I mean, he is one of your primary carries together with the Rise. So not being able to get that one might actually hurt, as only one player on 1 HP. Aaliyah, depending on how hard he loses the round, could also be on his last leg right here. And 3-star Ari, 3-star Cannon, 3-star Yasuo. Can they beat a 2-star Volibear, a 2-star Tibbers, a 2-star Senna, and a 2-star Annie?
There's just so much frontline to chew through between the Tibbers here and the dummy. Potentially, if maybe the Tibbers was down first and the dummy was not targeted right away and not soaking up a lot of damage, it could be. But we're seeing the Annie still very healthy. Now the second Giga tank is going to be there, tanking a lot of damage. And with the Senna's direct damage onto the Yasuo and the Ahri now being targeted, I think that's going to be a close fight, but still not quite enough for Zyko. He has to be happy, though. This was his game plan. Play for top third, and he achieved it.
Raiko and Aaliyah remain. This could end in the next fight, or it could go to the carousel once more. You can see the true potential of this board. Despite only being a Silas one, no items, there's so many other massive units that have been found. Aaliyah still on that Volibear one, has been carrying this Volibear one for feels like 3 stages at this point, unable to get the upgrades, but they are going up against each other right now.
Yeah, considering how early he unlocked that one with the Scion back then. But Raiko is like, to add insult to injury, getting that Volibear 2 right there just to slam the excess AD items that he had onto his bench. And this is going to be the final showdown. Aura farming into the dummy. Is it enough? Can it tank until all that burn from Annie, all that damage from Senna comes through?
Volibear might be sneaking in on either side. The Rise being targeted, and Annie's still holding on. The dummy, though, doing so much work in buying time for Raiko. The battle of two of the best players in this day, too, Aaliyah and Raiko, just accumulating more and more points. Aaliyah will just barely survive this fight, but I'm not sure if he can really do anything positioning-wise to find a way to win against Raiko and his setup.
Yeah, I do think you kind of want that Volibear 2 for Aaliyah, but it's going to be super hard to find with the current state. As it's an unlockable, it's not going to be on this carousel either, of course, so does settle for the Warmox here to try and beef up his board a little bit. I think there's a world where if your positioning works out for your Volibear to reach the backline Annie, that Aaliyah could clutch this up, but it's not going to be easy.
Don't say it, Trouble.
He's behind
Everyone ignore the big numbers on the field. I promise you, they're not consequential at all. They're just ignore them. They're not important to a game of TFT.
That is his best shot.
No.
That's his best shot. I'm going to call it. He did what needed to be done. He got his Volibear 2 online. If he can get the wrap, that is his best shot. Playing one unit down for Aaliyah in this very last matchup here of game number 3. A lot is on the line. The Bears meet up in the backline there, but Aaliyah's Volibear has come under fire from the Annie herself, and I fear that is going to be the determining factor here. As
the Wukong's still alive, buying a lot of time. The dummy's still alive as well. Both tanks are there. Now the dummy from the Wukong comes through, and he's almost down. Senna doesn't have enough HP to do it, I think. Rise punches it up, and it's going to be a final 1v1. 15 HP, or 8 HP rather, is 100% a loss in stage 6. So one last fight to decide it. Despite the Volibear not wrapping, it was still enough for Aaliyah to clutch it up.
The Yumi heal from the grave that kept the the Rise alive was absolutely insane. And that was with -1 unit on the board. Now he gets a second Wukong, and even though this one is not necessarily itemized, it still has the same passive. So if it tanks just a little bit more, it allows Lissandra for an extra attack. It allows Rise to cast once more again, allows Yuumi to heal. This is the last fight between those two players.
Can he protect his Rise long enough to do that magic trick once more against a magician himself? You can see Elia is feeling this fight. He's locked in. I don't know how close he's getting to the screen right now, but I can understand it. It is not looking too good here. Volibear has fallen. Your Wukong is the only thing that's
And he's too healthy.
He is alone on the floor, and that is going to be the factor here. Raiko does take the win, but Elia, in a valiant effort, secures that second place in a crazy double Ishtal Brock game. Let's not forget that.
The trick behind this battle was that you didn't want to be stuck on the dummy first. You want to be killing the active units if you're Elia, not the dummy. But Raiko's positioning was incredible. He read Elia like a book, positioned the dummy right in front of all the carries. So while this dummy was taking so long to go down, the rest of the units absolutely destroyed Elia's board.
Despite the loss, I think Elia did a really great job of finding a way to make it to 9 with so much gold, going to roll deep on 8, and also getting maximum Spirit Link value, being at exactly 1 HP for these last 2 fights. Even then, it wasn't enough to beat Aura farming Annie.
He just needed to sell a unit, man. He just needed to go back to 8. That's it.
Not much you can do against Aura farming Annie. She's going to appear in occasional games every now and then, and just like our breaks, they also appear occasionally between games, and then after that, we're going to be hearing from our analyst desk, and then more TFT action coming your way here at the EMEA Regionals.
Always rises. Cannons. Always rises. Cannons.
Welcome back to the analyst desk. We are one game away from our next set of promotions and eliminations, but Barry, what an incredible game we had just then. of course, we've been talking about all day about the idea of coming into games with maybe a little bit less coming from the, from the augments, coming from the encounters as well. But our players managed to at least theoretically find some ways to reverse fortune. Double Ishtal in one game was definitely not on my bingo card.
Yeah, lowering resource encounter, just the 2 gold coming through, so that meant 2 players did lean into Ishtal, and you're thinking, okay, this is the time to make it work. For one player, didn't really get going, but we had our win streak Ishtal, which bled out, but we also had Coco playing this huge cash out approach, Peter, but didn't get it going at all, unfortunately. Just not the cleanest turn after that big cash out.
And it was such a heartbreaker to see that. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see the replay. Just some of the rounds there where you had the cash out was so incredibly good, but I'm just trying to figure out really, in the broad terms, it felt like even with all the radiant items and such in place, it still felt like the Ishtal unit quality wasn't maybe there to compete with some of the late game boards we're seeing coming together.
He did drop out against Rico's Annie board, which was the board that went on to kind of run away with things throughout that stage, so did get the unfortunate matchmaking. But our top 2 points players in this particular game were our top 2 points leaders coming into it, so extending their position. And as we do get into our standings here, we should be able to see that that has set them up very nicely as we come into this, potentially for those 2 players in particular, last game.
Remember, no eliminations as of this round, but where we're really looking are, the 16th place is the most relevant right now. So currently 13th to 16th will be eliminated as of next game, and then the top 4 will get promoted, which means that as much as there's not that much difference between our mid-table of our remaining players, there'll be even less going forward. And yes, we're going to take a second to recognize HoroX doing astonishingly well.
Yeah, we do have our sole representative up there, but off the lobby, we just saw Rico and Aaliyah stretching their lead. Now, we do have those 3 players that feel like they've got a big chunk of a lead, but there's that 1 spot potentially available. But Elia, in that particular game, expertly done, played this lifting competition into bilge, into late game specialist, and then using it all the way to get up towards this classic rise board. And it's paid dividends for him, because now he's in a position where just a stable finish should get him into that top 4, and he can sit back and relax for the final 2 games of the day.
It's worth noting as well, as we look at the table in the game 9, the game 3 from today, that our top 3 players, all first place, second place. It's all about getting in the big wins right now. Then you can just sit out the rest of the day once you secure that space. You effectively give yourself a couple of hours of extra prep for tomorrow that no one else will have, where you can be watching, everyone's bags of tricks being emptied out fully as they try and survive through to the next round at all.
Yeah, really good position to be in to just get it over and done with after 4 games on the day. But then we will just have our 8 remaining. So we've got our 16 players. We'll be losing half of them. 4 will be in Dreamland. 4, unfortunately, will be saying goodbye to you. But they have secured their pro circuit slot regardless. So every player here does have that to cling on to. They've got the competitive future lined up for next set.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a lot to be thinking about for our players going forward. Of course, we have got the crown coming up at the end of the month as well for our players who do manage to make it through here. Of course, we're looking to put together our full contingent of players. We've already got a few players locked in as of the regular season, but as of tomorrow, we'll be seeing the brawl for all. Of course, our next game is coming up shortly, so again, for this one, we'll be looking for not just the players towards the bottom, but the players towards the top as well. No one will win a lobby with each other, Barry, fighting for the same points.
Yeah, it's so close in the standings. Double here, and our tournament big hitter so far, as we do get into this game with Impetuous Panda, Trouble, and Makes. Take us away.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, we are back into game once more. We're getting a look at the other lobby now. And I'm personally quite excited to see what HoroX is up to. Peepo UK, as Barry has said correctly, I want to see what he's up to. Trouble, who are you looking forward to in this game in particular?
I mean, I'm looking definitely at Double. I'm looking at HoroX. Again, still in that top 4. And if they have a really good performance right here, they go on holiday until tomorrow. They don't have to play the extra 2 games. They will be in the top 4. So I'm looking to see Are they going to go with something crazy? Are they going to go for something stable? I'm already seeing a Twisted Fate on HorrorX's board, so I'm thinking Bilgewater that can definitely land you in the top 4.
I want to mention Vomandeth. I talked about him briefly at the very start of the show today. He's a player who really popped off in set 14 when he made Tactician for the first time. Had a really breakout set, specifically around Street Demons. He was like a Street Demon 1-cost reroll merchant with Gorilla Mundo and Zyra and Seraphine. Him and Volta went to Tactician because they played so much 1-cost reroll in that regionals. And once again, a set. I mean, there's one set in between where he didn't really have the greatest results, but he's back in the same exact position, 5th in the standings. 49 points total, in a really good spot to maybe make it back to Tactician and ascend to that kind of S-tier level that we expect from some of the French players.
Listen, every time you make this point, you tell us about the 1-cost reroll. In my brain, there goes like a red light that says, "Don't click yordles." So I'm actually happy we're not seeing Vomandeth go to his true colors of picking those. But quick reminder, we are in a prismatic party portal, so it is going to be prismatics all across the board for our players. And you know, stuff like expected unexpectedness is always something players are curious about here.
Okay, thank you so much, observers. You literally read my mind. You spoke about yordles straight into the Prismatic Death Cup board, straight into the 4 yordle opener. Dallasum might just make your wildest dreams come true in this game, because this looks like a Veigar game to me.
First it's Kenobi, now it's Makes. My poor Spanish player Dallasum cannot catch a break from these curses. He's been baited into playing yordles here. We'll see how it works out. Only need 1 Rabadons to unlock Veigar. We have seen players like Daisy, for example, playing it yesterday to a 6th. Usually just does not really hang with the Fast 9 capped comps. We did see last weekend a player, I believe it was TFT Panda actually, he managed to play a Yordle game and then play into Annie, for example, as kind of just a transition point.
Can I just say, Dallasum on our overall leaderboard is the player with the least points. He needs a high finish. He's playing for first place. And how chatty is it to log into the game and says, yes, I'm actually going to be playing Yordles and y'all just watch me. Honestly, Dallasum is such a joy to watch. I'm quite excited. Despite not wanting to have seen Yordles in this way, I'm down. Take the wheel.
Also, when you see dice, you click dice. Whether that's destiny, whether that's expected unexpectedness. I feel like this was best case scenario right here for Yobidashi. Clicked 1 dice, got a different dice, got the extra anvils on his bench right now, which means that whichever way he chooses to pivot towards, he's currently holding some Ionia units. It is going to be the XP Ionia as well, so he could be playing for a really high cap going that fast 9.
And not opening the anvils, I think he understands I'm not very strong. Why would I start cementing my direction this early on when I can stay flexible around my carousel pick, around maybe, you know, the components I get from Krugs as well? And then going to stage 3, decide what to play into. Most likely from this kind of loose streak angle, we'll be seeing him trying to play around a 3-cost reroll. Or like we saw from Double yesterday, playing into Void, for example. Essentially a comp that wants a spike at 3-5 at the latest.
Checking in with the man himself. HorrorX is currently not really playing anything. We're just saying, okay, lost streak. I'm down. I'm trying to build my econ out, and I am chilling for now. Players, of course, know it is prismatic triple lobby, so that always means tempo is pretty high in these type of lobbies. There's a lot of resources being thrown around, so setting yourself up for success on getting a lot of econ early does make sense to me.
Well, I'd say tempo will be high, but right now I think everyone has picked the loose streak augments. There's upward mobility, there's comeback story, there's level up. Everyone is saying, you know what? The game doesn't really start till stage 4, right, guys? And everyone has agreed, they've shaken hands, and we'll see some pretty high cap boards because of that.
And this is why I think it makes the game interesting, right? For somebody like Dallasum, Makes mentioned how he's at the very bottom of the leaderboard right now, needs the win to survive to play another 2 games, right? It's not that if he wins, makes it to tomorrow, it just prolongs his life in today. So going for that Veigar build, potentially he can slowly but surely rack up that HP, preserve that, play for that Veigar, and everyone else who's going towards that fast 9, you just cross your fingers that they contest each other on their builds and they don't end up hitting, and you just end up with a supercharged Veigar.
I'm laughing because Dalu was one of the 4 players earlier that were in this 4-way Ari Ionia tie.
Oh,
So
God.
the idea of him sitting there and saying, now you guys can test each other.
I mean,
just
look right.
to me.
Look on the right of your board, right? It's all Jin, Shen,
Okay,
Yasuo,
okay,
Ari.
hold on. That is because it's XP Ionia. Players are just playing alongside that, tagging that in. That does not mean they're going for Ari reroll though.
So some copium, you know?
That would be crazy.
I will say for Dalisum, historically across this entire sets, there are some very crazy synergies for Yordles in particular, in terms of coordination, for example, getting you an extra slot, because reaching 8 Yordles usually requires you to be level 8. That is how TFT works. But there are augments that can cheat this out, and you get so much more exponential value from that Yordle trait and the extra econ, the earlier spike with Fizz 2 and Veigar 2 as well. So I like the setup here from Dalisum, to be honest. Do I like it for a first? That's a little bit more questionable, but we'll find out at the end of this game.
I'd be so down. I'd be so down to see a Yordle first when nobody is expecting this, but it's all
First
in the
crown as well
hands
could
of
be really strong
Morthok
for
now.
Dalisum if he finds it.
It's expected unexpectedness, but not in an augment form. Meanwhile,
True.
all right, Kubixen, again, it's the Yunara, slams that IE, has a pretty strong board overall. He's the only player on a 4-win streak right here. And in his pool is primarily the lower HP boards, which are not necessarily looking to win streak. Only Yobidashi currently in his pool is on a 2-win streak, so could potentially be having the strongest board. But Kubixen is going to push to that level 6 with the level up and the lower cost on the XP to try and make sure he maintains that 5-win streak.
I will say Kubi is probably the most favored, or the player getting the most advantage from the general lobby setup in Stage 2, because he's picked an Econ Augment that is kind of a win streak Econ Augment where you can push for levels efficiently on Stage 2, level to 5, level to 6 early, while still having a chance to cap very high while making use of level up in Stage 4 and 5 as well. So it's really set up for him to have a relatively easy win streak. No one has picked up these crazy combat augments or item augments like Buried Treasure, for example, and this feeds perfectly into his game plan.
Yeah, and I mean, having that Yunara as well, that goes really nicely into the board you've built. We just saw him go up against Fomendeth, who has found the Belveth Garen on the back of the Unexpected Expectedness. And so being able to beat that board, I think it makes sense. He pushed for level 6 just to secure that, just to make sure he can get that win streak going. But we are hopping across boards. Here is the board we were talking about. So 2 4-costs were found there on the back of the augment, and we're checking in with Paperglad as well.
Yep, the combat augment right there does have the Ari holding Jinx and Vi. I don't think I've seen anyone sort of angling towards the Warwick and Jinx reroll, so this could potentially be an angle for Paperglad. Now that he slammed the Kraken Slayer as well onto the Ari, I think it just makes it a little bit more apparent that he is angling towards that Jinx reroll, and with the Vi 2 that he just hit on his board, he will most likely solidify his direction.
Yeah, it has to be. I think since Warwick came into the meta, Comeback Story has been paired pretty much hand in hand with Warwick as a comp. It just fits really well to what you want to do with Warwick in terms of spiking in Stage 3 and then getting a lot of value from this combat augment from the HP you've lost.
Checking in with Fomendeth, as we are getting one more fight before that next set of prismatics comes for us, and we're seeing Yobidashi on the other side, who has built out on the Yasuo, is going to turn that into a Yone as soon as he can with the items on there. That is guaranteed. We've been seeing some Slayer variants, but I don't think that's the case for Yobidashi for now, as he does take the win here against Fomendeth. And let's see if our Yordle player and everybody else can get some favorable prismatics their way.
Yobidashi was also part of that 4-way Ionia contest in the first game.
Yes, he was.
I think players saying, you know what, I'm starting to feel just a little bit of deja vu. I mentioned it.
You mentioned it. You mentioned Coronation. Insta-click.
I'm kind of on a roll today. No, I'm predicting every 3-2 augment these players are going to hit.
Okay.
And this is why that someone was
Who's
playing
top
for
point
this.
earner today? Say it. Who's top point earner? Say it.
No. I'm picking augments. I'm not picking players. I have, in a lengthy career casting TFT, I have learned my lessons.
But yeah, you mentioned picking that up, Coronation. Really, really good augment there for, of course, a Dalism looking across the board. We're seeing a lot of generics trouble being picked up by our players. Stuff like red blue buff, stuff like tiny but deadly being picked. So a bunch of resources in flux, but not as much strict direction.
Yeah, I feel like especially when you go towards more of a gold-inducing augment, especially as your first, and you know you're going to be playing Prismatic Party, you definitely just want either like a really strong combat augment or a really strong item augment. So if you look overall across, it's primarily item augments from artifacts to TGs to lucky gloves for Yobidashi to red buff, blue buff, as you mentioned. So primarily since you do have your economy already on the board, you just want to establish a lot of dominance in that stage 3, especially if you think you can win streak. And if you look over on the right side, a 4 win streak from Double, a 3 win streak for People Glad, Yobidashi starting to pick up a win streak as well. So definitely slamming those items early, especially when you have champions like the Yunara already on your board with 3 pretty good items for her. This is your time to be win streaking and saving HP.
Very curious where Kubi goes from this. So we know one line has already been selected with the Jinx Warwick. Yunara, unless you're Raiko, no longer really the meta that you want to strive for. He has a golden duplicator as well. I wonder if Kubi tries to go for a fast 9 AD setup that we haven't seen much of this weekend, playing around things like Kindred and kind of the traditional AD fast 9 board that we saw a lot of much earlier in this set.
I would be down for it. I think we've every now and then seen these AD setups work out, but it is very conditional. Stuff like the Kaisa with the Baron being able to really support her. Even on the Slayers, you do need the correct items to really make those AD units content with the AP ones. Saying that, there is a second Yunara on this carousel that could be picked up by Kubi if he reaches it.
Let's see, it's still up and available. Does have a belt, which would be fantastic for Ubixen as well, since he only is looking for frontline items at this point. It's not going to be the case. And I'm actually starting to scratch my head right here, because Panda, you're like, these look like could be Jinx items, but he currently just picked up a BF sword, which means he's thinking of another carry, which is going to be melee. Now, observers, if we can look over on Horo X, this is somebody we have not necessarily talked about a lot, and he did opt for Forged in Strength, which means if you fall below 40 HP, you gain 3 more artifacts plus the one that you have. Unluckily, the artifacts are AD with the Flicker Blade. Does have the Reforger, 1 Flicker Blade and the Silvermere Dawn right there. However, he's so incredibly poor. 3-5, 20 gold without any gold inducing augment, literally just raw power through items and combat augments, and not a single 2-star frontliner apart from the Vi. Might be a little bit difficult to hit those units unless you hit a great augment on 4-2 that can actually help you reroll to find them.
Kind of tricky Reforged. They're not really looking or finding the best synergistic artifacts here as well. I wonder where he goes with this. I will say the change to Forge and Strength really, I think, is actually huge for how this augment works. Catching it out at 40 instead of 35 HP. It helps you really have more direction before you've already rolled down your gold, essentially in stage 4 sometimes. I think Ornn might be a part of the answer to this puzzle, where you can, even if you lower your artifacts, find value from them by having them on Ornn and just having a Giga Tank with all the extra HP he gets.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan either, but for now, at least the artifacts fill out the blanks that he has in this comp. Is obviously trying to pick up the Leona, Zoe, Malzahar comp as we are going, but with the money he has, I'm with you, Trouble. I think this is a worrying state to go into reroll, not really many upgrades on your board already, to then go down with 20 gold and
yeah, meanwhile, somebody who is pretty rich with full combat augments is People Glad. Managed to pick up the win right here over the Noxus board from Double. 3 really good Jinx items, has full combat augments, which means the second you hit that 3-star Jinx, your board can literally skyrocket because you get so much raw power through your augments that are going to persist through those 5 and 6 rounds. Stage 5 and
the
stage
upside.
6. There you go.
The upside of this setup exactly is that you're only trying to usually hit one 3-star upgrade, the Jinx. Usually 3-cost reroll comps are just very expensive to play without econ augments because 3-starring a lot of 3-cost is just very expensive overall. In this case, if he finds a Jinx 3, he will be way higher cap potential than most 3-cost rerolls will be. The idea is that he might not hit the Jinx is a problem. Maybe a 4-2 augment could help him in that regard.
Well, he
Good
finds
start.
Jinx 2 at least. So
Whoa.
start.
Hold up,
These were
hold
meant
up.
for Kubi. What is Peppo? It's a wrong Polish player. Hello, scriptwriters.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I wanted to say. Both of these players seem to be angling this line. We saw Kubi leaning into the Jinx items, at least on the Yunara for now, and Paperglad is playing the same comp, so both of them might be looking at a little contest here, depending on what Kubi actually ends up doing.
Kubi's on level up, so I think for sure he'll try and push level. I don't think he can play for any kind of reroll.
I have a feeling Cubiction is playing for Vintage Kindred right here. Whenever we can look at his board after this fight. Does have the Quick Striker emblem as well. Has a lot of the items that would lead over to a very quick Kindred. I don't know if you guys remember from our viewers, of course, a couple of patches back, you used to play a lot of carry items on your Draven, and then you would transition into a very strong Noxus frontline with Kindred as backline carry. So that could be the case. But yeah, another golden egg here for Cubiction, but
No
only
way.
has 70 HP. I'm not sure if that's wise. Gonna roll it off. Okay.
Might want to pick up Ben of Thieves, but he doesn't really have any big 2-star upgrades yet. He's going to be quite weak in stage 4 if he goes for this, I think. Has a duplicator, though. I mean, I think he would have loved maybe... I'm not sure if extra econ, it would be maybe a bit too much with level up already picked up. Those are sweet treats. Makes a lot of sense. With min-max, has already a lot of extra items in the first place.
Ooh, now this is what I was worried about. Does get the reroll augment that we were talking about as he's playing the 3-star 3-cost line. But as you mentioned, Panda, and we said he was so poor, even when you get all those free rerolls, you still need to have gold to roll down for your units. And not only has he not hit a single 3-star unit, he's actually lacking in power in the front line. The main purpose that this comp works is that this Leona is able to tank a storm. Currently she's sitting with one suboptimal artifact and a gargoyle. This is looking really rough for Horax, and he's going to end up on his last life right here.
Yeah, and YU Mapro just found that Yone 2 as well is definitely the player that has a pretty strong board here. Found that Ionia so early on with upward mobility on top of it. So Horo running into a pretty bad opponent for now, gets a couple more rolls. Speaking of, Bomendeth also found 40 rolls on the back of the Call to Chaos. I'm sure people have been wondering what he picked up there, but yeah, this is not really working out for Horo.
Seeing Bowman to this board here. This is one of the problems when you pick up 40 rolls. You might not have enough money to even buy the units, so you're banking all these rolls here. And I think from Bowman, you could predict this from the very start of the game. From his unexpected is he found a Garen and a Belveth. And it's kind of middling amounts of power where you'd rather just go full econ. Instead, he was forced to kind of play for a half win streak. And he's going to get outscaled by pretty much everyone in this lobby. Plays for kind of the win now board with this Kaisa setup and the Vayne alongside that Garen. But I don't think this could ever be more than a 7th or a 6th, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel like Vomendeth is sort of in the same boat as Horror X, where they both got their rerolls, but they do not have quite a lot of gold to fill the gap. There is a Zoe on the carousel, and it will be the last one that Horror X needs for the 3-star. Gonna look for it, picks that one up, and also perhaps another frontline item for his Leona with the Negaturn.
Big upgrade
got his
for
Kindred.
Kubi there.
Let's go.
Yes, gets the Kindred. We were talking about it. So big upgrade from the Yunara to that Kindred coming into place. But I quickly want to mention we haven't seen Dalasum's board in a while. I don't know if Observer has been trying to avoid it, just to, he's been doing well. They don't want to curse him. But he does have at least a Veigar in play based on what we've seen. I kind of want to check in on his counts, but looking good on the money. Got growth mindset as 3rd prismatic here. Would really like to upgrade that Veigar out of all the units he has for sure.
I think this will be what we saw in week 1, very similar. I think he knows, first of all, he has to play for first, even if first might not allow him to survive the cut. Secondly, he knows that this comp is not going to do it unless you play for a Veigar 3 and Phase 3 like GoBuster did in the last TPC event. I think he wants to use this as a bridge to make it to Annie. We see an Annie already on the bench, and he can pivot entirely out of Yordles and just play for a fast 10 AP with all the extra gold he gets from 8 Yordles across stage 3 and 4.
Or we can also see what you mentioned a couple of games ago, maybe it was last game, where you do play Yordles, but then you start splashing in legendaries just to make it a little bit stronger right here. So that Annie could just be the one unit that you pop in at that level 9, maybe you drop for full Yordles. Oh, this is just a horror for Horror X. Oh my god, this is just a horror!
Solid Kog'Maw. Sona, it's time.
Goodbye, Kog'Maw. Leona 3 is my new best friend, Horo, with the back against a wall, caught between a rock and a hard place, and somehow a full Yordle board. Let's see who's on the other side as he hops into game. Is going to be finding, actually, Yobidashi here. Has only the only one, so good chance you could take this one.
That's a Yone 1, Ari 1, Set 1 board, and it still looks pretty strong, but Leona 3 does not fall to those types of champions, especially when they're 1-star, because they pretty much tickle Leona, even with suboptimal items. Horex lives to fight another day, hopefully to find some items that make a little bit more sense onto that Leona.
Saw something really interesting as we were watching Horo make heartbreaking decisions. Can we take a look at doubles board, observers? I know, we're just throwing you for a wrench, but take a look at this. So, Darius 3, LeBlanc 3, where we're talking about the potential of playing Noxus on these reroll lines, and I love seeing it, and I love seeing it from double. Has picked up Trifecta as a third augment here, really bringing this comp together.
Adaptability is the name of the game. Most likely did not find early Mbessa, started stage 4, was kind of caught between what his game plan should be for the rest of the game, and then Trifecta kind of solved that problem for him, said, hey, just reroll. There's quite a few rerollers already in this lobby, so you're going to have a chance to hit the Darius and the LeBlanc 3 on pace as well, with Peppo Guy playing Jinx, and of course Horo playing a lot of 3 costs on his board.
Yeah, and Dalisum right here with the Yordles that we talked about is going to find the Ziggs too. Has really good items. Is going to keep the extra Veigar. Does have the extra golden duplicator as well. A lot of HP to burn through. About 2, maybe 3 lives. If he has some pretty good losses. Gonna load up the Ziggs right here. Couple of items onto the Veigar, and he's got the double carry. Pretty locked and loaded as Kubixen with vintage Kindred carry and Noxus frontline.
Yeah, and that Kindred is upgraded as well. That's a big factor there. Kindred 2 into play, but Panda, we're holding an additional Veigar. We're holding an additional duplicator. I'm not sure the dream of seeing this moved out and into a legendary late game board is actually all that realistic, looking at the decisions Dalisum is making here.
Let me give you some lore into this season of TFT and EMEA. GoBuster won Demacia Cup, the last TPC event, playing this comp, and he only did so because Dalisum sold a Fizz while playing Build Water that he had to hold, and this Fizz was bought by Gobo to find a Fizz 3 on 1 life, to then find a Veigar 3 off of it. And everyone kind of blamed Dalisum for being a little bit asleep at the wheel and not realizing that he kind of entered that game. And he went second in that tournament to GoBuster, so it was kind of a head-to-head. Now Dalisum takes the page from his book and says, you know what? If Gobo can do it, I can do it as well. Maybe Veigar 3 is the answer.
I like it. I like seeing it, but he needs to hold on there. In the meantime, we did get an elimination coming in. Horo taking that 8th place. I think the writing was on the wall. Unfortunately, not good enough, and that could actually spin him for a change. He was one of our players in the top 4, one of those players in a prime position to maybe get the instant move into tomorrow with an 8th place. He might have just closed that door on him.
And Dalisum right here seems to be doing so well. He's actually farming the lower HP participants in this lobby. So one step closer to just rolling and finding that Veigar that we've been talking about as Galio 2 hit right here for Vomendeth. Does have the TG to slam. Again, a more of a vintage feel on what was once a reroll Vayne. Now it happens to be just extra items on Vayne, main carry Kai'Sa, but the feel is still the same. You play Demacia with Garen as your main tag, as Bixen, also with another vintage board. And again, Panda City, adaptation is the name of the game. Vintage versus vintage.
That being said, I think if this is not really meta for a reason, unfortunately, Kubi just had no choice. There aren't really that many AD comps you can play for in this meta with the Yunara nerfs that can hold these items outside of Jinx, and Jinx was already very contested. So Kubi found himself forced to play this line. I think he's not super happy with that choice and the eventual results here. It looks like it could potentially be a loss here to Yobidashi, or to Vomendeth rather.
Hold on. You've got some really good Kindred ults here, but in the end, it's not going to be good enough. You can see the table slam does come in unsatisfied with a 7th place. How should it be any different for the Polish star player? But we are going to be going into carousel here. Emblems.
Third item for Sylas is what Yobidashi is looking for. Gonna end up with the Edge of Night. Does have BT and JG onto that Sylas. So third item is fantastic. Does have a bunch of lucky gloves as well. Paired up really nicely with the extra crit from his third augment. So great pickup right here. Third item for one of his secondary carries on his board. Thank you for highlighting this as well, observers. Opted to go more for a third carry or a 5th carry, as I see right now, with Aatrox and set on the board as well. Hits on Zilean too. Might have to sell something from his board. Thinking about the cannon. Would be a fully itemized Zilean here, so it's definitely worth it.
Gonna play a Senna in that last slot. Yobidashi on his last life alongside Vomendeth. Both of these players are trying to potentially dodge someone like Pepograd, who has a comeback story, who has that fairly scary Jinx 3 and Loris 3 online. But it will be the battle of the 1 HP Frenchman to try and stay alive in this game 4.
Yeah, and honestly, this is a really, really sad one for either one who gets eliminated here. A tough lobby to close it out with the triple prismatics, and it looks like that Zilean can just not contend. Yobidashi is getting his placement handed to him here. Vomendeth just barely scraping by, and we find YU Macpro in those bottom players now. Take a look, Double on 9, Vomendeth on 8, YU Macpro on 3. All of these players have moved so close to each other, and Dalasum on the Yordles. I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but he's up there. He's chilling.
He's definitely making it to the next PvE round, which is the most important. He's level 9, has the 22 gold, 31 HP, so you can rack up the gold in the next PvE round, potentially try to roll down for that Veigar. Again, that golden duplicator could be a win factor in his inventory.
We don't look at Dalasum's board. The other competitors don't as well. That's how it works. So no one will know. He's trying to sneak in a Veigar 3 win condition. Double trying to fight his way through this board, but it looks like it's just too much to handle.
Can't beat the
Dalasum has
ghost.
really hit a big spike with the Cannon 3 as well. And it's just too much.
YU Macpro taking an L here. We're waiting to see if Vomendeth is also out. Yes, is going to be the case. Triple elimination on the back of that ghost copy loss. Vomendeth taking a 3rd, Double a 4th, and YU Macpro that 5th. It is between a Jinx and a whole horde of Yordles.
Now, here's the fun fact. If you're Pepograd, you can't even hold Veigars. You've not been able to unlock it. You don't even have a death cap to even try. You're stuck level 7. And our Spanish production, whether they want it or not, they're going to have to show what's happening on Dalasum's board, okay? Does have the 2 extra Veigars. Does have 50 gold. It's going to be more than 60, 70 gold in the next round to come through. And is he going to roll down or is he going level 10?
He's actually so rich.
He's also separating the Veigars, just trying to min-max all the little tricks
here
to
we go.
confuse your opponent. That is maybe a timing that we'll see the star level pop up there, so I think Pepograd is fully aware of what might be coming his way. I will say, before anyone gets too excited, myself included, because Dalasum is so far behind in points, a first might not even be enough. There's just a really big gap between the rest of the players in this field, so he has to hope it's enough, but it's a tough position to be in.
The first might not be enough, but you got to start with it. And He took a huge risk picking up a Death Cap Prismatic Augment straight into Yordles. Not many people choose to play from that position. Huge risk. Let's see if he's going to get the big reward.
Honestly, I think this lobby is really shaking up to go into Dalasam's favor if he's able to get that first place. Double placing on a 4th it moves him a little bit down. Yobidashi placing on that 6th also moves him down. So the rest of the playing field is kind of just going closer to each other. It might just be good enough to get that first place. But here is the roll down. Dalasam, can he find it?
You better not skip it, or I will retire from casting TFT.
Goodness. Don't say that. Scary sentence to be saying.
He's selling everything. He wasn't able to find it. Still selling, still rolling. Too late.
No!
Glad sees that as well. Cheers on his chair. And Dalasam, if a first wouldn't guarantee him tomorrow, a second one might be a little bit too grim.
The loss is guaranteed after he sold off most of his board. Unfortunately, it was a heroic attempt, a great game plan. Copying the homework from opponents he's faced in the past is set, but just not enough. Still, a commendable top result in this day 2 at the very least for Dalasam to make it this far in his sets. And a great result from Beppelglad, a player we talked about. Had a bad TPC, came into week 1, smurfed that first week. We said, is he going to have that level in this week 2? And up until now, he's really performing at a high level, playing comps that I think not everyone is open to, playing a lot of AD compared to the rest of the field.
Yeah, I think we were in for a little bit of a treat this game. Yes, triple prismatics are always crazy, but the fact that we saw a Yordle board do as well as it did, the fact that we saw Vintage Kindred come out, I think there was a lot in here for analysts to break down further. So we're going to go into a teeny tiny break, and then we'll hear from our analyst on how it all came to be and who will be in the next couple of games.
Always rises. Cannons. Always rises. Cannons.
Welcome back, one and all. My name is Caliphate. He's Barry Bannon. This is our analyst desk on the cusp of our second set of eliminations and our first set of promotions of the day. But Barry, let's talk a little bit about that game because it was so important. Of course, Mordog pulled the lever for all prismatics just to show us exactly what our players were capable of.
Yeah, we got the triple prismatic, which does line us up for a crazy game just straight out the gates. You know what's going to happen. Dallison did have the triple prismatic, not the gold augment coming in first there, deceiving us. But we actually see, when you expect it to be such a high cap game, Jinx reroll and just Yordle's counterfeit were the ones that stood above the rest.
Yeah, and I think we were really shocked seeing that one. I know certainly on the cast, and I think we were as well, we're not really expecting to see the line being held to. As David was pointing out, you know, we had the Annie on the bench as well to potentially move down that route, but we were very close to the Vega 3 and potentially get Dallison back in because he was one of the lowest points players coming into that round, so he needed the miracle to happen.
Yeah, he took this Yordles, he pushed aggressively to level 7 when he got the Tactician's Crown coming through so he could get 8 Yordles in early. A player we do see here, though, we haven't mentioned so far, Double, opting for this just Noxus reroll line. He left himself fairly open, he got to his 3rd augment, and then Trifecta was presented, and he thought, okay, there's a lot of rerollers in this lobby already, and I only need a solid placement. We'll see this soon enough, but Double was coming into this lobby with a 5-point lead over the rest of the field, so just going for something reliable, solid, finishing in that middle of the pack. But Jinx, 2 games in a row now, has really stood forward. It's been bad throughout the first weekend and, of course, yesterday. We thought maybe players will start to figure it out, but 2 games in a row, finally stepping forward.
All right, let's not take any more time before determining who is still in the competition for the last 2 rounds of the day. Remember, bottom 4 eliminated from this screen, top 4 promoted from this screen. So we can see that we've got our 2 top bananas in Raiko and Double, who will be playing no more games today at all.
Yeah, they've got through there, followed by Aaliyah and Day6. So Horror was on the cutoff, but took that 8th place, so we'll have to fight again. And then we have our next players currently in the positions: Woman Death, Pepperglad, Travis, and Horror. And then the chasing Coco, Why You Mad, Kabixen. So pretty close, really, when you look at those points. But 4 of our players sitting pretty, can just watch the rest of this day unfold. They've done their jobs.
And a bit of a heartbreak for Dallas Summers. We can see ultimately it was not going to matter if he got the 1st place or not. He'd end up down by a couple of points of where he would needed to be, but he had to try anyway. Unfortunately, that was the way the cookie crumbled. Psycho Experience, some Conid are all out of commission, and they will be not going forward to tomorrow. But we're now kind of in a really rare situation, Barry, where we've got 8 players who will be playing against exclusively each other for 2 games yet to come. So we kind of almost get a little bit of a preview of what tomorrow will be like.
Yeah, a little bit of a taster of the same kind of dynamic they'll be setting up, where you can watch what your opposition are playing, get a feel of it, but in this particular setup we only have the 2 games, so not really going to be as much of a factor as it will be tomorrow. These players have been playing against each other all day, all weekend, in some cases even last weekend, so they already very much know each other's play styles.
I mean, I don't know what we're going to be in for these next 2 games, particularly for our players who are, are really in the spots where they need to be recovering a lot of points. I'd imagine they would like for this to be very high variance, to maybe see another prismatic party and say, you know what, some of the decisions I make here will be ones which nobody is necessarily fully comfortable with, just because you get so little chance to practice, that most intense version of TFT.
I think one player that won't want to see that again is Horror, who was on the verge of making it through and then has tumbled down to be right up in amongst it now and scrapping. And we saw in that last game, our bottom player was on the reroll line and it just was so disappointing. Close, had to sell off your upgrades. And then on the flip side, we saw Pepperglad, who was just win streaking the whole game, taking combat augments and giving himself the time to find these rerolls. So it just kind of show that this 3-cost reroll, it's so expensive to get going that it's very difficult to save your game once you fall behind.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about the kind of the points difference coming into this one, it's actually a fairly big spread which we'll see, I'm sure, in a minute once we get our lobby graphic up. But just a little bit of a preview. At some points during the competition, we've maybe had like 5 points between one set of circumstances and another. Coming into this final game, there's actually been more of a separation building up where we'll have a couple of players, in the upper 40s, but players like Vomandef and Pepperglad, who are going to be playing in a minute, who are mid 50s already. So there's very little room for error in this next lobby, where easily those last couple of placements in tomorrow could be determined by a single point.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the top end of the lobby, tiebreak it out have been automatically through already, so that's how close they were to making it. And then we do have players that are almost effectively could adrift. They need perfect storm scenarios to get themselves through. So once we do get into the game, we'll be able to keep an eye on. But as Vomandef and Pepperglad, 2 players with a big lead over the rest of the field, and it feels like they should be able to see this home.
I suppose, as we've mentioned before, being in the same lobby as them means you can take points away from them. But I think you're right, that the overall feeling there is you're not really going to be overtaking Vomandef and Pepperglad. You're really looking for the people on roughly the same points as you are to be able to drive out in lower place. And I think we can sort of assume that if Vomandef and Pepperglad are more or less guaranteed to be through outside of wild circumstances, then it's going to be the people around 50 points who will be fighting tooth and nail to try and, again, just get that 1 point ahead. Because, of course, you get to tomorrow, all the points are reset, you start with a fresh slate.
Yeah, just get yourself over the line. As you said, it doesn't matter if you scrape through at the bottom or you were one of our lobby leaders and people that have got qualified after just the 4 games today. Everything resets tomorrow. For some of our players that have fell a bit behind in the standings, we have the likes of Kabixon, who is already qualified for the crown, so even if it doesn't quite materialize here, has that to fall back on. So even though it's going to be a tough uphill battle to make the final day, his competitive season still has a lot to look forward to.
So, again, as we close it in on the last 2 games, in terms of, for our players who are around that 50-point mark, which again is roughly in the middle of the pack here, if you're in this kind of position yourself, Barry, would you be generally trying to be playing for a more safe style, assuming everything else was equal, or would you still be trying to shoot the moon?
It's kind of you to assume I would be in a position like this rather than knocked out at the first hurdle, but let's pretend that we were here. I think you just have to not almost think of your points, especially for this one game. I think we saw Double last time round, knew he just needed a top 4 and could default onto something comfortable. But when we have 2 games left, I think the first one, just play what you know is good. The meta is pretty well established. There's not too many banana skins or too many new things that have appeared that have tripped people up. So I think for this first game coming in, it's this final 8 lobby, just more of the same, more of what you've been doing, because it has got you to this point. So whatever you've been doing has been working so far.
Yes, it's worth reiterating again before we get into that next game, just how long some of the journeys have been for our players getting to this point. Particularly players like Coco, of course, who will be playing this next lobby, getting put down into, it was effectively referred to as being relegated from the TFT Pro circuit by being put into the play-in stage where, easily he could have had a bad day and then it would have all been over for another season, but instead has fought back, through one very volatile day, through week 1, which itself was pretty cutthroat. Now to be at this point here in week 2, hopefully it's a chance for some of these players to really kind of renew themselves, heading hopefully to the crown, but certainly to next season as well.
Yeah, I mean, Coco's a player with so much experience that he's been here time and time again. I think a player want to see if we can stick with and actually can stick with and fight amongst the best is YU Mad Pro. He's done so well to make it all the way to this point. The new hope coming out of Germany, really. Elliot already qualified through to that final day, but YU Mad made a name for himself here, and I think he's shown that regardless of if he falls at this final hurdle, he's done very well.
All right, we will welcome back Impetuous Panda for our penultimate game of the day. 8 players remain, David, and there's only 4 tickets out of here.
And such cool stories as well to unfold themselves across these next 2 games. Especially, I'm looking at players who have a chance to make their first regional day 3 and have a chance to potentially make their first TAC round as well. So an interesting mix of newcomers with YU Mad Pro and even someone like Yoidashi and HoroX, who despite playing for a long time, has not made a day 3, has been very close, lost once on tiebreakers, got 9th place, and has not made a tack round as well. So I'm looking to see if these newcomers can be the blood that EMEA maybe needs in the global stage to actually succeed.
Yeah, for someone like Horror, it's a real test of have you learned from those previous experiences. We saw when you fall just short, it can really knock you back. He's came back in and had a very strong performance so far, but he's the player that is essentially looking at this game as thinking, I kind of had the chance to be done and dusted. I fell out into 8th place. So this is a real test of your mental, and can you recover for these 2 games and just put that one behind you?
It will be Golden Gala to start us off with, so no more shenanigans coming in for the Augments. Again, we've got the 4 players who are most closely adhering. Travis, Horo, Coco, and Wayumab Pro, all pretty much on the same points as each other, and will very likely be fighting directly for those placements in tomorrow.
I have to start thinking about what have been the strong, reliable meta gold augments at 2-1, and there's a few that come to mind. Personally, Legion of Threes has been played throughout all of last week, this week as well. We just saw lifting competition from EMEA a few games ago. That's been really, really strong. And we have to mention aura farming. The last 2 times on broadcast, it has been Annie. I do not think it's statistically possible for it to happen again. So everyone should know a low roll aura farming is coming. Do not pick it.
Clemmy had the...
That's how the probability works, David, but we'll find out, I suppose.
Don't worry about it, Counterfeit. Just say yes.
Clemmy in the first week had Annie into Annie, so I think once you've seen the Annie, you're like, okay, it's an Annie seed today. I'll keep picking it. But yeah, we have seen. It feels like an awful lot of Annie, or maybe it's just the fact that when it's something else, they've died and we forgot about the fact that they're even in the lobby.
No, I think that may well be the case. So we have got aura farming from
Travis.
What's he got for us? We've got to find out very soon.
The Annie seed, it must be.
I mean, I take your point, David. There are only so many times you can aura farm and get Annie in your life total. In this case, it's going to be a zillion. And that isn't too bad.
I'd say it's on the upper echelon of the possible hits you can get. I think Zillion in particular solves a lot of your backline problems, but similar to Jinx in the 3-cost space, he's a unit that really wants to have a lot of frontline because he can just win fights by himself essentially with his bomb buzz. And Demacia is one of the answers for that, right? Having a Garen 2, having a really beefy frontline that just gets so much stats in terms of MR and armor.
Yeah, we've seen Zillion be like the splash for quite a lot of these legendary boards where you just, okay, I have an opening, I can fit into Invoker easily. I think once you know it's coming down the line, then, as you said, Demacia makes quite a lot of sense because you can just start picking them up early. As long as it's not too widely contested in this lobby, it has been very, very difficult to find Garen the entire tournament so far. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But a few players opting a little bit more for tempo in this particular game. We've got 2 Trick coming through just to see if we can potentially get a streak going.
Yeah, Horror going for Stars of Born, which is certainly a pretty aggressive choice. Loses out that first round anyway. I'm assuming, yes, we haven't cashed in the 2-cost version of this quite as of yet, but running into a strong enough board on the opposing side. Do notice Yobidashi down at the bottom, more or less opening up his board with a trade sector. Pretty clearly gives us an idea of where he's going.
Yep, we'll once again be taking a page from the Horo X's book, but this time I think with a little bit more econ to help him out instead of the Forge and Strength. Talking about someone like Bomadeath, for example, we're seeing the Flicker Blades. I think the only real answer to this artifact is going to be that Jinx reroll, and you probably definitely want to find a 3-2 econ augment to help you with that reroll, but considering there's already a player angling Malzahar and Zoe, pretty good chances you can hit with more players taking 3 out of the pool.
Yeah, should be able to find it. We've seen Jinx be very tempo oriented. It's done well from ahead, so you might be thinking, okay, well, why would you slam this if that's what you're leaning into? But I think he's realizing that even if you are on that line, you want to be playing it from ahead. You can easily fit something like Seraphine behind it, so AP items still not too bad. And starting to do well, Jinx, after being... EMEA players did not know how to play this comp, did not know how to make the most of it, but it's starting to figure it out.
It's really interesting. Yeah, we've managed to get into Piltover 4 very early on as well for Bomadeath. With the Blast Shield, Gigantfication Ray, so has a pretty solid push through. Did win a round just now, so has a chance to push forward. Travis managed to find a very early Draven here as well. Maybe we can see some push forward towards the Noxus line as we'd expect later on.
It could be Kaisa as well, now that I'm thinking of it with the Archangel slams. AP Kaisa with Flicker Blades Archangel. Especially for Vomandeth, he's a player we talked about. He's on 55 points. He doesn't need to do some crazy heroic play and play for a first place and win some fans in the process. He just needs some pretty quiet, top 4s. I think even top 6s in both of the next games, and he's probably through. So something like Kaisa, something like Void, where you stabilize hard with your Rift Herald unlock and your Kaisa, could make a lot of sense.
Especially when we have a look at the graphic pop up here, we see Kubi already has a copy of Jinx. When you're ahead of the pack, as you said, why would you want to contest something when you could go for something fairly reliable? And we do have a bit of a weird spread of points where we have 2 people who are quite a bit ahead, and then 2 that need almost a miracle run, and then we have our 4 that feel like they're competing for that middle slot. So it definitely does impact how they will approach this game.
Kubi was pushed off Jinx last game, forced to play this Kindred AD Fast 9. I think he's not going to be pushed off again. He's like, listen, buddy, Flicker Blades, I do not care. I'm already qualified attack round.
He said he knows how to play it as well. He's kind of put himself out there as like everyone else has played it wrong. So now's his time to prove it.
All right, we'll keep an eye out as to what the correct way is to make it happen. I mean, yeah, Kubi's got, we saw the preparation for this line before for just a little bit more power. Travis, of course, will be running out things in the more long term. Of course, we're still, all in the arena to try and get as many people into day 2 as possible. Oh, sorry, from day 2 to day 3, with a chance of doubling down on the EMEA crown up against Lakoko in this round, who is going to bring back the ghost of Ishtal's before, not quite activated as of yet, but close to it.
These 2 players, this matchup in particular, quite interesting. I think these 2 players will meet again in stage 4, and you're going to have to hit the same game plan. Lakoko most likely will be playing savings account into Demacia. I think it's just been the most stable way to play this augment. And Travis, of course, seems to be headed that direction as well, with the Jarvan 2, the Sona on the board, and just Zillion 2 fitting it quite well. So the big difference is that Lakoko will be rolling on 4-1, and he'll be trying to hit Garen 2 before Travis even has a chance to.
Yeah, at least for Travis so far, he's quite stable. Obviously, the aura farming risk is that you drop too low, especially if you have something like Zillion, that the immediate spike from Zillion isn't straight away. You get the Zillion in, and then you need a few rounds, and you can hopefully make it to 9. So the fact that Travis has actually been able to find something like a Zoe as the holder and keep a streak going, as we do see Lakoko with his just solitary unit on the board, does keep that lost streak going. Not too much of a surprise there.
I want to take a second just to recognize what you Mad Pro is doing in the lobby as well. It looked like he was going to go for some sort of Bilgewater, but he's gone for Prize Fighter with at least most of a Bilgewater board, but has managed to run a full 5-round win streak through stage 2. So if you're looking for a player, again, as you mentioned, right down in the middle with all the points, he has decided to go hyper aggressive here into game 11.
And he's angling potentially a Slayer's line that we talked about. 2 players in the field in EMEA have played Slayers yesterday and found success. Hepogad with 3 different plays, and YU Mad Pro with the 3rd place as well. So potentially just playing AD tempo, but it looks to me like he's leading towards that GP Belveth Ambessa trio carry setup.
Yeah, we have seen it have some success. We saw it once played with Yone as well in the actual Slayer variant rather than Ionia, which is something that I was hoping maybe we'd see a little bit more of, because you can unlock him fairly easily now. I'm interested to see off the prize fighter, if he does get enough items, he could potentially even go for like a triple threat, itemize quite a few of them.
And we're still how explosive the ball can be. And as you look down the right-hand side, Coco, Yobadashi, they are showing the lost streak, but nobody is as dominant as YU Pro is right now. Interesting upgrades coming in. We've got Travis, who, of course, is the Zillion board, managing to find a 2-star Zoe. We'll see if anyone here in Stage 3 builds up anything which might be able to slow YU Pro down.
It's a great augment selection as well.
Go ahead.
If you look at the rest of the lobby, you see players picking aura farming, savings accounts, prep. They're not really going to be spiky in stage 2, so you have a much higher chance of getting that 5 win streak and getting all these different components.
Yeah, and considering he is one of our players that's around the cutoff, it kind of makes sense that you look around the lobby, you see different econ augments picked up by people, the opposition, and then you're thinking, okay, I can actually pick prize fighter here, I can just tempo. And why are you mad? Really, we highlighted him already, but you look at the different players in this lobby to be competing still and have the confidence to go, okay, prize fighter, I don't care if you're all the big names of EMEA, I'm here to get my slot in this top 8.
Yeah, I mean, last time we saw him at regionals was last set where he came through it for the very first time, finished 35th overall, which isn't bad. It was a very large event, so I believe 68 people playing in, so it certainly seems like he's got an enormous amount of potential going forwards. Yobadashi, though, of course, will be trying to build up towards that Zoe Malzahar board. Already has a good amount of crit in the tank already, so I think he's already in a solid spot.
I think he was really hoping to hit Pile of Champions off of the Magic roll and maybe, high rolling some spicy little 3 cost like the Leona 2, like the Malzahar 2, like the Zoe 2. Instead found 4 gloves and it will help him build Guardbreaker JG right away onto that Malzahar. But could be a little bit poor. We talked about he might need an Econ Augment to actually hit.
And Horror here was leading the potential of something like an Irie roll, and then Destiny into just, there's grab bag, okay, Chua, go ahead. He is going to be down quite a lot of combat power late game, though, because he does essentially just have 2 augments that are pure upgrade your board, so I'll be able to see if that is able to live with other boards in the late game.
I suppose at least this lobby, as we will see, the lost streak being very carefully created. At least in this game, we're not seeing the overwhelming swarm onto Ionia we saw from before. This is the prosperous Ionia, so Horror's eking out extra money which you can use to spend on perhaps an early Yone, as we see here. Seems to be in a decent spot towards the center, keeping a controlled lost streak.
Pretty tailored augment for everyone. I think everyone has found the augment and the type of augment they kind of needed in stage 3. Either Econ, in the case of Travis, with the Darkened Staff pickup, playing into, hey, I'm going to get a Zillion. This Zillion needs to be the star of the show. How can I make the Zillion stronger? An artifact is definitely one way to do it. You don't really need more Econ because Zillion will be your Econ as well from stage 4 onwards. So I really like the pickup here from Travis.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially with the potential to itemize both looks alongside it, even something like Lysandra. The additional items you can really get a lot of value of. Looking at Pepperglad with the 2-trick into Glemify. It's going to be quite poor for quite a while, but he is going to have a really beefy front line. But we saw with Dumbify, for example, you kind of fall behind quite a bit in your resources compared to everyone else.
Yes, you really need something that's going to be worth protecting with that amount of in-game resources. But as we head onto Carousel, we can take a look across the field. We can, of course, check in and see the YMAB Pro, the prize fighter, is still winning, still stacking up towards extra components. But Travis is starting to catch up in terms of win streak. For them to have 8 and 6 respectively, that's pretty astonishing.
Really good setup. This is part of the equation when it comes to aura farming players winning games. Is you're picking aura farming, you're down on augments essentially until 4-2. If somehow, despite being down on augments, you are win streaking anywhere in stage 2 and 3, that means the conditions are there for you to take over the lobby in a big way in stage 4 once you actually get that Zillion online.
And especially with it being the Zillion, it means that even if the streak ends at some point, as long as you have the HP to throughout stage 4 just have Zillion in, you can essentially skip 8, go all the way to 9. With being Demacia, he does have the slight problem, he's potentially going to have to roll just to get that Galio, but he's still in a really, really good position, and 2 streakers running away with things. Lococo, another player that we are expecting to have a big all-in turn. He's got the slabbing off the back of the savings account, heavily leading into this loss streak.
I do want to take a second just to recognize where, as we see Kubi on the other side, again, going to give us the masterclass on the Jinx board. For Voman Death, we've got a really interesting setup here with the 4 Piltover. I would assume that we aren't necessarily going to be staying here long term, but as our observers just point out to us, we have got some interesting options for this board long term.
Yeah, it looks like Kaisa is not going to be the option. I think Jinx is not the option, of course. He's not. Oh, maybe Kaisa is the option, actually. But he's not buying the Mundo that we saw there. I think Orianna 2. Okay, yeah, it's probably still weaker, despite being upgraded. Maybe Azir in the 5-cost space is an option, potentially, with these items. It is a rare combination of attack speed plus AP that not many units in the set can make use of.
Yeah, I wonder if he was, when he initially picked it up, thought, oh, if I can get an early Ori 2 here, then I could just guarantee a streak and kind of figure it out a little bit later. But with just how the tempo of the lobbies went, even if you are running Kaiser, we've seen Kaiser just be fine from ahead and finishing like a 3rd or 4th. So still We'll have to see which way he does take it.
For now, Travis managing to keep that streak going. The Darkened Staff working overtime to be his only augment functionally. I think at this point, Horror might be able to punch through, which would be unfortunate, as Travis will lose a lot of gold off the PvE round. It looks like Coco on the other end of the scoreboard has maintained his loss streak, and you can see that he is being financially rewarded for it very heavily, but it comes at a price.
One last thing I'll say for Travis, he has been fighting for this win streak. He has been leveling very aggressively despite being down on augment. So I do like that Travis is not just saying, hey, I'm down on augment, let's just lose streak the entire stage. So he's actually trying to adapt to the game he's playing here. But we're seeing the gold for Lekoko. What is he going to do? Where is he going to take this? Is it going to be the Garen 2 upgrade? Is it going to be the Demacia board? Or does he play around Melflex? He has him best already, and I think he should have probably already died.
Yeah, should have already died. I think he would have been positioning to guarantee it if it wasn't the case. So you'd imagine that already has got that through. Yeah, it's dropped a bit low though, 18 HP. I think ideally you would have liked a little bit more just so he can take the hit. Lekoko's already had another Ishtal game earlier in the day where he had the big all-in cash out and then it didn't quite work out. Does have the Mel unlock coming through. Shyvana picked up as well. Still going to be a pretty risky game to play. I mean, we would say if anybody could handle this position, Lekoko would be one of them, but on the day, maybe hasn't been in the best spot.
It's a good start. Playing around the Lissandra 2, playing around the Tarek 2 for now. Still not sure. He's kind of holding 3 different lines, maybe 4 different lines together with Failure, Demacia, Ishtal, and the Melflex as well. For now, making use of his upgrades, and I think should be able to win these next few rounds at the very least. But he's on 2 Econ augments as well, so he needs a big spike on his 4-2 augment selection.
I'm certainly trusting where Coco can be going longer time here, so we will see. Well, the cash outs have got the artifact, and we've got the Dawn Core in place, as well as the third item for the backline AP. I think should be good enough to take down Kubikson at the moment. Of course, you can see on his bench, he's building up towards the 3-star. Has got the lesser champion duplications as well, but Coco gets his breathing space.
Yeah, kind of made his decision there as well. You saw Lissandra upgrade came through, decided to sell off the Mel. Panda, you touched on, he was holding quite a few comps. I think he just realized, okay, Demacia core is here, like, let's not get too dizzy.
Yeah, the Mel can't really play around the Dawn Core very well. She's obviously a huge mana bar for her to get cast off, so I think Lissandra makes a lot more sense. Ascension makes a lot of sense as well. You're trying to play for these longer fights. You're trying to have a strong enough frontline with all the gold you have. The question now is, does he roll deeper, or does he try and just make it 9 on 2 lives from this position, with boards like this now coming online and potentially handing him a loss maybe if he doesn't navigate this fine line in a careful way?
Barry, of course, you mentioned before, we've got the Jinx 3 in place, malicious monetization, but no 3-star frontline. Pepperglad with the Gilded Steel has managed to get into the alley relatively quickly here on a level 7 thanks to those extra drops units, but up against Travis, of course, has now got the Zillion online. He's got a Darkened Staff. He's casting like crazy, and it's going to make a proper mess of the board.
Yeah, and Travis still pretty healthy here. Level 750 gold, hasn't committed any resources really, just got the Zillion unlock, but stayed healthy enough to know that even if this stage he drops a few rounds, will be more than fine. But picking up a win there just shows how good of a position he is in.
I'd be very surprised to not see Travis end up in the top 2 of this game 5, because just his spot has just been really good the entire game, really. Looking at someone like Horo X, he has been one of the Ari believers the entire weekend. He played a lot of Ionia overall as a top 4 comp, sitting now at 50 points around middle of the field when it comes to these next 2 games. So I do like this angle. We'll see if he can stabilize, because he does have to try and win most of this stage 4.
Has unlocked Mel as well, so is potentially considering just going up off the back of this with the explosive growth.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it feels like that's the kind of clue, which we're saying thank you to Observer for pointing out as well, that the full economy on all of the augments means that we've got to have something special coming from the board, and what we've got right now with Ionians is certainly not going to cut it. Maybe we can get a little bit of extra gold, but Horror will take the L again. At least he's got enough HP in the tank to be able to survive plenty of these kind of rounds.
Beautiful game plan for Vomendeth. Just showing the maturity as a player. He says, hey, I'm on 55 points. I don't need to do anything crazy. Plays for reinforcement. Immediately gets his Kaisa, which is artifact holder online. It's 2-star. And that should be enough to win a lot of the fights here, preserve HP. And at best, play for a 3rd. But at worst, play for a 6th. And that's exactly where he wants to be.
Especially when you know that other players in the lobby are going to be taking a bigger risk than they normally would.
Yep.
Some players are knowing they need to kind of go for this first or 8, or you can almost guarantee a 6, which is like you normally can't do. It's normally like, okay, still a risky thing move to make, but as he said, shown the development, shown that he's been here long enough to have the experience to make this call.
Mad Pro up the top is no longer on his undefeated win streak, but certainly has preserved enough HP to be getting on with. And we do check in, it looks like the prediction was correct with a Vanquisher Slayer board. So we've got ourselves pretty much 2 full item sets, of course, with those extra components coming in. We've got, yeah, I think we've got a really good setup here for what should be one of the scarier versions of this board that we've seen.
I will say it was 4-5, and there were still 3 items on this Briar, so a little bit worrying. I think it's not exactly the tempo AD masterclass you want to put on if you're YU Madro. We'll see if he can win at the very least these last 2 fights in stage 4.
And now they've only moved to a GP, so it's not like we're getting crazy strong. It does have the immediate spike of coming up against Travis, who has now went all the way to 8, but hasn't still got what he wanted. Still has the weak front line, so it gets a pretty favorable matchup there. But YU Mad almost playing to just win as many rounds as he can right now, and knowing that he's going to bleed out anyway off this Slayer line, so just preserving HP.
And I don't hate that at all, considering, again, where he is one of the 4 50-point or 51-point players that needs every single placement he can get. Horo will be moving up to level 9. We're seeing the realization of the strategy. So we've got the Annie, we've got the Mel, we've got a little bit more money left in the tank if Horo wants to dig deeper.
He does kind of have to hit everything, though, because we do not have any augments. These give us nothing at all from this point on. So he does have a few turns to potentially find it. But he really does have to 2-star some of these legendary units pretty quickly.
What a position to be in, Horos, one that was so close to making day 3 in the past. He knows he has to clutch it up and play the best TFT he can in these next 2 games. Identified, as you're mentioning, Barry, with only Econ Augments, I cannot be playing Ari Yone into any kind of top 4. Just my comp will not be strong enough. I have to try and play for Fast 9, play for Legendaries, and try and win off of that. Even then, it might not be strong enough while missing combat power and items. But this is a gamble he has to take. And it's I do not envy the position at all, considering he's only on 50 points.
And tagging the Slayer player as well, which Slayers just eat up no front line. When you have 1-star board, Slayers run over it. So no, definitely not who he wants to load into. For YU Mad, though, good matchmaking these last couple of rounds. Maybe not at his strongest yet, but able to pick up a couple extra wins with the prize fighter just helping him scale into this late game.
It must have picked up an enormous amount of wins over this game so far. Pepperglad towards the bottom. Mentioned before, very comparable with Vomendeth on 54 points to Vomendeth's 55, so just needs a safe game, but 14 HP, even lower than Coco's 18, definitely doesn't feel very safe to me.
These are the risky AP games that we've seen some players play. I think Tomino especially has showcased this lines where he just plays what the game gives him and just does everything on the fly. But he does find a Meltu on level 8. So rewarded, I guess, for his creativity. Can Pepperglad at 14 HP survive stage 5? That's the big question now.
And you've got to be annoyed about that if you're Horo. You've went all the way to level 9 with the Mel pair, and then you see Meltu loading it on a level 8 board. That's not ideal.
Well, maybe Coco can pay to all that. Again, we've got the Dawn Call from before, the Lissandra on the backside, and the Ascension now kicking in as well. So where some of the damage might have been lacking for this comp, it will come in a little later in the round. We'll start to see the Lissandra, but never mind. The earth-shattering kaboom is good enough to wipe out the board, and Coco is going to take a hard hit.
This is the problem for Coco. With his savings account and all the extra gold he got, yes, he's going to win all of stage 4. He had a 5-win streak, but now the big players enter the game. The Fast 9 AP players have made it this far. They've got their rolldowns down. They have their upgrades. And I'm not sure if Coco can hang. Now only on 4 HP. If he faces any of these Exodia players, maybe even Travis as well, once he finds more frontline, he could be out.
Yeah, and committed quite a lot. Yes, you have the Ornn, but committing quite a lot of gold to the Ornn too. which is quite a lot of HP in the front line, but compared to some of the other legendaries, it does have the volley, and the TGs are very good for this particular round, so that might make the difference. But we saw Coco's reaction to the previous fight. He's not too happy about that spot.
No, you can feel the Kubixen, who has got the Jinx free, of course, from before. Hasn't managed to get any of the 3-star front lines online, but at least has got the Warwick too. I mean, for Coco, this would be devastating if he takes it 8th here. It could easily push him out of contention for day 3 by itself.
Uh-oh, the Volibear has accessed the back line, and he's chomped the 2 units there, wins the fight. Horo X unfortunately loses that one, and he will be going out in 8th, so the gamble did not pay off. He will have to play for exactly probably a 1st or a 2nd in that final game today.
Yeah, off the back of an 8th in the previous round, another 8th here for Horo is a real demoralizing one to take. And as you said, he's going to have to play 1st or 8th again. So from being in a pretty comfortable position, suddenly your last 3 games are just these coin flip approaches. It's just such a rough position to be in. But Vormandeth here, we said he was playing a composition that could hopefully get him into that 6th place and just see him over the line, but facing down Elimination here, and when you look at how strong everyone else is in the lobby, I can't see where his next win comes from.
Coco's got a chance to stay alive for a little bit longer. Him and Vormandeth on a single life respectively. Keeping an eye on closely on where these melee carries, why you might pro go in. I can't imagine that the Belveth is going to survive super long though with a focus from the Volibear, which means that the Slayer Vanquisher board actually gets annihilated.
Great position from Coco, having the Ornn right in front of that Belveth, able to tank all of her damage throughout that fight. Slayers, very good in stage 4, feasting on these weaker front lines from AP players trying to make it to 9 and sacking stage 4, but now that these front lines are much beefier, it's just harder for these Slayers to fight through them.
Yeah, we still have the triple items on top of GP, so I think YUMAD Pro knew this though, because we saw the way he played stage 4. He was very aggressive, he was pretty much 0 gold the whole time. He just knew that I'm going to fall off, but if I can save a little bit of HP and bleed out, I'm more than happy with that.
Well, speaking of bleeding out, with Pepperglad and Vormandeth both eliminated in the bottom 4, they were our 2 players we thought were the safest coming into this 2-game sequence we're running now. So the top of the table here is a little bit more reachable than it would have been before. I'm fascinated to see who can take advantage.
Things are going to get very, very spicy for that game 6. We just saw both of the reroll players, Kubi and Yobidashi, are the 2 players who are lower in the standings. So especially if they can get into that 1st to 3rd space, we could see an extremely even point total spread across the 8 players coming into game 6.
Coco, we'll see if he can do it again. Really fascinating board on the other side. We've seen the Diana, the Leona, a variant board from what we've seen from before. Keeping an eye out very closely on that Sylas to see how much trouble he can cause, but not itemized for damage as yet, just itemized to stick around for an awful long time. But Coco's board has got so much beef behind it. We're still waiting for the exploding Ornn, but it's not even necessary. Coco with a big win.
The artifacts providing too much there. He's got such a big HP total at the front line as well. Touched on the Ornn, we've got the triple items on top of Braum as well. Volley off the back of this 7 Freljord as well. It's just too much HP to deal with.
Sylas 2 potentially found as well, but why does he have to be a 7 cost? Where's the gold? We need 2 more gold to upgrade him. 7 Freljord does get board-wide stuns once the Freljord towers do explode, so definitely a lot of extra value added to these late game fights.
Oh
no, the Aaliyah special, 8 out of 9. He knows the tech.
At least he's against the Ghost in this round, so I think he will get away with it, but yeah, the Sylas 2 a little too tempting to turn away.
Yeah, the 8 out of 9 buff does drop down to 6 Freljord, sorry, so it doesn't have the 7 buff for this fight, but we know how big Sylas can be. Does just have the 1 damage dealer in the backline though in Lysandra, so we see coming up against the Ghost of Travis, I believe. The real player actually coming in. Lysandra does manage to take out the Zillion and picks up the win there. Sylas upgrade making the difference.
The positioning has worked out so well for the Coco there, where every time the Ornn is shifting to the right and Lysandra is walking up into the enemy backliners and popping them with that Dawncore setup as well. We just saw an artifact being printed from Ornn as well, so the Coco's starting to get stronger and stronger. The savings account play has really worked out for him.
And we're left in a position with 3 players on single digits HP coming out of this one. Why You Mad Pro, I think, very happy with his overall game approach. He's been farming up so many wins, so many components, and it pretty much guarantees him into the top 3, whatever happens, because these players have got to take each other out sooner or later, probably sooner.
Final Silas item here now. The cap has been reached. The Ascension is going to be so relevant as well for these longer fights with the Ornn tanking for such a long time. And I'm looking at the Volibear Very. If the Volibear can sneak into the backlines again, I think it's just hard to play around, really.
Yeah, we've seen this volley just wreaking havoc, regardless of the TGs. As soon as you get on top of the carry, there's really nothing you can do. We'll see if he's once again able to get in the backline access. Going up against Jinx, if he gets on top of this Jinx, we're in trouble.
And the Inkborn Fables champion Kibixen facing down against a whole heap of hurt. I think now with the Darius having got the Darkened Shield as well, he will not be shifted from the center of the board. This Jinx is not getting remotely enough time to scale up. And Coco, from frustration to triumph, punches his way into top 4. I correct myself, top 3 off of that round.
Both of our 3-cost rerulers are out. Still solid middle of the pack performances for players who were around middle of the pack coming into this game. So they're still completely, their destiny is in their hands coming into game 6. They're not too far behind like someone like Horo X is. But like Coco in particular, I think the real hero of this game, took a big risk, entered stage 4 at 18 HP, and he's still here alive and kicking in stage 6.
Player who is still alive and kicking. Why You Mad Pro got all the way to this point in the game with Slayers, but it is going to fall off when you come up against some of these big legendary bots.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine this will even be remotely close at this point. I guess there's a question of whether or not it'll be enough of a wipeout to take out Why You Mad Pro at this point. Travis, of course, will be fighting it off screen. I think maybe the Slayers will... I'm not sure anymore how it's going to play out.
Not particularly close.
All the way to 0. I think... Oh, and Coco actually... Both of them are out of it. Coco went from the maddest guy in the lobby to suddenly maybe just a little bit happy about how that one went.
The doubters have been silenced. Some sloppy play earlier in the day has turned into very clean execution from what is one of the perennial favorites in EMEA, who has been in a bit of a slump, but maybe is starting to reach that top form yet again as we enter this game 6 coming up very soon.
Yeah, much cleaner from Coco there, but overall in this lobby, we saw the players that were quite far ahead actually falling down, so the points total should have become even closer together.
All right, we'll go and find out what that point total is on our analyst desk in a couple of minutes' time. Once we come back from that, of course, our last game of the day, and we will determine our last part of our final 8 we'll be playing tomorrow for the regional title. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes' time.
Always rises. Cannons. always rises. Cannons.
Honestly, what a crazy game we got once again. I want to start us off right out of the gate with an honorable mention because it was Golden Gala. Players knew what was coming for them, Trouble, and Travis, seeing that portal coming through, he clicks on aura farming, gets that Zillion, and knowing the potential board strength that boards could get in this specific game as there's no prismatic influx, I think he navigated that really, really well, playing around those strengths, playing to a win streak early on, and it was good enough for a third only player in our current top 4 that was able to place in the top 4 in this game as well. The lobby has moved much closer together.
Yeah, I feel like that was the main point why I feel like he clicked on the aura farming, right? We saw some really big high rolls with the Annies coming through on the aura farming, but I feel like especially since there's not massive gold influx in the lobby in general, making sure that you've got the 2-star legendary, he got the items as well, all those AP items onto the Zillion, he got the extra one from the artifact as well. He just knew he could farm people to get that top 4, and at the end of the day, when you are a top point earner in this top 4, which you need to be if you want to make it into tomorrow, you just have to play the most stable game you can. And knowing there's just not a lot of fast 9 opportunities in this lobby, I feel like Travis getting that top 3 was absolutely fantastic. However, I feel a little called out. I don't know about you. Panda said to all the doubters, Coco made it. And I think we saw some very questionable Ishtal. Correct? The APM wasn't there, a little bit of confusion, a little bit dizzy, just didn't work out with the Brock. However, this one played to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, Coco is one of the players of EMEA. There's just no way to say it any differently. And while we might have doubted him for a second during that Ishtal game, he definitely clawed his way back into this one, though. I do want to mention another little fun fact about this game, though, because we saw Vomendeth pick up Flicker Blades. And usually in the current meta, if you get a Flicker Blades, you're like, I'm playing Jinx. However, we saw Kubi on the preparation, and he said, actually, I got bullied off this line in the previous game. I am not backing off. And he does to Vomendeth what was done to him, bullies him completely off of the line. But let's take a look at her standings after that game, because Trouble, they're closer than ever.
Yeah, and I feel like Luca Vomendeth, he started this being at the very top. And of course, we're looking from 5th place to 12th place right now. These are the players that we're looking at. The top 4 have already advanced to tomorrow, but Vomendeth was sitting very comfortably at that number 1 slot, but QB bullying him off his line straight into a 7th. Has sort of mixed a lot this board currently. There are 3 players on 51 points and 4 players on 57 points. That means that if one player at 57 points gets an 8, and a 51 points earner player gets a 1st, we could be down for some insane tiebreakers for that one final spot.
That's right. That also means that only 1 out of the 3 players that are currently on the 51-point marker is able to claw their way up there because of how the points have shaken out. They're actually not reflected on this just now. I'm sure they will be updated in just a second, but there is a lot on the line for this final game, Trouble. We've been cursed, blessed, people see this differently, with Rise portals at the end of these tournament days for some reason. Maybe we should ask the script writers about that. Can you just join me in not wishing for one this time around, or are you a Rise fan?
Sorry, I'm a Call to Chaos kind of person. I am a Rise fan, particularly because in pro play, these guys have insane creative juices. They can pull out compositions that we can't even imagine, that have not even been played yet. So I feel like Rise really makes or breaks games. I'm not going to say no. There are some combinations of emblems that cannot be solved very easily, but if anyone can, it's them. And I feel like it makes for a really big suspenseful last game. We've been following the same 8 players for 2 games in a row. Only 4 of them can make it to tomorrow to hopefully get that regionals champion slot and advance to the crown the weeks after. So we'll see right here who can make it. Again, 3 players on 51 points. Only one of them can maybe make it into the top 4 by getting a 1st. So I feel like we're going to see a lot of players take huge risks here.
And to see it, I want to see our players show once more why they deserve to make it to that final day of the EMEA finals. And of course, I do want to see the potential of Travis and Kuvikson joining double on that third day. The huge storyline of maybe a double EMEA champion, but we are going to be going in with Loot Subscription, Barry Baden, Counterfeit, and Impetuous Panda.
Thank you so much, Makes and Trouble. As you said, it's an incredible situation we've ended up in here. 5 players on basically the same points as each other, but only 4 spots, and 3 players who should be out of contention but have every reason to try and upturn this game and try and make a miracle happen. What a fantastic way to end day number 2. Here again, as I said, with Barry Bannon and Impetuous Panda. Let's get into it with a Loot Subscription.
And having 3 players on 51 points, they're 6 points behind. So we have 3 players that are going to be playing first or 8th, but they also don't want any of the other first or 8th players to go 8th. They're hoping that the players above them go 8th. It's their route into this final day is so hard.
I'm just happy it's not Emblem Ensemble and we're not seeing Rise again at the end of the day. So anything else is good news for me from here.
I feel like you're definitely calling for Loot Subscription Spatula immediately by saying such a thing, but we'll see.
Yeah,
We've certainly seen enough games. Yes, we've seen enough games where it's been, immediately transformative, but we'll find out in just a couple of rounds what it will be. Taking a look across the early units, looks like HorrorX has got himself a decent start. We might have somebody trying to make a move into Shadow Wilds as we go, but we'll keep our eye out closely, particularly for people like Travis, who's managed to find an early potential inroad to Bilgewater.
I will say, for the players who are very far ahead in the standings, there is this discussion around you can't play for just a 6th or a 7th because it ends up backfiring in a big way. We saw it maybe with Bomendef last game where he's in a top position, plays to just play stable TFT, roll down on 8, try and play for a 4th, ended up 7th, unfortunately, in that position. So I think players have to play a relatively normal game outside of the players on 51.
Yeah, I think because none of them are so far ahead. Coco's just the 1 point ahead of, and YU Pro is actually below the cutoff. So I think if there was one player that was 2 or 3 points clear, then you're thinking, okay, they can play a different game. But yeah, as you've said, we essentially have 3 players in the lobby that have to go first or 8th, and then 3 people that are just going to play as they normally would. 5 people, sorry.
Oh, okay. HorrorX is going to be our big kahuna in this game, going for the aura farming. We'll find in a second what that's going to be. A couple of slam-ins. Coco back on his Ishtal again. Hopefully for him this time round, he won't be intercepted, but I wonder if Roman Death with a hard bargain might have something similar in mind.
Wait, is this no scout, no pivot?
You just said, Peter, will he be interrupted on his Ishtal? Well, we have a no scout, no pivot, so very
Wait a
possible.
minute. No scout, no pivot from Yobidashi. Edge of Night already slammed. What is going on to start this game off?
I saw Yobidashi was smiling on the camera coming to this game. I was like, he looks way too happy for a guy who's going to have to play one of the hardest games of his career. But apparently he knew something that we didn't.
I'm not sure if he does, because we still don't have any. What are we not scouting for? We currently have nothing in play. We'll see what exactly he's got cooked up for us here. Reminded, this is one of our players that does need a first. As another player that does horror, did go for the aura farming, which when you're in his position makes a lot of sense, but does get the on, which is definitely not what he was looking for.
Yeah, Ornn's going to be a tricky one. Not too many comps naturally fit the Ornn as kind of a key piece of that comp. I'm thinking Shadow Wild in particular is one that does quite well with it. And potentially what used to be popular in the past with the Freya Lissandra. We did see the Freya set up with the Wardens from the Coco, and that worked out. I do think getting the Ornn on 4-2 is just a little bit too late to really extract maximum value from the artifact printing. So we'll see how Horror navigates this game. It's going to be a tricky one.
And Horror, along with Travis, will be picking up the Bilgewater early on. So, of course, Coco on the Ishtal, looking around the rest of the field. Pepperglad with Slamming has managed to find his way to some early Slayers as well, but it looks like at least in the early going, Lukaku will be making use of this bonus HP from the augment just to sit back a little bit in the game, and not perhaps, as we saw from before, run the win streak Ishtar, which would preserve HP even more effectively.
Yeah, and we will keep you posted on if Yobadashi decides on what the line is that he is opting towards. As of yet, nothing to report on, but Travis at the top of the lobby with the patient study, which we normally see played with Lost Streak at the Bilgewater early, and he's kind of looked around this lobby and realised there's not a lot of power coming through, but this is the two players that were pushing for that early win streak.
Yeah, Bilgewater line that can definitely work out if you make it to that really scaling Tom Kent and make it to level 9 with all the legendaries online. A comp we haven't seen too much of across this week 2. We saw it a bit more in week 1 in particular. So curious to see how Travis can execute in this game.
Yeah, we saw Elia just use it as essentially an extra resource, just getting a little bit gold from it and then just playing around that vintage rise. So with him having patient study, you maybe think he is just going to use it to accelerate himself to 9.
I don't hate it at all. We've got a few more comps we need to cover as well. Of course, Yobadashi with the stealth composition remains mysterious, but why you mad pro? We saw pulling off very impressive stuff in the previous game. We'll go for the too much value, something we haven't really been seeing at all outside of players like Dasik committing in early.
Yobadashi picks up a bow. He had an Edge of Night Slam, so we have some key pieces already to maybe start making some guesses. I do remember, I believe it was in maybe TAC Cup number 1 this set, or maybe the first TPC, a player played Ashe Tryndamere reroll when it was no longer meta after the nerfs came through, and everyone was shocked with no scout, no pivot, and it actually worked out in a crazy way. I think it was one of the most memorable games that I watched or casted this set. I wonder if it was a French player as well. It wasn't Yobadashi, but maybe someone that Yobadashi knows, and he's like, yeah, just go for it. Game 6 of regionals, you got this, buddy.
We've seen like a handful of people pulling out stuff out regionals, but not in the no scout, no pivot approach. So, I mean, he's got something cooked up for sure, as we do see him loading in on the other side. Pretty much guaranteed himself this lost streak. He's holding that one copy of Ashe and picking up a Yasuo here, so he's leaving himself slightly open. But as we said, as of now, just going for this, get this 5 lost streak out the way, and then we'll figure it out.
I mean, if there's ever a time for shenanigans, it's going to be the last game of day 2, week 2. Only 8 players get to play tomorrow for the regional title, and 4 of them come directly from this game. Of course, something we haven't even talked about is yet, we've got the Polish players have been creeping up the score table for a while. We've got 3 of them in this lobby, more than we've got French players even.
Too much value. An augment that we also have not really seen shining on this patch as it did in 16.4 with Ixtal reroll in particular. That could be the line that YU Mad Pro is taking here. Has already the Bard unlocked, has the Vi and the Nico. We're going to see a big roll on level 6 in particular at 3-2. So curious to see how this lobby shapes up. We're seeing a lot of interesting direction from these players.
Yeah, it feels like after an entire weekend last time round, 2 days here, so many games, so right at the end, the players have just went, yeah, we've got a few more things up our sleeves. You thought you've seen everything. Surely there's nothing else cooked up. Day 6 Yordle shenanigans, they've gone. And now that in the last game of the day here, Peter, we're just seeing a complete new approach from so many players.
I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? If you had saved anything for the final day on the assumption you would get there, but you find yourself instead in this position, okay, Yobadashi.
Yeah, we have to win.
Yes, we would need something. So we won't be able to get, if my understanding is with the no scout, no pivot, we will not be able to get rid of any of these units, or does it not apply for PvE?
I'm pretty sure it applies. Maybe I'm mistaken. I haven't picked this augment in 2 sets, if I'm completely honest. But I don't think it can apply. There's no way he locks in a Blitzcrank, a Yasuo, a Sejuani, a Jarvan, and a Jhin as his team of 5 to enter the Elite Four.
Puzzle pieces are coming together. I know it.
We'll stick with him to see exactly what he does.
No, it can apply. It can apply. It's impossible. There's no chance.
All right, makes it something it doesn't, which would make a heck of a lot more sense than us ending up completely going wild. But surely at some point Yobadashi is going to need to make the commit. He's already thrown away an Ashe from before, so presumably.
Okay. Confirmation. Back to the drawing board. We do have the potential with the.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Okay,
It's happening.
Okay. The items are looking good for it as well.
I will say one of the big changes with no scout, no pivot, and the reason why things like does it apply in PvE is not really, at least not known to me, is that there was a change with this augment. It used to be that you had to have the units on your board every single round to get the effects of the augment, whereas now it works like other augments have in the past, where it's kind of your entire team is given the stats, even if they're not there from 2-1, for example.
So
This is why we're seeing the
hopefully,
open board.
but yeah, with Ashley, he'll be able to then turn this empty board into starting to build up stacks. He does still need to be able to, get, if he's going to be running the Tryndamere, he's going to be needing to get the stacks in a hurry, since other times I've seen Tryndamere board play, you need to get the stacks running as quickly as possible, but we'll go from gold into prismatic for our second augment.
I touched on the players that are playing first or eighth, our 3 players sitting down in the standings. They're also not wanting the other 51-point players to go 8th. They want it to be a player above them so they can bridge that gap. So if you're the likes of Horror and you're actually on this win streak with aura farming, and you're looking around and you're seeing Yobadashi's shenanigans, you're thinking, okay, put something together. But Horror, as I just mentioned, aura farming, but while playing
Whoa! What is this from Travis? What? 2 Bilgewater emblems?
MF already.
Off of Trade Tree. Has an MF. Fully itemized.
10 incoming.
What is going on here?
I mean, what is happening here is our reigning EMEA regional champion wants to get back and defend his title, and he's not going to be making any excuses. That was absolutely wild. Travis, you see, rocking back and forwards, he's got a chance to push forward. And as I said, he's got the chance to push forward for Bilgewater 10 conceivably to just completely destroy the game.
Some of our players would be giving a little grin or jumping around, but Travis is locked in. He is focused. You can see it though slightly. He knows he's in a very, very good spot.
And the problem is not, oh, Travis is winning the game. That's fine. I'll play for second. It's okay. Some of the players need to play for first. So if Travis makes it to 10, their chances evaporate. This is a really tricky turn of events for this game 6.
Yeah,
It's definitely got the beginnings of a bad beat story, doesn't it? Very often the tournament is done to say, oh yeah, no, I came down to the wire. This was the game where someone came out with a completely unbeatable comp and made first place just untouchable.
Yeah, you're thinking, okay, especially if you're Horror, you've been win streaking with builds, you've got the aura farming coming in, which yes, it is on. And you're thinking, okay, I'm doing everything I can to get into this position. And as Panda said, there's kind of that like ticking time bomb in this lobby now where there's always the risk that Travis does make it all the way there and no one can stop it.
What an interesting game of TFT is unfolding before us. A lot of very interesting
What
things
is happening?
that are just very far removed from the word standard. It's not a Rise encounter, but it's definitely a spicy game of TFT that's on our plates here. We're looking at Yunara, Seraphine, and Lux as the 4-cost champions offered here on the stage to Carousel. A Jinx as well for any potential rerollers.
I just want to take a second just to recognize what we just glimpsed from Coco's board, though, because I want to get you guys to analyze what is happening. We've got a prismatic ticket coming in for Coco. I mean, are we seeing reroll Ishtar coming through, or is this going to be a transition inflection to something else?
I mean, he didn't go for something like the Bard unlock early, so he does give himself the potential just to get something like a Milio 3 or Nico 3 coming through. But when you do play Ishtar, we often see the win condition is actually something like a Nidalee 3. And when you look around this lobby at how crazy some of the spots are becoming, maybe Coco started to think that, obviously we don't know exactly what his other options were, but he is leaving that open as a potential way to take this. Yobadashi, though, pushed up to level 7 here, so
We'll be playing around the Jinx.
A little bit more aggressive.
That we thought would be the more realistic option compared to the Tryndamere Ashe. He doesn't have really that much econ right now. He's going to slowly get more econ from Tiniest Titan as this game goes through. I have not seen too much no scout, no pivot, so I cannot really predict the amount of combat power you do get. I will say that the game from Yobidashi will extend further because of the extra HP from Tiniest Titan, so he's kind of forcing the game to reach a higher cap point eventually with this no pivot.
We did get a glimpse there of the stats coming in. So right now, you're around sort of 10% for the HP and AD and AP. But if Yobidashi can draw out his game long enough, he's in a good spot. He is taking some heavy losses, though. I don't know if he'll actually get to realize the full power of this augment before potentially tumbling out early.
Yeah, he's taking a big hits here repeatedly, down to 25 HP already with Tiniest Titan. As we just zoom out and look at this lobby overall, we've got 2 Trick rerollers, Bilgewater players, Ishtal players, whatever is happening in the Yobidashi realm. It's just crazy.
He doesn't have a slot for Warwick. These units are locked. He cannot play Warwick until 8. He can't get Zon online until 8. He can't get Quickstriker online until 8. So this is starting to turn potentially into a nightmare for a player like Yobidashi.
Oh boy. Well, let's check in with Vermideth, who has got a Prismatic ticket with his only indecision into it. He's got the hard bargain as well for a little bit more longevity in the game. Seems like we've got a pretty clear board already. Thanks to, of course, the presence already of our Zoe and Targon pals. Even at 2-star, though, hands out another big L to Yobidashi down to 14. I mean, Yobi needed a huge win from this game. It's instead looking like he's spiraling out.
Yeah, he does have,
he does have 2 eyes on the board, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just realized looking at the stats feed. So there's an option still, but 14 HP, 9 loss streak. It is not looking like no pivot is providing enough value for this board. And he has to find the Vi too in the first place.
He's going to have to upgrade Jinx here, get the Vi upgrade in, get Warwick. But even then, you're essentially down to full Prismatic as well. Your gold augment is a late game scaling augment and with pretty early in the game still. So Yobidashi definitely facing down a pretty quick elimination in this particular game.
I suppose theoretically, if you start winning at this point, then you're going to be able to recover a lot of HP before everybody else catches up to you. But I'm certainly not a believer in what we're seeing so far. We've got a lot of players who are trying to press their case forward. We'll note that, you know, the story of this game, the 51-point players trying to get up to the top as the Vi2 is found. Warwick goes in. But Hororex, Cubixon, they're both at the top right now. They both need top 1 finishes, really, to stand a chance of making it to tomorrow.
Go to Sejuani 3 at the very least. There it is, to buy some time for this Jinx. Even if she's just a 2-star, right now she's a 1-star, but we'll have to find that Jinx too. That could be enough to at least win a few fights here. I will have to make note of Travis's augment pickup on 4-2, because if he hits an econ augment and has an easy path towards that 10 Bilgewater, that could be a death sentence for all the 51-point players.
Going up against Horror here, who has actually pushed 8 quite aggressively. Did have a very early Zillion though, so we'll be getting that on coming in. It's not going to be a massive immediate spike for him, but at least he's got the HP to get some artifacts. But Yobidashi getting a pretty good matchup here. Did find the Sedge 3 pretty early on. Still really does need to quickly get to this Jinx. And even with the Sedge 3, just struggling in these matchups.
You can really tell that he's on the edge of his seat.
The Vest Slam was nervous.
The Chain Vest was like, no, I'm not going down this way. So it's going to be gold to cool us out here, to cool our heads a little bit.
Erling is a really good pickup here for Yobidashi.
Oh yeah, no kidding. But you said you want to check in on Travis. Let's see. I think he doesn't find an econ augment. It's going to be the dummies instead. Going to have to get up to level 10 the old-fashioned way.
It's already level 8. It's just 10 gold though, but does have the patient study. Already has the Kench, which you do get Kench a lot quicker now off the Bilgewater. He's going to want to feed it, but he has the problem of you don't want to spend too much gold because your win condition is potentially level 10. So probably just going for the one gold feed around here, and we'll try econ back up.
We have also seen the evolution of playing for Galio in the situation, because he can field one of the emblems on the bench and you can fit in a 10-piece trait on level 9. That is not the case for Travis. He doesn't have any kind of Demacia units held or any kind of setup for it, so he will have to actually make it a 10 at this point to actually get the 10 Bilgewater.
And thank you to our admins and to Megs for communicating across the broad shape of what this game has got to look like now as we've run the numbers. Essentially, the big pivot point will be whether or not we see a 57-point player go into 8th place. If they do not, then that locks the door behind pretty much all of the 51-point players, even if they go through and win the lobby otherwise. So We'll keep you guys updated as things develop. Right now, Horror and Kubixen still sitting up at the top, hoping the stars align.
And they're hoping Yobadashi can put something together, but taking another loss there. If he does drop out here, he does get another 3-star coming in, so his front line is really big and has got to that Jinx too, so should for the time being be able to stabilize a little bit, but unfortunately so far away from the potential Jinx 3.
If Yobi goes out in this round, that will lock all of the other 51-point players out from even conceivably making it in, and then it just becomes a competition between our players on the upper points totals. Yobadashi's got the best board. He's going to get this game, and at least the Jinx isn't being aggroed on too quickly. Watch out for the resurrection of the Aatrox. It's going to be down to the wire. Yobadashi, I think, just makes it through, and everyone on 51 points breathes a sigh of relief.
Bogad is back on his comfort comp. He's playing into these Slayers with the Band of Thieves, the extra items overall for all these melee carries. Is currently 7th in the HP standing, so he's going to have to stabilize a little bit harder than this on stage 4 in particular. This is where this comp wants to be winning, and he's on a 3-loss streak right now.
Yeah, as we do take a zoom out here to look at what everybody is playing, Kubixen is going all the way up, slamming into explosive growth. He has the potential to reach that level 9 pretty quickly. Able to get the Lux upgrade as well off the back, so he's playing the Demacia line and still has that potential to make it all the way up to level 9, which would be a real spike for this board. We know how well it can cap around legendaries.
Alright, we'll see if we can do. I mean, he's certainly got a decent item set for the Lux, and we can see with the XP already in the tank, I imagine thanks to the explosive growth, he's halfway there, but Yobadashi, again, the gatekeeper for so many of the players in this lobby, himself included, is still going to make a long way. And we've got players like Vomandeth now using that prismatic ticket to bring himself online. One away from Leona, gets that too. Surely Yobadashi can't hold on too much longer.
Huge roll down from Vomandeth here. Able to hit the Malzahar 3, able to hit the Seraphine 2 and the Leona 3 more importantly. Going to have a fairly good matchup here against Travis with the Bramble Vest in particular on that Leona. We'll see if Vomandeth can achieve the mission he had set out for himself last game as well. Just play for a top 4. It's really all he needs.
Yeah, and coming up against Travis is a player who's not committing all of their resources due to the potential win condition. So a good matchup, loading in, doing his part as well. Players need to be putting down big hits onto Travis to stop this potential win condition. And for Travis now, he's level 8, 30 gold, so it's a long, long way away, and it's not like he's particularly strong in this lobby.
Yobadashi lost in the previous round, but didn't get knocked out. He's down to 6 HP. Everybody else above him is starting to put together these ludicrously strong boards. So, again, we need, I guess, ideally for everyone else, Travis or Pipo to be the one of the ones who go out quickly, but it doesn't seem like their boards are leaning that way at all.
Yobadashi is healing with Tiniest Titan, so he was able to survive a little bit more at the very least. We'll see if his Warwick now starting to get itemized is going to be enough here against Kubixen. Spirit value has been acquired. You're getting even more Spirit value thanks to Tiniest Titan overhealing you from more than 100 HP as well. So the dream scenario potentially, but is this board going to be strong enough? Still on level 7 for Yobadashi.
Yeah, coming up against one of our players that is committing to going up though, so Kubixen hasn't committed all of his resources, sitting on 40 gold. Does have the backline access to do damage to that Jinx with the Lux, but we see here just barely Yobadashi clings to life.
I mean, it's the makings of the player, isn't it? To have taken the open fort route into no scout, no pivot. It's astonishing stuff to be doing at this stage of the competition, but he's hoping it pays off.
And because Yobadashi hit the frontline upgrade so early and not really any extra Jinxes, he's just going to push level 8 and thin in the Senna. I'll get the aura for the entire team and hope that's going to be good enough with the scaling from no scout, no pivot.
Travis here does have a really difficult game because you have to balance, is it possible to get there? He does have quite a lot of gold pushed into level 9 already with that patient study, so and you can see he wants to make sure he's getting enough power on his board. A little bit extra gold coming through here off the back of loot subscription is really, really nice for him.
Okay, so we've got
Do you make Tom 2? I don't think you do.
No, I can't think he could, surely.
He'll be there in 2
HP,
rounds. He has
so-
enough HP.
Yeah, can take a couple of hits. Has a Brom 2 to sell off potentially. So should be able to get there.
Travis, the Reaper of the lobby. We'll keep an eye, of course, on the bottom right to see if Yobin actually does stay alive and keep everyone who's on 51 points right now from being locked out of tomorrow. Up against the 3-cost reroll board, doing a surprisingly good amount of damage. That Leona, though, will get knocked out of the way, which means Warwick walks right into the backline, deletes all the damage dealers, and Yobidashi rides again. A little bit more healing, a step closer to not being knocked out.
And we see the downside to this tag on board. You're playing the solo frontline, you can get wrapped. The potential to get behind that Leona and get onto that backline is there. We've seen it happen a few times with the likes of Silas, this time with a Warwick, making all the difference.
Bad news. I'm pretty sure Travis is in Yobidashi's pool. Yobidashi has to face Travis this turn to dodge him on the round after this or on 5-5 when he's on 10 Bilgewater, and that would knock Yobidashi out for certain. So matchmaking will have a major part in the destiny of these competitors coming into stage 5.
Vixen just got the Galio 2 in. So Pepperglad on 16 points. Yobidashi again
faced him.
Does find Travis. This is the miracle run in the making. But Barry, he just needs to get through this round.
He does just need to survive this round. It's the best matchmaking he could have asked for. The player that is committed to all the way up to level 10. Yobidashi lives to fight another day. Travis takes a big hit, but Travis now has the potential to go up to level 10 and make himself the lobby winner.
Yobidashi is, through the craziest game plan, actually potentially surviving. Travis makes it to 10 as well, counterfeits. The Grim Reaper that was promised all the way back in 3-2 has now gotten his scythe, and it's pretty bad news for anyone on the lower end of the standings like Pepperglad.
It just matters as to how the damage lands down here. If you can see, Bilgewater 10 is just going to be absolutely ludicrous. We're going to be seeing some absolutely nuts numbers coming through. As well as just ripping through everything. Coco, I can't imagine be very pleased to be the first one to face this board down, because you can see the cannon barrage coming in from all over the place. It doesn't matter how good your board is. Pepperglad could be the first one out. He's on 57 points. This opens the door, and he will be. The wins on the rest of the lobby, which means that the door is still open for our players on 51 points to conceivably make it through to the final day.
Yobidashi is online. We have 4 streak. He's avoided the Bilgewater player for now. The Grim Reaper is coming down the line, but the immediate threat is gone. Now, the problem is for these players that won 51 points, the guaranteed route in of winning this lobby and finishing ahead of the rest of the pack is now gone. They can get in on tiebreakers, though. That is still a possibility if they get into second.
A sad finish for Pepperglad, a player who across this day 2 has been extremely first or 8th, won 2 games, but between those 2 games and before and after them, he's had bottom 4 finishes as well. So unfortunately, the dice landed on that 8th place yet again in this final game, and I'm not sure if 58 points will be enough to see him through to day 3.
No, especially if the other 57-point players keep on moving forward as they do seem to be doing. Said Yobidashi may have gotten over. Travis is still low on HP, but of course will no longer be moving out of any kind of position. We'll see his ball will just get more and more ludicrous. So we've got 8th place lockdown. We've most likely got 1st place lockdown as well. The possibilities are starting to shrink.
He didn't feed the Kench. At this point, you've got to be feeding the Kench. We're 10 build. Why aren't we feeding the Kench?
I think the cannons are feeding the Kench. The Kench just opens his mouth and he gets a few cannonballs and he's good to go for the round. But this is looking demolishing from Travis. Only going to get stronger. I would say maybe the only way for any other player to win is to play for a 3-star 5 cost, but I think Travis is the most likely player to hit a 3-star 5 cost in this game as well. So it is just looking very bad for the rest of the lobby.
Oh boy. So yes, just to confirm the update, which we're getting that through, just following what you were saying, Barry. 1st or 2nd place on tiebreakers for our 51 points players. Kabixen, of course, currently in the top spot, but I mean, you know, again, first place seems to be out of reach. Travis, of course, the player on 57 points, so he didn't need to have a game that was quite this dominant. He's just made it happen anyway.
For Horror here, had a good game plan, really. He played with this Bilgewater early, knowing he had the Ornn coming down the line, knew he had to play at extremely high risk. But unfortunately, the potential to win the lobby was shut out, and he's going up against Yobadashi now, who is on this 5 streak off the back of the Jinx.
And that board is just getting stronger and stronger as every round passes with no scout, no pivot, giving stats to the entirety of the board. It looks like that's going to be the end of the road for Horo X as well in this set 16 Lauren Legends. Not quite the 9th place he achieved in set 13, but still a very, very good set of TFT from the CN player.
Coco out as well. So Coco was our top points player coming into the lobby at 6th place. Might not completely defeat him, but certainly for Horo, as you said, very much the end of the line entirely. Remember, this is the last game before our top 8 is fully decided, and we've got 5 players still left in play.
Yeah, Why You Mad, Vorman Death, and Travis were just below Peppoglad. They were on the same amount of points, but Pepperglad's went out in 8th place, and all these players have still remained, so they've all leapfrogged ahead of him. We know where Travis is ending up in this particular game. But it does mean that the rest of them, for the likes of Why You Mad, this has probably done enough to get himself in there, which is an incredible achievement considering how far he's had to come in this tournament.
Why You Mad does find Silas too. That's not bad at all. We've even got a chance to summon a second item as well. We're still going to see how the rest of this lobby plays out, even if we have got an obvious ripping up the table happening from Travis.
A 9th unit has entered the board for Yobadashi with no scout, no pivot. A rare sight. Usually you end up quite low on your levels because you are rerolling so much, but a unique game for sure from Yobadashi. Now the Kindred also benefiting from these stats.
Avoids the bilge again, so keeps fighting, and I'm a believer. I mean, the matchmaking did need to line up, as he said, Panda. He had to avoid the bilge water player after he reached 10, getting the perfect time to tag him. But even just being this far up in the standings,
uh-oh, it's looking pretty close.
Early.
Warwick, he does it. He kills the Lux.
Animation cancel. Perfect. Why Are You Mad? We'll be going out there. That's our too much value player from before. So we have our top 4 locked in.
And Yobadashi is also healing. So when he faces Travis, he most likely will be on 2 lives, even if Travis's cannons blow up the entire board in 5 or 10 seconds. And that's 1 more life Yobadashi will have compared to the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, Bowman Death here. A more familiar line. Something we've seen do very well. Is keeping the potential for a Scout of 3 open, but his days are numbered. Not much HP to work with at all. Coming up against Yobadashi here, who has now healed to potentially a 2nd life.
Yeah, this is of course so important for our players on 51 points. They need every place that they can get. For our players on 57, they've pretty much already made it through to tomorrow thanks to this performance. But the Jinx, even the Jinx too, will go off huge. Of course, with the small amount of multi-target access, it should be able to cut down the ball quickly enough. And that's another elimination.
Another really close fight as well that Yobadashi is able to win. An 8-win streak. Where are the doubters now? I am definitely one of those doubters in stage 2 and 3, but he has absolutely made this game plan work.
Absolutely has, and I mean, 2 win streakers. If you're the rest of the lobby, you got to be a little bit bad about this one. You're like, Travis could we not have finished him off, but Yobadashi's done so well to keep it going. Kabixen, not an awful lot he can do here himself. Has got to a more standard Exodia board, but when there's the likes of Travis and the infinite skilling on Yobadashi, he hasn't been able to live with it.
Oh, it's still been a hell of a game for Kabixen. Regional champion for Igbo Fables up against our current regional champion in the top 3 of our final game. It's a testament to that level of consistency as Travis looks to take as many victory laps as he possibly can. The cannons call out and Kabixen will get kicked out of the game entirely.
Not just the cannons, the 3-stars are also calling out pretty loudly as well from his bench. He's very close to hitting a lot of big power spikes, as if he needed any more help. The final 1v1, Yobadashi versus Travis 10 Bilgewater versus the most Giga Chat game plan I think we've ever seen in a game 6 of regionals. No scout, no pivot, Jinx Warwick.
Not just no scout, no pivot, no board. We full sold, didn't do anything for the start of the game. Off the back of the no scout, no pivot, additional hits.
And Tiniest Titan Spirit Link. Yeah. Just crazy setup.
Maybe the 1 in a million game.
If only you could sell units, huh?
Oh no! Could it be? No, I mean it's not gonna be a 1 gold diff because I think he's not winning regardless. But it is sad to see this upgrade not come through.
Oh, this is a hell of a thing, isn't it? Of reigning and defending EMEA champion Travis Cap Meow gets the most ridiculous board of his entire life here to go into the final day and defend his title in the top 8 against the players who are just hoping this is the best he'll ever get. But that's the first place locked in. Travis on a 6-round win streak with 10 Bilgewater, reigning and defending regional champion.
And Travis putting down an absolute marker there, something you rarely see in your ladder games, let alone at such a high stakes game. The final game of the penultimate day here at regionals, knowing he didn't need to go so big, but my god, what a performance.
A valiant effort, though, from Yobidashi as well. We'll see how the maths out once we see if tiebreakers maybe come into the equation as well. But what a riveting final game 6. We have a break ready to go. We'll be throwing to our analyst desk as they break down everything that happened in this final game.
Always rises. Cannons. Always rises. Cannons.
There has to be a point made, Trouble, about the absolute chatty, and there's no other word for this, the absolute chatty behavior to load into a game where you know you need a first place and then some to make it into the final day of EMEA regionals, to then click no scout, no pivot, no board, and do what Yobidashi did.
No scout, no pivot, no units, and even though unfortunately Yobidashi couldn't make it, if there was no 10 builds water in this game, he could have, and he could have upset everything in the rankings right now. But I have to say, and we've been saying this all day, when push comes to shove, you have to get creative. And he definitely was creative. I think we joked about the last time we saw No Scout, No People, it was family back 2 sets ago. And it ended up being family again. The Warwick, the Jinx coming through, never ended up hitting, of course, that Jinx 3. But with Travis being super lucky with his drone, the emblems, and grabbing the 2 builds water into the level 10, it had pretty much solidified the deal for the entire lobby.
Not just that, but the prismatics in general, right? We did see the tiniest Titan for Yobidashi doing really, really well and helping him out there and hanging. He would have been eliminated way before if it wasn't for that augment. And then the trade tree for Travis bringing the build, but also bringing the Arcanist truly online for Kubiksen with those additional frontline units also helped him get his 3rd place in that game, as well as, of course, the ticket from Vomendeth helping out, bringing that Leona comp online. So really, prismatics, a very, very big factor here. In the end, it wasn't good enough. I really would have loved to see that Tom Kench 3 being realized. I think that's just so fun whenever legendaries get the chance to turn all golden, but it wasn't in the card this time, unfortunately, for Travis or for us in chat.
Yeah, it was so close. I think it was 1 Tom Kench off. He was 1 Fizz off Fizz 3, 2 Misfortunes of Misfortune 3. I mean, when you have 10 builds, it's just a money printer at this point. So this is why it's obviously so OP. The damage initially was nerfed from the cannons, but all of the resources you get through builds, then you can see it on your screens right now, it's just insane. It's so much gold, get items as well. So it's very obnoxious to deal with. Again, I do commend Yobidashi for a fantastic technique with no scout, not even no board, as we covered it. But I've heard that our standings are ready, so now we can actually visualize which 4 of our players out of the 8 that we saw are making it through to tomorrow.
That's right, and it is going to be Travis, Vomendeth, Lakoko, and YU Mad Pro making it. Paperglad, Yobidashi, despite valiant efforts, Kubiksen and Horo not making it. I think a big heartbreak there. Despite Yobidashi's run in that last game, has to be Horo X, has been doing so well day 1, day 2, and then just fell off a cliff, it felt like, during the halfway point in this day. Very unfortunate there, but I think there's also big winners in those top 4.
Absolutely. I feel like I'm looking at YU Mad Pro, I'm looking at Lekoko, and even though a lot of people know Lekoko, that guy had to play through play-ins. He's been playing 5 days of TFT versus every other competitor to get here. YU Mad Pro, the exact same thing. One is the GOAT, YU Mad Pro, we don't necessarily know as much from him and would love to know more. But again, huge props to both of these players for playing 5 days of consecutive TFT to get here for a chance to win regionals and compete in the crown.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just looking back at yesterday and today, we've got such a wide variety of different boards, of different techniques, of different ways to approach this pretty open meta. And I think it's been an absolute treat. I'm really excited for tomorrow as well. But we do have him here with us now. YU Map Pro, welcome. Congratulations. Can you hear us all right?
Sorry?
Hi.
Can you repeat it? Sorry.
Yes. Congratulations, first of all, for making it to
Thank
tomorrow. Big win there, making it in as a player that I think was underestimated. Kubiksen picking you first in that draft. What are you feeling right now?
I mean, obviously, I'm happy. I had a pretty good spot starting day 2, and I pretty much just try to save every placement I can, and I mean, I almost got like 5th every game, but I mean, in the end it was enough.
Hello from me as well. I want to ask you, how do you think you have been shaped as a player playing 5 days of TFT from planes all the way here? Have you changed anything from how you initially thought you were going to play last weekend to here?
Not really. I mean, mainly I just wanted to make it to week 2 to get into TPC. So first week I was kind of nervous in some games, but I mean on the second weekend I didn't really change my read because I mean it was okay. I think I just played what I got and yeah.
So, question about you, if that is okay, because of course I talked to a lot of the German pros. I know a lot of people in the DACH scene, and everybody I kind of talked to was like, yeah, we don't really know much about him. Like, we see him on ladder, but that's about it. Are you preferring to prepare alone, or do you prep with other people outside the German community? Is there something you can share with us about that?
I mean, I prepare alone. I didn't really try to like get into a study group because I mean it probably has benefits, but I mean I feel like I mean it can work out if you do it alone, but I mean I don't know. I haven't tried like a study group yet, but yeah, I'm not sure.
So,
right.
Go ahead, Trouble.
Oh, right. I wanted to ask about tomorrow, because you said you just wanted to make it to second week to make it into the circuit. You've made it into the second week. You've made it into the circuit. You made it into the finals for regionals. So how are you feeling having made it this far?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everything starting week 2 was more like a bonus. So, yeah, I mean, obviously now that I'm there, I obviously want to like top 5, I think is what I have to get tomorrow. And yeah.
Yeah, that's a good plan. Certainly. Obviously, top 1 would be even better if you want to take the title of EMEA champion. Before we let you go, I do want to give you the stage to maybe shout out somebody that might be watching or not watching, friends, family, people who have supported you to get where you are right now.
I mean, yeah, I have to shout out my brother. He's pretty supportive and yeah.
Does he play as well?
He started playing a couple of days ago, but I mean he's playing a lot at the moment, but yeah.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. Best of luck tomorrow on the Convergence, and we'll be watching.
Thank you.
Bye. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, he preps alone. Yeah, and it works. It works. Guy just wanted to make it to week 2. He's made it all the way to regional finals. So whatever he's been doing on his own in terms of prep has been working.
Yeah, I mean, completely. And he's not the only player that does so, right? In the history of TFT competitive, every now and again we get these like soul fighters that push their way through on their own. Volta, I think, is the most commonly known one that also doesn't really like to prep with other people. So unfortunately for him, he didn't get very far this weekend. But it's been really exciting to see new players come into the field. YU Pro has been seen on the ladder. You know, people were like, is he just sitting on the ladder after getting some good placements during the Open? Is he like just blocking seeds, trying to camp? But I think after these 5 days, we can say with absolute security that he is a force to be reckoned with. And I'm quite excited to see how it's going to go tomorrow. For sure. I think we've seen some really, really exciting games in the past couple of days. And if you want to see more of that, make sure you follow us here on the channel. You are seeing this right now, as well as Compete TFT over on Twitter, Teamfight Tactics on Instagram, and Play TFT on YouTube. And we have America starting in just a little bit. I know there's lots of people in chat already very excited for that, waiting for those to get.
When does Soji play?
Yeah, that's right. That's a common question. Thank you for that, Trouble. I appreciate it. And if you want to check out our casters, we have the ! caster command that has all the names of all the casters for today. Thank you so much for watching. Big shout out to Barry, who won't be here tomorrow. And we will see you guys tomorrow, same time, 3 p.m. CET is when games start. Goodbye.
Bye.
Always rises.